Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again for bracing the cold and coming to the third day of the Eastern Cape Film Expo. We are supposed to start off at 9 o'clock. So we are here now. I know that not all of the speakers have arrived, so we may just alter slightly our program and get going with those who are present. Ne? Yeah, because we don't want to end up in the same situation as yesterday, where we had to, knock off late. Also, it's quite a short day because some of the attendees need to travel, to their various spaces. So just a very high-level recap of what unfolded yesterday. Really, those who were present, I think we all have take-homes, from the various speakers. I'm just going to reflect, and not in a chronological, order of how the events had unfolded yesterday. We got to learn actually that, in fact, as consumers of content, we ought to be responsible. And in fact, we may indirectly be participants, of piracy and aiding, those particular platforms. So we received then an anti-piracy, regulatory discussion from Sandbox. And we got to learn various aspects of that. The CEO, acting CEO rather, of the ECTC had shared his vision, the support that they pledge in order to obviously grow the sector. We were also praised with the presence of the chief planner from the Sarapatman district, Uputuma, who obviously, gave a clarion call in terms of collaboration and working together and growing the district itself. We then received the keynote address from director-producer, Mr. Zukonotata, who, really delivered an awesome, mind-blowing paper, sharing a bit about, his own personal experiences, also how we as, the creative sector has a responsibility, and unity and collaboration is quite important in that. His paper that he had delivered, we have requested him that we shall make that public, so that those who are not present can obviously have, access to that. We then received as well a paper from Uput Simon Makwela in terms of how do we build these sustainable, businesses of productions within the digital space. And I think we really ran out of time because he was teasing out and giving us some core, I would say, elements and building blocks in terms of how do we create, these sustainable businesses within these uncertain economic environments. In terms of distribution as well, we had received a presentation from Princess Soka, who shared to us opportunities about the Embo OTT platform that creators now can have, an opportunity to monetize on their productions and obviously to as well gain greater audiences. And it even then provides a market then for the rural and perhaps peri-urban, subscribers and consumers of content, offering a product which is quite affordable in its sense. We then had a very interesting presentation by UCC Nontando, giving us the ins and outs in terms of the special effects industry and how it's not just it's really about enhancing the story, and she gave us wonderful demonstrations there that we can take home. So surely I'm sure we all managed to extract a point or two from the deliberations that unfolded yesterday. And there's this African saying, I don't know whether it's African proof, but I'm claiming it, that it is. It's such a cliche that you can take a donkey to the river, but you cannot make a donkey, you cannot force it to drink. So surely, all of the wealth of knowledge that was shared, all of the interactions were surely meaningful. Today, we also have, a jam-packed a program where we've got specialists. And we're going to kickstart this morning with a commissioning editor from the SABC. We brought him here, wealth of experience. He's been involved in rolling out various types of programs, from even becoming an editor, bulletin editor at the news. He's been a commissioning editor with the Content Hub, program manager of sports and unit, reversioning content and also repurposing content. So he comes with a wealth of experience. He's going to share with us how to ensure that our films are television ready, and also the types of formats in terms of engagements, commissionings, pre-sales, licensing agreements, and co-productions. Ladies and gentlemen, please assist me by welcoming Mr. Michael Mqwema from the SABC.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Andile Ngwema. I'm a native of the Eastern Cape, but I'm now based in Johannesburg. I've been there since, my teenage years, since 1990, but my formative years, first 15 years of my life, were here in the Eastern Cape. So that place, Gauteng, could never own me. I'd like to send my greetings to the house and its capacity, and I'm going to share with you what we do as the SABC. As we know, SABC is a public broadcaster, which is its reason for existence is to serve the South African public in all its languages, all its tastes, all its needs. So it's a mandate-driven. So it's a mandate-driven, mandate-driven business corporation, and I think what's important as well is to know that the SABC belongs to all of us. It doesn't belong to any particular person. It belongs to every citizen of this country, and every citizen of this country needs to see themselves there. And every citizen of this country needs to know that they have an input. They need to know that they have a word. They need to know that they have a representation. So I will start with where I'm from. The department that I work in is called industry development. And industry development, as it says, is about developing the industry, giving access to the industry. So our our reason for existence is to develop the industry, build strategic partnership and collaborations that are congruent with the common purpose. So in doing that, you are broadening and extend accessibility for the industry, so that they can reach us and reach our TV platforms and bring us content, and also upskill the industry in order, and so that we can be able to have contribution from each and every province. As we know that most of the things actually in this country are centralized. Everything happens in that province, the smallest province in the country, with the most population, which is Gauteng. So we need to decentralize. I don't need to leave Fletcher for me to to work in television, and neither does anyone here in Tanzania need to move to Joburg in order to, So that's what we're trying to do. So we also develop synergies between SABC, industry development, mandate, and the sector. So the industry development mandate that we need to develop, it has to be synergized, where we're working with ECDC, ACPEC, different provincial governments, and other interested parties. Some of them could be commercial. So our core business is to grow a proficient and sustainable TV industry, drive strategic direction of the industry, and limit unpredictable random delivery that is not driven by set targets. What that means is, in what we're doing as industry development, is that we want to set out themes that will be strategically delivered to the SABC. What happens is, people just come up with different ideas and all of that, and most of it is not structured or is not in a particular direction. But what we want to do, say for instance, if we do something with the Eastern Cape, we issue maybe a slate to say, guys, Eastern Cape, this is what we're doing. We need so many documentaries, and these are the themes that we need to look at. We're doing so much telenovelas and dramas. And I know that a lot of people now have an appetite for dramas. Everybody wants to do drama, and very few people do documentaries. And documentaries, for me, I have a strong passion for documentaries, because documentaries, I think the closest thing to film is documentaries. You don't have to sometimes read a book, but a documentary can tell you who you are, where you are, and trigger you to go further, find out more stuff around whatever subject matter you would have covered. So that's what we're trying to do. And I think in synergizing the way we work and work with the industry is that, random proposals that come in do not align to anything. But if they are planned, let me just try and get this to start again. Sorry. If they are planned, it's a lot easier and measurable to know what you're doing, and you can set clear targets, and you can then give direction. And when you have to do in terms of industry development, you have to do master classes, you know exactly what you're going to do. So if you consider doing, let's say, documentaries, and there's a lot of appetite for it, then you know that we're going to go to the Eastern Cape or any other province for that matter and say, here, these are the province, this is what we're going to do, and the focus will be on this particular genre, whether it's entertainment, whether it's documentary, it's factual, religion, children, education. Okay, education is not necessarily a genre, but a unit that is made up of that delivers on different genres. Yeah, so that is what we set out to do as industry development. I'm going to take you through now the different areas of, I don't know why this keeps locking. Just hang on for me. Okay. Oh, it's back. So this, in industry development, we have two areas. There's the area where we grow the industry, and we do this through giving access, inclusive participation, specialist master classes, increased understanding of SABC TV and how it works, where we can take you through different channels and what the mandate for each channel is, and the language delivery, and the themes and that they're focusing on. Another area, another half of it is collaborations. We're creating symbiotic partnerships where we align, as I said, synergizing what we do, strategic partnerships, and how do we work together strategically to deliver and upskill the industry, And we do interprovincial collaborations as well, where different provinces would work on certain productions. You could be doing a production in the Eastern Cape, but it's got an element of um, Free State. So the Free State Film Commission would then work with the Eastern Cape Film Commission so that they make everything a lot easier to do, as opposed to having, working in silos. It really opens it up. It also allows you to have shared experiences. It also allows you to easy access into different spaces within those areas. And you could work with a crew from the Eastern Cape, but when you go to the Free State, you use the Free State crew, So those are the things that I think we need to do in developing the industry, where the industry now is like a cross-pollination of skills and ideas and working together. Now, that's who we are as industry development. Basically, we are here for you. And our clarion call is Leruna Relokeling, Sfakini Nati. So we are here to put you there. We are here to ensure that you also participate in the mainstream media, because, in as much as we have the digital aspects now to media, but TV and TV specifically, SABC is unparalleled when it comes to ARs. You will never get viewerships or ARs, the numbers that you get from SABC on any of the platforms in the country. And also it's because it's a public broadcaster, it is accessible to everyone. But I think one of the things that I think also just us here, we need to then start talking to ourselves, our friends and families, and say, pay your TV license. Do you know that if you if we did that, we wouldn't even, this industry would be so prosperous. We wouldn't need special funding from commercial entities or anyone, but just by TV license, all of us would have jobs. All of us would be able to make this industry sustainable. Okay, then there are models of content acquisitions that we work with at the SABC. One is commissioning, and commissioning is when we fully commission a project, is SABC pays you or gives you the budget to create your content. The only contribution or your contribution there is your ideas and how you execute it, right? We pay for everything. And that, there's two ways. There's solicited, where we issue a brief book that has got themes or different channels saying this is what they want for different slots, for all sorts of slots that they have. And then there's unsolicited, where you decide, I have an idea and I want to send it to the SABC. That would be unsolicited. So that we've got those two ways. So, but a commissioned project is because the SABC would have given you the money to record it, the SABC owns it. Because I think if you understand, universal copyrights is whoever pays for the recording owns the recording. Yes. Do you understand each other there, right? Yeah. And another way, which is what we're focusing on now, because I think the state that we are in as the SABC, we have been technically insolvent. So we're struggling financially. So a model that we're using now, and it's the only one that we're using for now, is in terms of just one of the only ones that we're using for now is pre-sale. And our main focus now is on pre-sales. And how pre-sales work is SABC funds portion of the production costs. So you would come and you say you have 10 Rand, your production is worth 10 Rand, and you need 3 Rand from the SABC or 20 Rand to complete or be able to complete your project. That's what pre-sale is. You own your work. We don't own it, it's yours. When you're done with us and we're done with broadcasting, you can take it anywhere. We don't own that, but we have editorial input. And the reason that we have editorial input is because we are guided by our editorial policy to ensure that what you give us is aligned to what a channel, to the mandate, to language delivery, and other technical specs within that space. And this one also, because we had challenges, and I'm going to say it, we only pay after delivery. The reason for that is when we went into the pre-sale space, I think maybe the conversations that people have with the funders, and I think you need to move away from that. You say the funder says to you, "Okay, please ensure that the SABC is going to do this, and that's the only time we're gonna, fund you." Or you decide that you're gonna come and when you come and pitch to us, you used to say to us, they said, if you guys buy it, they will then fund, and that's not true. And you find that then people were given funds to go and produce, but actually there was no funding. Because now, if your production is costing you 10 rand and we give you 3 rand, where are you going to get 7 rand? You should come with 7 rand commitments, agreed, and we give you the 3 rand and then you go and do it. So it's important when you engage at PEC or whoever that you're working with, when you come to us, you guys have agreed that this is what. Yes. So the ownership remains with you. We're not going to touch that. And then another part of it is licensing. This one is where you come with a completed project, and then we agree terms or the fee. You've already done your project, your documentaries, your dramas, or whatever, or your reality show, and you just licensing it to us. You can license it to us and other broadcasters. It's still yours. We just negotiate a fee, and that's it. So that's the licensing model. So those are the 3 acquisition models that we're currently using. But the main focus one now, because of the state that we're in, is pre-sales, and it works for where we are. But ideally, we should be doing what a public broadcaster should be doing, making programs, giving the industry access to the SABC and creating programs, but also over and above that, ensuring that our audiences, our citizens, have new, exciting and content that feeds their appetite, and how we shape them as well. So there are key considerations, and I think I've dealt with the first part of the acquisition models, right? And now I want us to just go into how you make your programs TV ready and the key considerations. I've always believed that television shapes thought. Television shapes society, creates a psyche. It's people see themselves in it, the stories and all of that. But also how societies are formed is by what you say, what you do. It's about how you reflect a people. I have a quote that I live by. I don't know where I got it from, but I don't see the world for what it is. I see it for who I am. That's how I see it. And as a content creator, you need to know that you're not just creating content to satisfy you, you're telling your story, but you are shaping thought. You are shaping society. That means you're a sociologist. And in sociology, you're creating a society. What kind of a society are you creating? What are you saying? If you're going to create a program that shows or that reflects a certain amount of violence, and there's no corrective conclusion to that, what are you saying? How are you shaping 11-year-old? If I'm sitting at home, I'm sitting with an 11-year-old son, and all he sees is violence, violence, violence. And the person that is in committing that violence is my hue. But when they go and watch something else, they don't see that. They see um, parents at work, at home around the table eating dinner or going to school, and so on. And I was fortunate enough to work in a reversioning and repurposing unit where I worked a lot with archives, because repurposing is taking archives to create new content, basically. And a lot of the archives that I came across in the SABC, what I saw there of the apartheid South Africa, it was a father and a mother going to work, kids going to school or going to sports and all of that. I didn't see any violence. I didn't see any violence. Whatever they did was to shape their kids and their society in a particular way. How are we shaping us? How are we creating our own future? How are we rebranding us as a people? Because there's a lot of rebranding that still needs to happen around us. So that's what I want you to think about when you start thinking about content. You have to be responsible. I'm not saying that we must not reflect society is society, and there are things that we need to reflect, but there is a way that is responsible in terms of doing that, and there has to be an end goal, but I will get to that later on. When you consider creating, getting ready to do a program for television, you need to look at the political aspect of it, which is one would be, look at politics, look at our government, and that is the political risk could be identified as a seemingly unstable GNU. That's one of the aspects. Another aspect of it is the economic risk, where there's a growth slowdown that has made living standards to decline, which has led to social instability. Where there's a battle for resources with illegal immigrants. Battle for resources. Did you hear what I said? I didn't say xenophobia. It's a battle for resources. Yes. There's a social risk as well. Social risk of continuing failures in education, health, and security. A point may be reached where these failures outweigh the successes that we've made in the past 30 years. Consider all of those things when you create your content. There's also technology. Things have moved. There's digital, and there's competition, but also digital also allows you, makes it easy for you to create new content. So consider all of those in terms of technology. And there's be aware of copyright issues as well when it comes to legal copyright issues, whether you use somebody's music or you use archives and all of those aspects as well. Because when you consider those, if your content grows legs and goes into other territories as well, if you're going to sell to, let's say, Botswana or Swaziland, consider those issues, because those could be legal issues that you have to deal with, where maybe you would be selling your content somewhere else, and you haven't cleared it with the owner of the copies of the copyright, and then there's just a sue you. I mean, I don't know if you know the story of just an example. P Diddy took the Sting song and made it dedicated to the late Big. Every step I make, and he didn't clear it. He didn't make a single cent from it. So in that, I think is at one stage he was paying Sting about $20 million a year for that infringement. So it is serious. It is serious. Yeah. So be careful of those. So there are those legalities when you deal with issues, and just sometimes others would forgive you if you give credit. If you use somebody's line or whatever, don't plagiarize. Say, oh, this is who said this. You plagiarize, you're in trouble. Because plagiarism, like as a creative, I would hate anyone to take what I said and make it sound like it's theirs. If it's not yours, it's not yours. Yeah. Environmental issues that you need to look at as well. Lack of leadership in private sector or government, union, civil society, etc., might have resulted in contempt and a disregard for legislation and all of those frameworks. So, in a nutshell, with this one, it sort of gives you a scope within which you operate. Remember what I said about my quote as a as a content person is I see I don't see the world for what it is. I see it for who I am. So this space that you're in needs to be understood. There's knowing the space that you're in, but there's also understanding. But understanding is more important than knowing. I don't you get me. Like, let's say I know Uprasbu, but do I understand him? See, yeah. Okay. So how to pitch once you've made those considerations. So this is how you pitch with the SABC or in creating your content. Is there are three elements that are absolutely important. One is the idea. The idea is what you have in mind. Oh, I want to do a telenovela about Makanda, right? That's the idea. And then there's a concept in terms of television. The concept is how does it translate to a engaging TV program? What makes it unique? What are you saying about Makanda? What is it that makes the story not just important? The idea is the story is important, but what is it going to look like on TV? So when you pitch, I need to visualize it. And don't give me adjectives that it's going to be tragic or it's going to be cool or fast paced. I don't care about your adjectives. I will decide whether it's cool, it's fast, based on your concept. So in how you write it, don't use adjectives. Just tell me what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. Then I will tell you, oh, this is whatever it is, you know? Because remember, this is a visual medium. If you're pitching to me but I cannot visualize it or I cannot see it, it does not exist. And the last one is, what will the viewer gain from investing their time and emotion to your content? What will the viewer gain? What is the takeout? Okay. I'm going to take you through what I mean by the idea and example. Let's say you decide that you want to do a sports program, right? On the history of sports in South Africa. And I said, okay, great. Oh, well, people would say, oh, I have a concept. Hey, I want to do history of sports in South Africa. That's not a concept. That is not a concept. That is an idea. A concept, it only becomes a concept when you decide how you're going to do it. A history of sports in South Africa, and the concept would be, oh, I want to start in 1900s and go to, that's still not a concept. 1900s to 2026, that's not a concept. But if you say, I want to do the defining moments of sports history in South Africa, now that's a concept. Because now you're going to tell me when we were banned, the Olympics were banned from Olympics, FIFA, and when we returned, when Pirates won the AFCON in 1996, when we hosted the Rugby World Cup, when we first qualified for the World Cup in 1998, now I know what you're going to do with your story. That is a concept. Understand? That is a concept. Let me give you another example. if you decide you're going to do, and I'm going to make a lot of examples with documentaries because I'm a documentary person. If you do a documentary on one of the documentaries we did was Why Are We So Angry? And it was, you could decide we're angry because we're unemployed, we're angry because yeah, um, there's delayed service delivery. I choose my words carefully. There's delayed service delivery. I'm angry because there are people now sharing my resources of my country with me, you know. But that's not a concept. The concept would be what I am angry. Why are we so angry? Is looking at the psyche of South Africans, the psychology and the makeup of our psychology that comes from somewhere. There's an anger because of what happened to us historically. There's an anger of us that because we're not where we're supposed to be. There's anger because we were shaped in a particular way. How we interact with each other, how we interact with state, how we interact with different areas of our lives. That then becomes the concept. And another thing that you need to consider is what are the perspectives that you're reflecting. You might be if you're looking at the psyche, you might be reflecting on political, you might be reflecting, and you must have consistent perspectives. Whether it's drama, telenovela, there is always consistent perspectives throughout where the story is nuanced. Let me give an example. Let's say you're doing your laundry, right? You have a washing line. You're doing laundry, but on your washing line, you've got pants, you've got shirts, you've got all of those things. But what you have there's a consistent thread. And what is a consistent thread? That line that carries all of that. So your perspectives, you might have 3 or 4 perspectives, but there's one that will be a lot stronger than the others, and it's carried throughout, and it's accentuated at different points of your story. So your story needs to have a certain level of consistency. A story needs to promise me something. So when I come back tomorrow, I know what I'm coming back for. I know what I'm coming back for because that one consistent thing. Yes, there's going to be other things that are unpredictable, but I know consistently I have this thing that resonates with me, and I'm carrying the story throughout. So that is very important. Today they do what they call this binge watching, and you watch this, and then there's a cliffhanger, and you come back again. But there's always that one thing that is consistent throughout, that resonates with you. And it might resonate with different people differently based on their frame of reference. But there's that thing that carries the story throughout. So that's very important. So then you start writing your proposal. These are the things that you need to put into that space, and then the take out. What do you want the viewer to feel? One example that I like to make about there's a guy who's a story of a guy who was a hairstylist, right? And they asked him, "What do you do?" And he said, he didn't say, I'm a hairstylist. What guy works at the hair salon? He says, no, he didn't say I'm a hairstylist. Guess what he said? I make people feel good. That's it. So as a content creator, what do you do? Think of it that way. Don't tell me you're a producer. I don't care. I don't care. I know that's your job, but what do you do for that person that you're targeting? What do you do? How does it feel? How does that person feel after watching your show? What is the takeout? Why should they invest their time? Why should they waste their emotions with you? There's so much out there now. I can be here on TikTok. Why should I watch your TV show? Why should I watch your program? So think about how you resonate, how you appeal to your audience. I have this idea, I like it, and the idea might be something that you're passionate about. But why should someone in Marabastad care about that passion of yours? So you've got to find um, universal elements. What are I remember that said the hairstylist said, I make people feel good. What are universal elements? Those are universal everywhere. That's why you watch American movies. They use universal elements. They use sadness, they use love, they use tragedy, they use all of those. Think about all of those things. How are you using all of that to create your content? How are you using all of that to appeal to your audiences? I'll make another example. Um, one of my all-time favorite TV programs, British. It's got 4 gentlemen in it. I'm a petrol head. Top Gear. Yeah. Do you know that the producer of Top Gear, when asked why this project has been successful across all territories in the world, doesn't matter where you take it, who are you targeting? It's the 40-year-old man, you do Maseratis, Aston Martins, and you do BMW M3s, and then you do a Kia Sportage, and all. Who are you targeting? Guess what he said? I target the 11-year-old in a 40-year-old man. Because when you were 11 years old, we were pushing a brick as a car and you're racing with your friends. You didn't even know what a V8 is. But when they do the V8 there, they say, listen to this. Jeremy Clarkson. He's talking to an 11-year-old in you. You know, you remember Satlali Motos at Rat? Talking to the 11-year-old in you. So this is what you do. Think about the target audience that you're doing it for. If you're doing one for SABC 1, that's youth. Do you know where our youth is today? There's SABC 2, mass audiences that are, there's millennials on SABC 3. So think about all of those things when you're creating your content. How am I appealing to my audience at a particular time? What do they want? What do they like? So look, I don't know if those examples make sense in terms of what you want to do. Yeah, but there's also the understanding of your audience. When you create content that is TV ready, I'll go to the technical, but a lot of these technical things I'm not going to get into, but it has to work for television. Your sound, your video quality and all of those technical specs are there, and I think a lot of us understand them. And that's very important. But there's also the understanding of your audiences at an intimate level. If you're doing a show, like the Top Gear says, I'm appealing to 11-year-old in a 40-year-old man. If you're doing a youth show and you're thinking, I'm targeting teenagers, right? Or tertiary students, let's say students that are at tertiary level. You create a archetype of that person. You say, this is Usipo. He's 21, Salim Danzani. He's studying journalism, for instance. What does he do? What does he like? Does he have a passion for fashion? Cool. What music does he listen to? Piano, hip hop, you know? What does he read, if he reads at all? Oh, he only reads online newspapers, News 24 or whatever. Where does he chill with his friends? Oh, they go to a pub somewhere and then they have it. Does he drink? Or is just, what are his fears? Oh, maybe his fears are getting a job and what are some of the things that concerns him? Oh, it's just the environment he lives in Tanzania, where there's a lot of crime, or it's drug infested and all of that. What are his future aspirations? Yes, he wants to be a journalist and he wants to, to tell stories. He wants to do reports and all of those. But what else does he want? Oh, he wants a family. Okay, Why does he want a family? Or because he comes from a space where there's family, there's mother and a father, and that's his frame of reference. Or he's was brought up by a single parent, and he understands the hardships of a single parent, single mother raising them, and now he wants to have a mother and a father environment in their space so that his kids don't go through the challenges that he went through without a father figure in that space. So now you've created that archetype. Now, whatever you do in a program has to have those touch points. Remember, those touch points, because you're doing this not for SABC One audience, you're doing it for Usipo, who's 21, but is part of the SABC One audience. Now, what do you have there? Your family, that's a universal element. There's a fear of, unemployment in the future. There's this, there's that. Already you have now crafted your universal elements. Now, when you do your proposal, you now know that if I do this TV program, and this is what the proposal is saying, you know that you've got to tick these boxes here and there and there. So that's that. That's how you get your program TV ready. Then you can go and pitch it. Then you know that this is what the story is. And then there's another aspect to it. You need to consider, now you know Sipo's 21, right? When you do that program for him, what does your presenter look like? Like Sipo, right? Sipo has a passion for fashion. So how does your presenter, so your presenter must be trendy. And the things that you're going to do are trendy. You already know he's trendy. The things that you're going to do in the programs are trendy. They're like the pop culture, what's happening now, all of those things. So you've got all of those things. And what else do you have there? You have where you introduce Sipo to people that come from his own space, but have morphed into other spaces where now they are successful. He is in Tanzania. He still has his aspirations. So you need to then go in and put in aspirational stories that speak to your archetype. So what are then the visual aesthetics? Then you know your director has to have a certain level of visual literacy, that this is what you're going to shoot, and all of those things. But do you notice one thing that I said? I didn't say fast paced and all of that, but you already know it is. Did you see what I said to you? Don't give me adjectives. Don't tell me hey, it's not fast paced. But because I've given you this archetype and who he is as an audience, but I didn't say it's going to be fast paced and trendy. But I already said this. My audience has a passion for fashion. My audience loves music. My audience is part of this of current pop culture. So that's how you get your yourself TV, your content TV ready, and you can go and pitch it. I don't know if there's any questions, or you want further examples in terms of creating stories. Or can I ask? I want to ask you this, guys. Just to conclude this. Can anyone here tell me what the concept of that movie, The Titanic, is? Everybody has seen The Titanic, right? Or should I change to another one? The Titanic. Anybody tell me what is the concept on Titanic? Love. Beg your pardon? Love. Who said love? You. Okay. Anyone else? Tragedy. Tragedy. Anyone else? Classism. Say again? Classism. Classism. It's a concept, not themes. Yeah. Remember, there's an idea, and then there's a concept. Is that it? Who said love? You said love. Do you agree that it's love? Why not? Is it a theme? It's a love story. It is. It's a love story. The idea was to tell a story of how the Titanic sank. But how do you tell the story? You use the theme was the love story to carry this. Imagine if they just decided we're going to tell you a story about the Titanic. I don't care. How is it going to appeal to me? How is it going to appeal to me? So what they had there is you have the Titanic, the story of the sinking of the Titanic in 1912, right? And you then had the concept of a love story. Obviously, it's multi-layered, it's nuanced, but that's what carried it. So there's other things. There's one thing you need to understand about your story. You've got to have a story, and you've got to have a vehicle that carries the story. So the concept is the vehicle that carries your story. I don't know if there's questions. Any questions? Should I go? Skobele. That. Oh, I don't know. Oh, the gentleman over there has got a mic.
Ngithetha nje ngelizwi. Hey, yazi I didn't recognize you ngokulapho. Xa ungenamnqwazi ngoku.
Oh,
Took me some time.
no, I'm trying to change your static.
Zama ubhida i-enemy. Ndifuna ubuza man, it's kukhona ithuba apho. Oh, you would love me actually because I haven't had ilento TV since 2015, but I've been paying my TV license
Oh, thank you.
just in case in Fumari TV. Anyway, but in Funabuza, there was a long time ago, SABC, there was a book on how to pitch. I think, I don't even remember I think I probably have the copy somewhere.
The art of pitching, yes, it's called the art of pitching, yes.
Pitching. So, yeah, also, yeah, yes. Okay, is it still there? Has it been updated and so on?
Okay, to answer you, I think the art of pitching that book was, that was probably came out in 2005. It was also just to help the industry to know how to pitch to the SABC. I think that literature still exists, but it's also just finding it. But what we could do when I get back, I could get the commissioning area of the SABC to perhaps have it digitally and put it in that space, or take elements of it and put it there, because it then guides you, because now you're no longer doing physical delivery of your proposals. You do it on the ECAS system digitally. So they should create a guiding thingy. But I know that the ECAS as well prompts you. But what I'm sharing with you today is how to get your TV thing ready. But it might not be in that book. But also there will be elements where they mention that you have to have an idea, your cast, and all of those things. Yeah. So.
The title Pitching Secrets. I seem to think it's a, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's the same thing. And then there used to be SABC. Sorry, this is my last question. There used to be. I'm not sorry if I'm asking something that probably someone knows. Yeah, I'm not really in the industry. They are funda. There used to be land commissioning briefs as Pumayo that were put on the internet and so on.
Yes.
And then I think it stopped.
Yes.
I don't know if you're back to those or what happened. If you can explain for me.
Okay. Yes, I think at the beginning I did it when I was talking about the ways that we acquire content as at commissioning, and solicited and unsolicited. Solicited would be the brief book that would come out, but because of the state that we're in right now, we are unable to issue brief books that would be informed by the themes that we're going with and the slots that we want to fill. which is why now we're only doing pre-sales and we're not prescribing what people should do. But I think at the level that we are as industry development and what we're trying to do with our collaborations with provinces, we're trying to have that element of it where we then ask for certain type of content. But those are that is developing, and those engagements with the MOUs that we're signing with different provinces would be able then to respond to what you were asking about the brief book. Okay, thank you. I hope I answered you adequately. Okay, okay, all right. Yes, sir.
Molo Budi.
Molo Mdawethu.
So, Butwa. Oh, sorry. Hey, I'm new with this. I'm also nervous, Butwa. Hey, okay. Okay. Okay, I'm self-taught, self-made. Ne?
Oh, thank you.
I wanted to ask, does it really matter who's attached to your project? Or does your story actually matter instead of the cast members? Like, let's say you can't get the biggest actors, the biggest director, but you have a story to tell. And you get your local people, your community, your aspiring artists, because that's what I work with raw talented people. Yeah.
Okay.
So self-taught, self-made, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some,
All right.
what was that? Oh, the pitch. About the pitch. I think I tried to pitch to some production. They said to the contract that they can produce something similar to what I pitch or what concept I have. You understand that? So that's where I got to say, okay, let me do it on my own instead of someone maybe taking part of my ideas. I know some programs are similar too, but how are you gonna tell a family? You understand the family story about the family, but how are you gonna tell it differently? Kind of thing. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Just to answer your first question, and I make sure that I understand, you're asking if you're telling a story, but you don't have big or famous actors in them. The story carries itself. You can have your cast and be able to choose the cast that you want of maybe famous people, but the story carries itself. How many movies have you watched where you never knew or dramas that you never knew the actors, but you resonated with the story? Remember, I talked about universal themes. So universal themes should be your North Star, your guiding in everything that you do in content, in order to create that resonance and appeal. That is very important. Your question where you're asking, just to make sure that I understand again, you went and pitched something to someone and they said they could do the same for you. And you said it's a production house.
Yes, it was a production house, yes.
Yeah, well, I don't understand why you would go and preach at a production house.
No, I mean, dude, I'm a writer now.
Yeah.
So I come with a script or concept and they develop it. And they say in the contract, if they develop something similar to it, I can't go sue them.
No, you see, that's what I'm saying, is you can't, because that's how ideas get stolen. Yeah, so your idea.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah, your idea.
I try to be unique and I'm trying to be almost.
There's no protection for you in that case. They can go and do it, and you won't be able to dispute it.
Yeah, and another thing, sorry, my man. Another thing is. Just give me my train of thought is called 9
Okay.
I think it's also parallel to what I wanted to ask about. When you write, you start writing a script and then I think I lost.
Okay, your thought will come back just past the mic. Thank you. Okay, I think we need to conclude. I think, look at the time. Okay, go.
Okay.
And then
Two,
two, I guess.
We are.
Then we should
All
conclude.
right. Thank you, bro. Mike. Just quickly, man, I have just 3 quick questions. But firstly, just thank you, man, for the character archetype. Because I always thought that's something just to tick a box for the broadcaster or for the funder to say you have at least thought about it. But I didn't realize that it actually helps you as well, who's writing the proposal, to really think about your audience that you are going for. So that was just so awesome, man. But just 3 quick questions, particularly about the copyright with regards to music. So I do know there was a thing called the music cue sheet.
Yeah, there's a music cue sheet, yes.
Now I'm thinking, if I don't have the money to pay the artist now, and I'm saying, I'd like to use your music, and if I do correctly, like to capture your data, when the film plays on a broadcaster, do they get their royalties back wherever it screens? That's my first question. If that's something I can have leverage to say, no, I don't have money now, but if I put your music wherever it plays, you can get your money back there. That's my first question. And then the second one is, with regards to archive of old TV shows that used to play, like particularly as this course, if I'm trying to do a documentary about old actors, would I be able to have access to those archives to play in the background? Are the, like if films like Dala, they still
Yeah.
available as archives? And then you said something about licensing, the 3 deals, and then you said you are prioritizing pre-sales.
Yeah.
But are you saying that licensing is off the
No.
table now, or
It's
still?
because that's where I am. I think, okay, the reason that, okay, maybe I might have not used the right phrasing. Pre-sales has replaced commissioning because we're no longer doing commissioning now. So a lot of the content that we get now comes via pre-sales and licensing. But pre-sales still gives us that room to give editorial input in terms of what we do as SABC in our mandates and all of those. So that's what I was trying to explain. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, pre-sales, yes. The licensing still happens. Well, licensing is actually works better for us because we don't really spend a lot. The fees are not that high. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I want to answer you on archives and using archives from the past. Archives, I have a passion for archives. If it's SABC archives and you're doing a project for SABC and we've giving you maybe pre-sales or commission, those archives become available to you to use. And archives as well, it just, what you need to consider when you use archives as well is that archives are part of the story. You don't just use them as wallpaper. They must tell a story. And archives, I always say to people, one of the things that, that people would create programs, and let's say you're doing a documentary series on women abuse and all of that, you don't have to reenact. You can go to Soul City and get Patrick Shai hitting Matlakal. I don't know if you remember Soul City. Or there are dramas that deal with violence. Or you can take a bit from Yizo Yizo. Or if you're doing a story of the violence in the townships and all of that, you can go and take a story or from news, where you take a news anchor saying this is what happened in a particular place. Let's say, for instance, you're dealing with issues of alcohol abuse by the youth. You can then go into a story and say about Enyobeni, and then you have a radio, a TV presenter saying 21 kids died in Enyobeni when they were having a party after the, you see what I mean? But what it does as well, it gives you dramatic effect to your story. So your story is not monotonous, so that's the archive part. And then the copyright issues, 2 things that you need to understand.
Start off obviously with opening remarks from the copyright.
In a program. Some of the music might be created by a producer for your program specifically, and then there's music that you use to enhance your program, which is called synchronization. Now, synchronization is very expensive. You have to pay. Because if you're going to use Galagata by Mendoza, and you're using that to enhance your story, that's called synchronization. So the fee is, yes, you'll include it in the music cue sheet, but if you're using the song to enhance your story, that's called synchronization. I don't know if there's copyright people that we had here from yesterday, because they would obviously give us
stage. I'm not going to go into that.
And even editing
Oh, yes. Yeah. There's synchronization and there's, yeah. So that will do that. Tasmu, you wanted to ask a question. Did I answer all your questions, sir? Okay. Tasmu, you still wanted to? Yes, please. Okay. Here's the mic behind you. This is the last one. No? Yeah.
No, mine is to thank you for enlightening us
Oh,
this morning with your presentation. I wish we had more time.
yes.
A whole day session where it would take us through this because it's very informative. My question was to ask you if you listed your 3 channels and the target audiences for those 3 channels. And perhaps if you can guide us in terms of themes, that your top 5 themes that you're looking at, so that if I come and pitch an idea to you, you don't look away and say, it's not part of
Yeah.
our themes for this year or for
Okay.
this time, frame and all that. If
Yeah.
you can just hint us or give us a hint around that. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, SABC1, as it is strategically positioned, it targets youth. Okay. And in youth, I think anyone who knows here is driven by pop culture. It's youth. There's pop culture, whether it's music, fashion, and then there's also a need for economic participation. Youth, there's education. That's why we have Skim Sam, which falls under education. Yes, it's drama, but it falls under education because it's driven by the education themes. So education is a theme. Entrepreneurship is our themes for young people to create their own jobs in the spaces that they are in. Even just the creative economy. And one of the things that I think we take for granted in this country is how resourceful our youth is. Look at how they created, they morphed from Kwaito to Amapiano. Amapiano is an economy. It's created so many jobs, so many spaces for young people in those. So all of those are part of the themes of how youth operates within the space. There's also the issues of technology. And, I mean, our youth are here. You know what I mean? How do you then make this work for them? How do you, allow them to integrate and this into other aspects of their lives? You know what I mean? There's AI and all of that, yeah. So, which is, I like AI, and I like the fact that I will never criticize it for one reason, because AI does what you want it to do. If you don't tell it to do it, it won't do it. So, but I'm not scared of it, yeah. So that's that. So I hope, and then SABC2, and they repositioned and relaunched earlier this year. They're now mass. It's like mass, all South Africans. You know what I mean? You remember at one stage it was almost senior citizens. So it's all mass. It's like it's almost like a national channel. You know what I mean? So and they do all the languages now. But with an emphasis on also the Sotho languages, whether Setswana, Sepedi, and all of that. And SABC1 is Nguni centric, but you have Skim Sam and you can see that they're not really doing Nguni, but which is why I always say it's the story, not necessarily the language. And I know somebody yesterday said language is very important. It's important in keeping the authenticity of the language and all of those, but people follow stories, which is also respond to you, my brother, that it's the story that's important. And then we have SABC3, which is millennials. Millennials, they are trendy, they're well-read, they're well-traveled, and all of those, and you know who those people are. So, it's like you, it's like, you know what I mean? So also when you understand that, you know where to pitch, at what level you pitch. You can't pitch for a millennial as if you're teaching them something, or where you're dealing with youth. But with youth, you're then able to introduce things that they might not know. But that other audience already knows. Please don't tell me that, it's like, don't patronize me, those type of things, yeah. So, yeah, that's that from me. Remember, I say, I don't see the world for what it is, I see it for who I am, which basically means the same thing.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, it was lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Nwema, for the insightful, obviously, presentation. He's still around. We can still engage with him on the sidelines, if you really want to unpack or get further clarity on issues. What I'm quite excited is that, especially this year, the province is going to be working very closely with our public broadcaster, and we're going to start to see our region at least having some form of representation, on the public. To most up front. Dominate, but we are getting there. The next presentation, ladies and gentlemen, will be from Usis Ralo Pumza, who is an expert on casting, audition preparations, talent development. A lot of the talent that you see on, be it long formats and some of the short formats, commercials that are produced right next door, KZN, and across the country, they come through her agent, or rather her Pura castings. She's a specialist in various areas, but I'm quite interested in what does intimacy coordination entail. Can we please just give a round of applause so that she can engage us? Thank you.
Kodwa ndizela nge-intimacy coordination, yeah. Ndizothetha nge-casting processes. I-audience yam ayindivumeli ukuba ndithethe ngezo zinto namhlanje. Molweni betanani, ninjani? Siyaphila nam. Usually, ndim umntu odla ngokuhama down abantu xa bezawuza ngaphambili, andiqhelanga uthetha ngaphambili. So le nto yepodium nentoni iyandi-intimidate. Andiqhelanga uma kwipodium ngolu hlobo. Usually xa ndisebenza, because I always do ama-workshops, I always work with actors, so I'm always there. So le into yoma apha phambili ndi-intimidated kancinci. Usually I make stars, ndim owenza izitars. And now when the spotlight is on me, ndine-nerves. Now I understand the actors when they come to my audition room ukuthi bafila kanjani. Now I get it. Igama lam ndinguPhumza wakwaRhalo, intombi ekhulela eRhini. Ndizalelwe mna apha eRhini, ndakhulela apha eRhini. Kodwa ke ngokomsebenzi nemfundo ndiye ndahamba ndaphuma ndaya ngaphandle, ngoba kaloku ngelaa xesha babengekho abantu abafana nani abazosinikeza ithemba ukuthi izinto zingenzeka nakuthi. So kwanyanzeleka into yokuba ndiphume ndiye ngaphandle ukuze ndibe ngulo mntu ndinguye namhlanje. Kodwa ke ndiyathemba ngokubakho kwi-programs ezinjena sizawukwazi ukuhlala ekhaya siphuhlise abantu basekhaya. Ne? I'm a casting director. Yintoni iphi la mic? Where is the microphone? No, lay by. Huh? The cordless one. So, I'm a casting director. Nam ndangayazi ba yintoni casting director. I didn't know what a casting director was. Uphuma kwami entsika. Ugqiba kwami imatric ndandingazazi ba ndifuna ukufundela ukuba yintoni. I didn't know completely. I didn't know. Mhlambi ndandingekho sure noba ndizampasa na u-10. Ndapasa, and then the course that was available, kwathiwa ekhaya uyahamba uye esikolweni. Ndaya esikolweni ndayofunda eBorder Technikon. Ndafika ndathatha i-course eyayi-available kwakusathathwa kuyo, because ndaya esikolweni ngoJanuwari. Ndathatha i-course ekwakuthathwa kuyo, which was i-marketing. Ndithe ndiyifunda i-marketing, I was like, man, ayindim lo. Ayonto yam le, andifuni uba lapha. So kokuqala sasifunda i-law ngesiXhosa. I was like, ndifuna ukhumsha. Ndifuna ukhumsha, I want to speak English. Ngoku xa ndizawusuka ngapha eRhini entsika ndizofunda i-mercantile law apha ngesiXhosa, bayandisokolisa abantu. Kwala ngenye i-festival, it was arts festival, nge-festival sezapha eRhini ndigodukile. Ndandlule roads. Xa ndidlule roads, babhizi abantu base-roads. Abanye baphethe amaphepha, abanye bayadansa, babheka ngapha nangapha. Ndahamba phaa efestireni ndajonga, ndabona ubhuti endimaziyo. Ndabona ubhuti enkosi ibhuti wam, ndingasuka mos ndidakase apha. Beke. Ndabona omnye ubhuti endimaziyo, ohlala eJoza wayesenza i-arts wayeperform. Wanibona naye wathi, ndathi ke mna ke futhi nenza ntoni apha? Wathi no, rehearsa kwishow ezawuqala ngoku. Ndathi ke mna ke okay, ndingazobukela? Wathi yena ke ewe ngena izobukela. Ndangena ndabukela ishow. That's when I realized ukuthi who do I want to be? I was like, I want to be like them. I want to do exactly what they're doing. That's how the birth of performance came to me. And also, I used to work for Love Life. Whenever we're doing a presentation, xa sisiya kwezi zikolo, bendisithi xa ndime ngaphambili ndithetha nabantu ndizive mani ukuthi tyhini ndinguphumza. Ndiyathanda uengage nabantu, you understand? That's when I realized. I then moved and applied and went to and applied for isikolo. Ndahamba ndaya eDurban. Xa ndifika eDurban, bathi for i-audition ufuneka wenze monologue. Andiyazi noyazi uba yintoni monologue. Bathi funeka wenze monologue, a poem, a prose, and a song. Enye into endiyaziyo apha yilaa song. Because esikolweni entsika khange ndiyifunde idrama. Ndabuyela kulaa bhuti ndathi bathi bafuna imonologue. Yintoni imonologue? Wandinika imonologue laa bhuti wathi nantsi imonologue. Ndahamba ndaya e-DAY3 ndafika ndayenza le monologue. Ndandingayazi noba okay. Ndaperforma, uyangena etheatre, uperforma, you're auditioning for i-registration. Ndaperforma, ndagqiba. Yaphakama ilecture yaqhwaba izandla yathi, why did you choose a men's monologue? I was like, hayi, indoda. Okokuqala wandinika imonologue uthee, thou, thy. I'm a first performer, uzondinika uShakespeare. My audition was in Shakespeare. I was doing thee, thou, thy. That's why I didn't even pick up if this is a man or a female, because I didn't know what I was doing. But with that one audition, I got through and I studied. I studied drama. And then I moved to Joburg. In Joburg, I met a lady who was Portia Gumede. At the time, she was still writing in Kapa. I don't know what Portia saw in me, because when she was writing, she kept on giving me treatments and say, please read here, tell me what do you think. And whenever I'm reading, when I have to give her notes, I was always interested in the characters. Ukuthi, how did you give birth to this character? What is this person? How are these people related? What are the characteristics? What are the character traits of this character and whatever? And then Portia was like, you're going to help me cast for this. That's when I discovered my love for casting, because casting is storytelling. Sisasonke. Andifuni siyithathe incoko le iklasi lena ne. So ndicela singabikho serious. If uyafila mhlawumbe uzawulibala umbuzo wakho, phakamisa isandla sakho sincokole, uyeva? Ne? Cool, ndasebenza ke wayibhala uPortia Inkaba, ndacast Inkaba. Wayibhala uPortia Gold Diggers. I was casting for Gold Diggers. Wabhala uPortia Greed and Desire. I was casting for Greed and Desire. Ndamshiya uPortia kwi-Greed and Desire, ndahamba ndafumana ifone call ngoku sendisisiqumama saseGoli. Mna ndifowunelwa eGeneration. I never applied, I never submitted my CV. I got a call. What to Generation? We're looking for a casting director and we got your CV. I was like, yes, I'm available. I went and I was casting for Generations for 3 years. And then after that, I got another call from Ubab Dumandlovu. What, I need you in Durban. And I was very happy to have to go back to Durban, because kaloku ndifunde Durban. Wathi siyacela uzokhasta imbewu. Ndahamba ndaye eDurban ndayokhasta imbewu. Wathi utata uDuma, hayi khona enye ishow endiyenzayo endiyibhalayo umkhokha. Ndicela uzosikhastela umkhokha, ndawukhasta umkhokha. Waphinda wathi, hayi khona ihostel sifumene season 3. Ndicela uzosenzela ihostel, ndawenza season 3. So igama lam nguPhumza Ralo and I'm a casting director. Namhlanje ke audience yam is quite different, because I usually do my workshop with actors, but today ndithe xa ndifika Eastern Cape and I saw abantu endihamba nabo, they are filmmakers. So I was like, this is now an opportunity to speak to filmmakers about the casting, the importance of the casting process. Because today filmmakers, they feel like ukuthi hayi ndingazikhastela. But ukukasta kudinga a specific attention, because wrong casting can cost you money with production yakho. And that's what we're going to talk about today. Ne? Ubhuti usevezile, okay, cool. Enkosi bhuti wami, thank you so much. Cool, now I'm speaking to the people that are actually producing the work of Babhali's story, and then also kukho umntu ondibuze umbuzo obalulekile izolo bendithetha naye one of the kids balapha eRhini. Ndithe xa ndisithi I'm a casting director, wathi yintoni leyo sisi? And yenzeka njani, and also the processes. The process of casting kuthiwa ngesixhosa ndiyeza bhuti wam. Ngesixhosa mhlawumbi ndingathi kulapho kuhlolwa khona isakhono sakho. Sokuthi uzawuba suitable na if ndikhangela utamkhulu, uyafana notamkhulu na. You understand? So ke ngoku i-producers, they write their own story. Ubhala kwabo story sabo, xa begqibile ubhala story, and then they start crewing up. I'm one of the people that gets crew up. A casting process is one of the first phases of any production. You understand? So bayabhala ababhali, and then bakhupha ama-character briefs. I-character briefs zize kum, Phumza Khalo, kuthiwe Phumza sicela usikhangele esi story. We're looking for umama notata banonyana abawu-2 umhlawumbi, omnye una 18, omnye una 21, kunye ne-cousin who is a girl. This is a family, right? They then send those character briefs to me as a casting director to say, sicela usikhangelela aba bantu. Ndihambe ke mna ke ngoku ndihambe ndiyothetha nee-agencies. Ndithi kwii-agencies ndikhangela umama ona 45 years old. Bazandithumela ke inqwaba yabantu abanabo in their database. And then I have to do those auditions to look for that person. I have to sit with the producer down, the people that are producing the show, and then they have to tell me their world. Okay, Phumza, le show ishuthelwa eRhini, it's based on eRhini. So sifuna abantu that are relatable, because these stories esizibhalayo, they need to be relatable to where we are telling these stories. You understand? So now I have to do those auditions and go and find you as a producer and find the relevant people. After that, I have to present whatever database that I have, the footage that I've done, and present it to you and tell you, ukuthi Usipho came to audition for ulo tata una 50, okanye lo mama una 50. Yes, Yana, she is a good actor or whatever, but akekho suitable ngoku for le role. Nango yena mntu suitable. And I love presenting new people. You understand? Abantu abatsha in TV, instead of seeing aba sibabonayo and whatever. Yes, it is safe to have those people. It's safe because ndiyayazi into yokuba if I get an actor who has been on TV, ndiyamazi ukuthi uzandinika ntoni. You understand? But also nabo, they have to go through the process of auditioning. You understand? So now I have to go back and present those people to the producers, and then they agree. I'm not the one who says yes, but I have to go and sell you to the producer and say, lo umntu ugood ngolu hlobo nolu hlobo nolu hlobo. Right? Isavakala. Bhuti wam unombuzo. Oh, ikhona enye. How do I deal
with the disappointment yomntu ubumfuna awamfumana? Like a cast member umntu like is perfect for a role.
Yes.
But you find that they don't show up on the day.
Of the audition?
Yeah, no, you've done the audition. You found the perfect person.
Yes.
Now it's time for shooting.
Yes.
They don't pitch.
Siyadlula kaloku usho ukuthi uzandisokolisa kwi-production yami yonke.
There we go. All right.
Usidlulile simkile usho ukuthi uzawungafiki ngemini ekushuthwa ngayo.
Okay,
So
I do the same thing
namhlanje.
I do the same thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, yes.
Xa ungafikanga namhlanje usho ukuthi awuzofika ndishutha. Uyaqonda? Ewe bhuti. Quickly.
Hello sisi.
Yes.
Ndicela ukubuza sisi wami,
Yes.
nidila njani nalento legends ezithi zona they can't audition anymore because they've been around for years.
Yes.
And then ufike ukuthi kwezinye i-productions
Mm.
lo muntu bazomqasha because kudala bembone actor bathi no yiza nje yami usenzele lento odume ngayo. Ave sikayenza lanto bekenza on the previous show.
I-problem ileyo bendizawuza apho isibanayo leyo problem. Ewe bakhona abantu who believe in that notion, and andithi ba-wrong, abekho wrong, ne? But also leyo nto ikwenza ube yi-typecast, because kaloku if ndiza kuthatha usho ukuthi ndikuthatha ngento bendikubona uyidlala kwenye ishow, ya understand? Le character ndiyibhalileyo ngoku ayifani naleya. Ingafani mhlambi, let's say udlale umfundisi generations okanye kuzalo wawushaya la mfundisi pha. Lo umfundisi kule show yami awufani nalowa. And the next thing, ngoku xa ndukhasta ndiyatypecaster because of ndifuna wenze laa nto ubuyenze phaa. You understand? So it's always good to audition people. Sometimes it's a thing of screening and checking chemistry with other people. Are you gonna gel in this world? Because casting is about chemistry. So if I'm just gonna take you for the fact that, oh, okay, fine, we need to buy ngoku. I don't want to mention names. I'm trying to run away. I've told myself ukuthi ungabiza amagama abantu phaa. Ungabiza amagama abantu. So it's a thing of once uyidlale lo role uyidlalileyo phaa, ayifani nale ibhalwe ngoku. Sometimes call them and say, can we do a screening with you? You understand? I believe in the audition process because every character is unique from the other one. You understand? So yes, we do have those kind of challenges, but we do try and find a way of working around them. Ne? Masingeneni ke kuyo emxholweni. Andithi ndithe sithetha nabantu abaprodusayo. Casting is storytelling. Many producers feel like the casting process is a waste of time. A lot of people feel like investing in the casting processes is a waste of ixesha. I don't think it is. For me, the casting process, for me, it's a risk management. You're managing a risk right at the beginning of a production because a lot can happen. You understand? So casting is part of storytelling. Abantu abaninzi bacinga into yokuba storytelling begins when the cameras start rolling. No, storytelling begins when the moment you start looking for the people that are going to tell the story, you have started telling the story. You have started telling the story. The selection of the people that are going to be part of your story, of telling a story, right? The right actors can make or break your show. They can make or break your show. If you cast the wrong people, you might have the most beautiful script ever. But if you cast abantu abarongo, asoze sisive neso script. You understand? Because abantu abaninzi, they don't fall in love with the story. They fall in love with the characters, the people that are telling the story. It's only later that we learn about the story through those people. For instance, umfundisi funeka umbone ukuthi ngumfundisi lona esangena emnyango engekathethi. Presence yakhe, body language yakhe, voice yakhe, stature siso, that is the casting process. You understand? So the moment engekathethi nothetha funeka umbone ukuthi ngumfundisi lo. That is casting. That is the storytelling that I'm talking about. Sisahamba sonke. Wrong casting can cost production yakho. And Tina, we know this in that casting phase. If you're going to have an actor who othatha kade, bakhona bathatha kade doch. Good bona, they are very, very good. Kodwa bathatha kade, xa ushutha nabo ischedule yakho awuyigqibi on the day. You understand? And mna as a casting director, ndiyayazi, I'm making an example. If we're going to take a bongo, this is an example. If we're going to take a bongo and then we take Wiseman, umzekelo, right? And then ndithi ndisithi ndicela sithathe Wiseman, uthi masithathe no bongo. Bongo is suitable for this character. And then as a casting director, I'm going to tell you, yes, Bongo is very good for this role. But do you know this tape that I'm presenting to you as a producer? This is the 7th take of this one scene. This is an example, guys. Ningayothi kubongo uphumza uthengawo. Ningakulingeni yothi uphumza uthengawo. When I come to you as a producer or we go to a channel and they say, we want this person and whatever, I then come back to you and say, yes, they are good for the role. But the tape that you have seen, the little that you have seen, it's take 7 of the audition. So you need to know what you are dealing with on the day. Uguti, you're probably not going to finish usuku lwakho because they're taking forever to learn their lines. They take forever to get direction or whatever. So those are the things that within the casting process that you guys as producers, you need to look out for. You understand? Does it make sense? So, yes, but. So we need to be careful of those things. Oh, dilibele bayikhona enye. Yes.
Enkosi. Siswam kukhona lento isiphazamisayo okanye I feel uba siyahlukumezeka.
Mm.
Singabantu balapha eMzantsi. Kubekho a story about a South African or about South Africa. But we get somebody from outside because lo mntu sithetha ngabantu sithi ngabantu ba they've played key roles ezithile, they've
Yeah.
you know
Yeah.
yeah iyaphazamisa. I would like you to comment on it.
Iyaphazamisa yona. But leyo nto
Uyova.
idependa kwaba bantu who are producing the show. Bona bayazazi ukuthi bafuna ntoni, ukuthi I can't really speak on it because now I've got feelings about it. You understand? I don't know how those decisions come about. I don't know if anyone lapha Rumini who is able to answer that question because we are dealing with that now with this show and Lupita, right? Who's coming to what is she playing? The Miriam Makeba thingy, you understand? It's producers that select those people to play those roles. I don't know the intention and all of that. I wish someone could answer it. I literally, I don't know.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to also answer that as producer that I am.
Yes.
But my question to you as a casting director is that currently we are advocating for the growth and development of the Eastern Cape film industry.
Yes.
I believe as a producer that we've got a raw talent. I normally say to emerging filmmakers that creative arts gumshologu wakwantu, it's ingrained in our DNA. So you'll find out that there are these communities, abantu basezilalini. For instance, let's say I am to shoot a Xhosa epic project. How do you then, as a casting director, ensure that these are the raw talent? What advice do you give to producers that this is that raw talent, but it needs A, B, C, and D, or this is what I've gone out there, without having to recycle people that have been in the industry, because it's tiring. Because you see someone in Uzalo, you see someone at Generation, you see them and everywhere. How do you then, as a casting director, ensure that that raw talent is out there, and you prepared it in such a way that it gets its chance inside? Because if you don't do that, because remember, I'm a producer, all I want to know is to ensure that my budget, I don't exceed, because I don't have any other additional funding. So how do you then position that those talents to that particular project to ensure that they benefit in the
say that last bit?
how do you ensure that the raw talent that
Yes,
you
yes.
have casted and seen,
Yes.
which you believe, remember that you say you are saying that they might take 2 takes, 3 takes, or whatsoever, but at the same time we've got a duty to ensure that they are getting a
We
chance
invest in these people.
yes,
Yeah.
we invest.
Yeah.
Then how do you package it? How do you ensure that it goes across and successfully so?
Yes, those are 2 hats then I will have to wear, which is talent development, because we need to invest in these people. These people are gonna need training. So if I am, let's say, Kukumbu, you guys are producing a show Kukumbu. Kukumbu, obviously, I have to use abantu. I must use people from here. You understand? The people from here must benefit from this project, right? Now, you as a producer, you need to invest in those people. Casting director, I'm here to find talent. If I can't find talent, I'm gonna go and find it somewhere. That is a head of a casting director, right? Also, now you as a producer, you need to invest in kubantu balapha. You understand? By doing what? Workshopping those people. Spot the talent, right? Because having talent on its own, within acting, there's discipline. You understand? There's discipline, there's an etiquette in performance. You understand? If I'm just going to get a person who is just talented, I still have to come back and mold it. And a lot of people have theater background. If we're going to do television, I need to tone those people down and put them back. Now we are dealing with camera. You understand? So workshopping your people, spotting your talent and put them all, now workshop your play. Rather you invest before you even start shooting. Invest in the training process before, because imagine wasting a lot of money, like I said. Wrong casting can cost you time and it will cost you money. You'd rather have an extra day in preparation to start shooting than having to fix it in post. Because fixing it in post is going to take you a lot. It's going to take, you'd rather have an extra day upper in the casting process whereby you train and develop these people and workshop them into these characters instead of fixing it in post, because it's going to cost you a lot. So wrong casting can really, really cost you time, and it will cost you money. You understand? Because the recast is yenzeka. Uyakwazi to shoot phakathi ekushootheni, we realize ukuthi actually this character is not working. Lo mntu okokuqala is overacting and whatever. Now we have to reshoot. You understand? Reshooting is costing what? The production money. You understand? And it's not only the fee or the rate of the actor, it costs you across all departments. You understand? Because if ndikaste utata for udlala utata kaJabu, and the next thing, now I have to recast ndithathe ubhuti to play the very same role. Wardrobe department, it's fucked. Sorry. Already. I-wardrobe department kubi kuyabheda kuyo, because kaloku la wardrobe katata ayimsumlingana ubhuti, funeka siphinde sihambe siyaqaleni sikhuphe enye imali siyothenga i-wardrobe entsha for yena. You understand? I-art department nayo it's suffering because already iroom yakho sesifake izithombe zakho. We had to do a photo shoot with you. You understand? Now art department has to start again and do all of those preparations. You understand? So invest correct casting process will save you that money. Budzwai?
Phumza,
Unjani Budzwai?
siyaphila khona kunjani.
Siyaphila la.
Molweni bantu. Yeah. On the side of lo busitsho bhuti bangaba kuthathwe umuntu waphesheya azodlala lead. One thing we must look at, who is the producer, and the producer wants to make money. They will tell you,
Yeah.
we're not in the business of charity, no. Because they should understand this is business, it's business. Yeah, because I still remember way back, was doing theater at the back. So I was directing this show. And there comes a producer, said, that guy is not working hard. I cannot trust that guy with this show because I want to take this show overseas. So I have to make the toughest decision because I've been telling the guy, hey, pull up your socks. You are a missing link from day one. You know, when you cast friends, you see. So now your friend does not respect.
Yes.
You see,
Yes.
even what you're trying to help, he doesn't see. He knows that no, actually I'm gonna go to Baxter. So now I have to make that decision. Today, I'm an enemy of my friend. We don't talk. And I said, so be it. If our friendship was based on lies.
Yeah.
So these are the things that producers, guys, we are going to do these things.
Yeah.
You see, you tell a person, hey, Yeah, so yeah.
Okay, Ngosi Budzwai. Cela sidlule kwi-slides zami bhuti phezulu. What casting directors really look for is far beyond the talent, right? We're looking for authenticity, for emotional truth, for people that listen, and for people that are prepared, for people that are showing professionalism, and people that are adaptable, that can adapt easily. What do I mean by all? I'm just going to summarize all of that together. Authenticity, we need characters that are relatable. We need people that are relatable, people that we see in our communities. As artists, you need to be observant. Look around. See how people, the mannerism of people around you, because you'd never know what kind of character you're going to play. You understand? It could be umuntu ohlala eteksini apha emgcam kwakho, and look at them, what do they do? I remember Urabulana played this once on, what's the name of that? Dilibele. I-researcher wayenzayo because isandla sakhe on that show wayophuke isandla, and then he had to do this because asasandla sasebenzi. The consistency of that, the research he did. You know, actors, you forget. You create this character on your own, and you forget, ukuthi, I've got this hand that whatever he was doing, this hand, you bunga. And when I spoke to him, he was like, no, there's a man onjalo ngasekhaya. Uyawuthetha naye, uyahleka sasandla naso siyahleka sithi. You understand? So be observant, watch people around you. You'd never know what kind of character you're gonna get, right? Emotional truth. People that invest in our story. Khona abantu aba-overactayo. People that are overacting. In television, we don't do that. In television, you don't even need to say anything. The lens is gonna pick it up. You don't need to tell me ukuba ukhubekile. Ngokujonga emehlweni nizakubona ukhubekile on television. That's why Kabukeli generation at the end of the scene, then there's a zoom and a close-up scene that captures your face. As an audience, we know already how you're feeling because it's through your eyes. You don't need to tell me, you don't need to shout. Okundibonisa ukuthi unomsindo. You understand? Listening is very important. Most of the time, a character yakho awuyazi. When you listen to the dialogue, you listen to know about your character. You need to listen to the person that you're speaking to. When you read your script, listen to the I. When you're talking about yourself. When you're talking about yourself, you're going to say, I am not selfish. I am not whatever. You get to learn about your character more. Because you have to interpret what you're doing, what you are. You have to interpret the script as balweng. And when you're speaking to someone, when someone says, you are selfish, you do this, you listen to the eyes and the yous. Because you learn a lot, ukuthi how lo muntu indlela nibona ngayo, ukuthi oh, I'm selfish, ukuthi oh, whatever. Listen to the eyes and the yous. So umuntu ongamameli uyambona umuntu ofuna ugqiba lines zakhe. Xa ufunda iscript usufunda lines zakho, funda nezomnye umuntu. Funda nezomnye umuntu so that ukwazi understand ukuthi ungalindela ugqiba eyakho line and then you are not responsive when that person has spoken. Okanye xa kuthetha omnye umuntu wena umile awunazi emotion because awumamelanga ucinga uline wakho. We can pick that up. We can pick that up if uthule and then you are not, and awumamelanga. Camera picks that up. Camera does, it really picks it up. If you're not listening to the other person because uyacinga kanene uthini uline wami olandelayo. You're not present. And camera picks that up. We pick those up when we invest so much time in our casting processes. Lento ithatha ubhutzwayi ukufakana, sanufakana kuba nisazana. Uthi khanifake ndivile wenza show khanifake. Akufakwana apha. Akufakwana apha. Akufakwana apha. Nomsebenzi wakho xa ufaka abantu uzawubonakala. You understand? Uzawubonakala nomsebenzi wakho if ufakiwe. That fell into preparation and professionalism, like I said earlier. Talent on its own, there's discipline. There's a discipline. Kundlela oziphatha ngayo esetini. You'd find extras. I remember we were shooting in Imbewu and Kumbewu, we've got Mamleleti. And then we happened to be shooting gay. Our industry has a holiday. And one of the actors came to Mamleleti, June 16, siyashuta tina 13. And this is just a random person. They have a proper character, you understand? But also the mannerism when you are on set. You understand? Arriving early, arriving on time. Uhlonipha abantu because you go through all the departments. Make sure you know who is who. The first person odibana naye emnyango xa ungena yazi ba yintoni AD. Umuntu ozakwamkela akuthatha emnyango is an AD akuthatha kuse wardrobe ayokubeka esitulweni wardrobe. I mean it's either wardrobe or a makeup. You understand? there's a protocol. There's a protocol. Make sure ukuthi you know who is who on set. You understand? Ukufika late usokolisa wonke umuntu olapha 60 bayeke abu actor nabo. Okwangoku abanye aba by 60 ba behind the camera uyabasokolisa. And also if uzawufika unebhabhalaza ugqiba kwakho uzondiphuza. Uzondiphuza ngalamlomo wakho unebhabhalaza. Professionalism. If uzithanda wena nomsebenzi wakho uzawubonakala. Ne? And adaptability also within that process. Because as new directors, they get very excited. When you are an actor, a versatile, be able to adapt. As izinto can change on set. Immediately, be that actor who is quick on their feet, who are able to learn. Because the director can literally give you, and rather say, let's not follow the script. How do you think we should do the scene? I've got a director, Johnny Babazano. I used to work with Johnny Babazano. Johnny Babazano stands there and say, let's run the scene. Do we know what we're doing here? I'm not going to direct it. This is your house. This is your kitchen. You know where the sink is. You know what's in the fridge. Walk around, do what you need to do. Ungabila actor, hayi mina ndifuna udirectwa. Ndithi ndiyephi. Be adaptable. You understand? In the audition audition process, that's where we see those things. That is the feedback we give to the producers. Ukuthi, no, this person is adaptable. Okanye lo, funeka umhlalise phansi understand this. Ukuthi kwenziwa nje nanje nanje, asisoze ke sigqibe ukushuta. Do you understand? Masambe bhuti. Ukhona nombuzo?
On two? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sisi. Just two quick questions. For Umdu who wants to be a casting director, what are the skills of Funigu's equipped? Because you have to have an understanding of directing, understanding of writing, understanding of acting, so that like you can advise directors about learning you have to be aware of these things. So Umdu's aspiring to be
I think ndancedwa kukuya esikolweni.
okay.
I think ndancedwa kukuya esikolweni ndiyozifunda zonke because, and also being exposed to Urban Brew Studios. Because ukufika kwami eGauteng, the first space I worked in was Urban Brew Studios. And also, like I said, I'm an actress by profession. So I understand script. We did script esikolweni. I understand character development. I understand characterization. I understand all of those things. Casting is all about instinct and being able to have an eye for talent. It needs an eye.
Awesome, Sisi. And then my last one, because I'm trying to think of the difference between a casting director and an agent. So as you are bringing the young talent or the talent in, do you speak to them about their rates? Do you
Yeah, an
negotiate their-
agent and a casting director are totally two different people. We speak to the agencies. An agent is a person who has a database of actors. On a database, I'm not an agent. The agent ngabantu ababane database of actors that want to be on television. I then, when I'm looking for talent, I go and speak to agencies and say, I'm looking for a 14-year-old, I'm looking for a 21-year-old, I'm looking for a 68-year-old. And then when as an agent, you give me those people and I audition them.
Awesome.
When as an agent, you keep them in your database and go to the industry and say, I've got these people that I'm representing. You as an agent, you negotiate their rates, you negotiate, you take care of their schedule, you just managing them.
Okay, thank you, Sisi. I've always confused the two.
Enkosi kumbuzo pha. Masambe bhuti ngicela ungitshintshele islide.
Molweni, enkosi kakhulu. Umbuzo wami, all right, not all of us are having agents. Because when I would we are agent.
Yes.
Yes. So now you are this talented person that doesn't have an agent. Kwenzeka kanjani kubantu abafana nabo?
Fortunately, because I'm ndonqeni. Mna ndicasta noba ndihleli kwaMax. Noba ndihleli ePolars, ndiyacasta. Mna ndicasta noba ndiphi. What's important to me is talent. You understand? Fortunately, I'm not one of those lazy ones that are gonna dependent on agencies, because a lot of people, like you are saying, don't have representation. They don't have agencies. I go to organizations, the art centers. that are there in the communities, because that's where you find the gems of people. You understand? Kukho abantu talented that are stuck in extras agencies. You understand? I do workshops. Owami umsebenzi ukuthi I do workshop, I do talent development. I've got my own database of people that have agencies or don't have agencies. What I then do, if you come to my classes or whatever, I keep you in my database because for future castings that I might have. If you do have an agency, I'm going to ask you who's your agent, and then I go and speak to your agent. If you don't have an agent, I then advise you accordingly, because remember, I'm an actress first. So I always advocate for actors. You understand? So uphendula umbuzo wakho, yes, a lot of people don't have agencies, but we need to go out there as casting director and open the pool of casting yakho. There's a process that's called open casting. We open casting, kulapho ke uzayifaka ku-Facebook, ufike naba ke ngoku baza kumoshela ixesha. Aba bayithandayo i-TV kodwa hayi ayikho yona italent. Ngabo ke abathanda ugcwalisa pha. Bayayithanda torho, bayayithanda i-TV. There's nothing wrong ukuyithanda ukuba seTVini. But yey, akwenzeki. But we have to see them because you never know who you're going to meet there. You understand? So, yes, we do have open casting for those people. Yo, yafundwa wakho umbuzo. Yo.
I had to write it down. Sis Pumza,
Yes.
you did say, in order to see talent, or maybe talent is by analyzing people around you, their mannerisms and how they see life.
Yeah.
Would that be one of the non-acting skills that can determine the qualities that you are looking for to determine whether they can be good for that certain role, or are there
Andukuvanga phinda?
are those the non-acting skills or qualities that you look for to determine if an actor is reliable on set?
Andimuva ubhuti, ngicela undiphindele lo mbuzo ngxaki uyawufunda. Khawuzama uyisummarize. Usummarize. Mhlawumbe uzakwenza sense.
You said that you said that to see if someone is reliable on set.
Reliable.
You see how their mannerisms. Normal scene, and you can see how people are what people are doing at scene. Is that the non-acting skills or qualities that you're looking for to determine if they are reliable on set?
Okay, I feel like you're speaking about two different things that I mentioned. When I was saying watching people around you, I was speaking to a performer. Be observant. Watch your surrounding. Look at people, ukuthi, because you never know ukuthi uzocastwa phi. You understand? It's to be observant. And now I'm trying to understand your other question of mannerism.
Maybe, yeah, I was like trying to, like the observant thing, being observant.
Yeah.
And people.
That is a person who's already trained. You understand?
Okay.
You could be sitting here and watch usisi ukuthi uhleli kanjani. You understand? And then mhlambi character ozayidlala is someone who's conservative, and you need to see ukuthi lo sisi for me to like yabo ukha ufo. You understand? You are being observant. You're looking at her ukuthi uziphethe kanjani, what is the mannerism yakhe, because le character nzayidlala umzali okanye nguprincipal okanye ngumhloli. You understand? That's what I meant. They understand? Also, if you're going to say, because the cast Max, it's a thing of sometimes you never know the characters that you're gonna see. There was a good and see someone who's very interesting. And some other people, they don't even know that they have talent, but I see it. Because you can see nguyo Pete and nguyo Beyonce wale team. And because I'm casting for something, I can see ukuthi, let me invite you to come to my audition room. I just want to see. And then you didn't realize when you've got talent, or you could potentially be on a show or be cast for something. You understand? But not because I can see it, because I've got the eye. I'll usually come and say, Unjan, igama lam nguPhumza, I'm a casting director. Ndicela ukunika inamba yam. Can you come and see me endaweni ethile nethile? And you're like, for what? I'm like, no, we'll talk. You understand? And then I put you on camera, and then I discover, wow, this person can act. You understand?
Okay, again,
Did I answer you now?
yeah, you answered me.
Yeah.
Sis. Last one, Gengo. Method acting.
Yeah.
On a psychological perspective, it is considered dangerous. Would you recommend someone method acting in terms of auditioning for that role? Would you recommend method acting?
Your casting brief will tell you what kind of method you need to use.
Okay.
Your casting brief will tell you exactly how to prep for that character.
Okay.
Which is what we're going to speak about now. Where is that casting brief thingy? You will decide after you have read and understood a character yakho ukuthi what kind, and then you decide ukuthi, am I doing Stanislavski? Am I doing method acting here? It depends, genre to genre, you understand? So you will decide when having read ukuthi which method am I using to tell the story. Right? Cool. Ndicela sidlule. Bendisenzile esi? Yes. Now we go back to creating to the producers again. Ndicela producers to write better audition briefs. Choose appropriate scenes. Creating respectful audition environment, giving actors enough information, working collaboratively with casting directors. And this works for everyone in that creative space of the casting processes, right? A brief, it needs to tell you the background of this person, because it can say, Sipho is 20-year-old boy from Emlazi, iphele apho. Tell me about Usipo so that I can prep for Usipo kahle. What is the background, Usipo? Because the little scene that you're gonna give me, it's not gonna give me. Yes, actors, when as an actor, after having read the scene, you also have a responsibility of doing your own research, what kind of a person this person is, but you're gonna get that from the brief. Tell me, ugo to Sipho, ukhule nomakhulu wakhe notatakhe ukhule kusokolwa kokwabo, and now uSipho useyagxothwa esikolweni because of he has become a bully because of kokwabo umamakhe wayebetha utatakhe. That is a casting brief. You understand? It must not, don't give me 2 lines, give me something that I can work with when I'm delivering these few lines that you have given me. Right? So when we are issuing out a casting brief, make sure you give me enough, give your performers enough information to play with. You understand? Even when we are choosing audition scenes, it's very frustrating to do an audition scene with 3 people in it, or 4 other characters. And this is an audition scene. Where am I gonna place these people? Because I only have this one camera that is looking at me. Now, as a casting director, because now we're dealing with self-tapes, imagine receiving a script that has multiple characters in it. Now I have to look here, place this one here, and place this one here. Or let's say it's a live audition. I only have one reader who is gonna be here right in front of me. So when we're issuing those in, let's try and make it a duologue. It works best, making it a duologue. And also when we are picking these scenes for the audition, can they have color? There's nothing I can do with this scene, it's just plain. When you give actors something to play with so that it has color, it has different emotions. It's beautiful. So when we choose this scene for auditions, let us choose nice and beautiful scene that is gonna give us depth, to see the depth of the actors. Right, Sister Song? Creating respectful audition environment. Singa audition hotel. Singayo audition hotel. Sixoxe lento. Right? Let's create safe environments for your auditions and respectful spaces. When people are coming to audition, everyone, first of all, audition process is not a competition. I wish actors, okay, I wish actors could stop treating audition as competition. We're not here to compete. You are here to show me your interpretation of this character, how you, and we're never going to understand it the same. We're never going to play it the same. Your performance choices will differ from the other person's choices. And you are here to make my work easy. You are here to say, choose me, this is how I've understood the scene, and try and play it to your best of your ability. So it's not a competition, you understand? Creating, what I mean about respectful, everyone, let's treat people the same when they come to your audition. You understand? A lot of people get very frustrated. Ukuthi, why is Lusanda gonna come into the audition yam angene adlule thina sisetyhwini ahamba angene aye phakathi asishiye apha etyhwini or whatever. Lusanda une-representation. I-representation kaSisanda ithe, mna as a professional casting director, I have allocated times to people. Ukuthi we are starting audition ngexesha elithile. Ngexesha elithile. Lusanda uyalazi ixesha lakhe xa esiza kwi-audition ukuthi ixesha lam leli. We understand? Kukho aba bangenazo i-representation bangena bathetheleli. We understand? So xa ezawungena yena adlule abheke pha. It's not ukuthi ubalulekile kunaba bantu balapha. You understand? But there's a protocol. Sometimes it's a thing of ungenisiwe because ichomi yakho lanto bekuthiwe bantu niyabafaka. Ukuthi you are producing a show and Lusanda is your friend, and then you say, no, it's fine. Uzawuthi xa ufika ndikufake. Let's not do that to our actors. Let's not do that as producers, as the people that's why I'm saying let's create respectful audition environment when we do these auditions. You understand?
Inkosi sisi wami ngothatha umbuzo. Molweni. Inkosi. Ndicela sithethe nge-social media sisi wami.
Yo.
As a casting director, do you ever look to social media to cast for characters ezithile? And kukho lento ithi ubana abantu abathile bangena kuba bene-followers ezinga. Ngaba yinto ejongwayo leyo xa kusenziwa i-casting? I-followers bawu-active na ku-social media, unabalandeli abangakanani, uthandeka kangakanani, or does it not have an effect on whether you get the role or not?
They do mntasekhaya. Zikhona ezinye indawo ne-productions eziyenzayo, because I was told some of the actors, they do say ukuthi in the audition form they ask you ukuthi what is your following. Unfortunately, I don't cast that. I don't cast the following yakho. I cast talent. I want to tell the story. I don't believe in it. Yes, they do believe. They do that. Abanye abantu ukuthi check following yakho, and blame lapho ukuthi wase SABC sometimes. Not was SABC, just the commissioning editors sometimes. Ukuthi who are we casting? Because they have to have that person who's going to be a crowd puller. That person who's going to make the money. If I get a Mihlali Ndamase in my show, Mihlali Ndamase has 2 million followers, right? Go 8 o'clock, yonke la 2 million yakhe is going to watch that show. That's how they work. Sometimes. It's one of those ukuthi mthatha umfake manje abafumana abantu uzobuya uyathi yabona ufuna ukulwa. But yenzeka sometimes ngelo hlobo. Ukuthi i-draw card, sometimes the draw card, the crowd pullers, you understand? They take those people that are going to pull crowds. But I really don't believe in that. Yes, sometimes we do when I'm specifically, let's say brief is so specific, it says, ifuna indoni yamanzi. You understand? Indoni yamanzi mos ngaba bantu banaba buhle bunomkhitha. You understand? Sometimes I would go on social media and try and find these nice, beautiful, dark beauties and whatever. But I still have to screen you. I still have to audition you. You understand? So we use it in that sense, especially when the script is so specific. So I'm sure ufuna uphendula kula nto ye-following. No, sisemva kwakho ufuna uphendula.
Okay, Enkosi, just to, I don't know whether it's pendula or what, but I think I fully agree with you. Characters are very complex, and you cannot use social media following to make that decision. But I think what had happened, and it has to do with how social media sort of spiked in South Africa, and they thought that if you have 2 million followers, you would then that would translate to screen or to ARs for us. And it was a space that was not researched, a space that they were just taking a chance. And I think there has been an acknowledgement that that is a mistake. So also, social media and television are two different mediums. I always say that. What's on screen on TV and what's on social media is a different medium. Just like you have newspapers and magazines and so on. It's two different mediums. We make content for television.
Yes.
The digital screen or the social media is secondary. So this is where we are now. So I think because of those mistakes that we had made, we have now moved to a space where we understand that characterization needs to be done differently to social media, and social media should not be an influence.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bhuti. Thank you. Pendulekile sis. No sis ngicela usisi apha ecam kwakho. Uzoniphendulela wena naye.
I think it also depends
Yeah.
on the type of film, right? I'll speak from a tourism and film authority side. Have encouraged emerging filmmakers to pursue emerging talent that's about to launch into mainstream. And this is to elevate their storyline, particularly if the storyline is very strong. So it depends. It's not necessarily the social media aspect, but it's about how that talent is positioning themselves. What is the thread? We don't, as an entity, associate with talent that does not represent the authenticity of the province. And that is how we've advised filmmakers from time to time. On the commercial side, we don't influence at all. We don't have a say, we don't get into that conversation. But for the independent filmmakers that are funded and supported by us, we will say, try and get your lead to be emerging. Umbali Vimbela, for example, Wiseman are all products that came from independent filmmakers just before they got onto Uzalo. So what you see on Uzalo from the SABC side, they've actually done the groundwork in terms of working independent and building their brands, that by the time a big feature project comes to the fore, we have that negotiating power, or we sit at the table with you as a filmmaker. Now, from a talent side, I will say we don't always deal with you guys, but we do engage casting directors to advise the sector. Yours is to understand, what is it that I want to be linked with? What type of storylines do I want to be associated with or branded and affiliated to? And what range do I then want to be seen and known for? Which is, the conversations we're having. We're seeing Ustom. Ustomo was a talent that came back into emerging content for the last 2 years because he had gone off television. He went independent. We were seeing him in some of the projects we were funding, and now he's gone back up and elevated. Yeah, bo. So it's understanding that terrain as talent.
All right, Munwen. Yes. All right. Mine is for you. What effect does surely you have a time frame into getting a cast ready, right? How does that affect you, and the budget? Do you have how is a budget allocated for you, and just take us through on what how is time set for you and how is budget set for you?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Andiyazi noba ufuna ukwazi umholo wami nasi izithetha le. But what I would say is production gives me that time frame. Ukuthi Phumza, as a casting director, we are doing this project and we're starting to shoot. I'm going to make an example. I've got a project that I'm casting for now in August. They are shooting in Durban for 18 days. They haven't started shooting. I've been speaking with them last month already. You understand? Whereby they have said, "Ukuthi, we want you to cast for this and whatever, whatever." So it's the production that gives me the time frame to say, "Ukuthi, we're going to do a casting for 3 weeks," for example. We are siyaqala thina ukushuta nge-14 okanye nge-15 ka-August. Siyaqala ukushuta, and then by ixesha elithile, by 30th of July, we need to be done with the casting. All the information has been handed over to a production. So they give you a time frame for that. Do you understand? And then you, as a casting director, then do your own schedule. Ukuthi, I'm going to do the first phase, which is maybe I'm going to start with self-tapes. After self-tapes, I then move into the in-person audition. And then after in-person audition, I then do callbacks with the producers and invite them to come into the room and watch we do the audition together and collaborate right here. And then after that, we confirm cast. You understand? So you get given that time frame. Ukuthi, siyaqala thina ukushuta nge-18. We need by the 1st of July, but the 1st of August, every cast needs to be locked. I understand. Yes, of course, there is a budget that is allocated for that. And
Sorry, that budget, right?
yes.
How does it affect your work? Like, let's say you get 10 rand, you have to do this in 2 weeks, or you get 100,000 rand and you've got 2 months. I'm just asking, how does it work that your budget, when they give you the budget, or you can?
In affect kanjani mina budget? Well, it's from preparation. From the moment I start preparing for these auditions, it's I don't know if I'm there understanding. Can someone help me?
To say that's the budget allocation for talent, the investment into talent. So you see, that
for
part-
talent.
Yes.
Oh no, I
investment,
don't
yeah.
negotiate that.
Yes.
That production does that. Mna, I source talent. They give me budget to get my camera people, audition the people, and then negotiations and everything that is done by the production. They are the ones that know the money. They know, this character, this is the rate for this character. This is what we have in the budget for this character. And then they negotiate. Those negotiations can sometimes go well, they can sometimes go bad. A lot of people, sometimes they do lose work because of budget. You understand? So that is negotiated by producers of the show. There's an accountant in the production that discuss all of those things. The moment I hand over and say I'm done with my audition and they've confirmed people, then they start negotiation. Not unless I'm a casting director that is inside the production. When I'm inside, I'm working with production, then negotiation is also done by me. I have to negotiate with those agencies. Do you understand? So when as a producer ye show yako, you know ukuthi 200,000 is allocated for cast. Is allocated for cast, and then you decide ukuthi who is getting what and how much. Understand?
Hi, Sissy. Okay, so just a comment on the first, this topic, right? I've always been of the opinion that influencers are not actors. Neither are reality TV stars, those are not actors. There was a time where a cameo was more than enough, to bring in the crowd. You make an appearance and then that's it.
Yes.
I've got a thing about influencers, reality TV stars taking jobs of people that have studied and perfected their passion and their art. It's terrible, in my opinion. That's the one comment, right? And then the one thing I wanted to ask you was around raw talent. Once again, we talk about how people perfect their craft and the amount of work that goes into it. I mean, just looking at acting right off the bat, the memory skills that you would actually need to have for you to remember all those lines all the time. How does it work when it comes to raw talent? Because I see you standing there, Kwamex, as you were saying, right? You've got you've got the look, you've got the voice, you've got, whatever it is that you've got that me as a casting director, I see. But how do I cultivate you into this image of, where I'm linking you to in terms of my movie, my series, whatever it is? while also not impacting the time it's going to take, because now you're on the job training. Or do you even want to be an actor? Do I need to convince you? You know, there's those elements. I just wanted to get a little bit more insight on what does that mean.
Workshopping, attending workshops. If you have decided or have chosen to be, not all of us can afford to go and get formal training, you understand? But there are people that do that host a workshop. So if you are an actor, you need to invest. If you have decided, I want to be an actor, then you will invest your time and find the people. There are acting coaches. Find an acting coach if you have made the decision now, since you were spotted. Now, if you have decided, actually, I think I can do this, because it's not easy. If, for instance, if I'm the one who spotted you and say, please come and do this, and then I realize, actually, there is something within here. I need to workshop you. I need to make you understand. Sometimes that casting works. Sometimes it falls flat. It doesn't work. Then I have to move on. But also, it's a thing of workshopping your people, workshop your talent. Yeah. Cool. Ndiyagxothwa once loo bhuti eme apha usho ukuthi ndigxothiwe ixesha lam liphelile. Kodwa ke enkosi, guys, I wanted to do another session which is another slide with the actors ukuthi what is expected of you the moment you walk through the room, because the audition yakho, when you go for audition, the actors, the mistake they make, they wait to be on their mark and then camera iti action. No. Your audition starts the moment you walk through the door. The moment ungena, we are sizing you up. Siyakubona confidence yakho, siyakubona ukuthi uyoyika, siyakubona ukuthi une-nerves. Okokuqala, ndinabantu abayi-50 endibabonileyo before ungene. Kukho abayi-50 abesemva kwakho. I don't want to know uba une-nerves. I don't want to know ukuthi umbane ubuphelile kwamnyama andikwazanga ufunda andiyazi dialogue. Ndicela uphathe iscript. You are wasting my time. You are come prepared. You understand? So I wanted to do that slide, but hopefully there's an inviter somewhere to speak more on it. Enkosi, ndiyabulela.
Inkosi kakhulu sisi wami, siyabulela nathi. Thanks for the passion, man. Uyayiphila le nto. Ilapha kuwe, so certainly sizaphinda sikucela. You know, kaMandu ngowalapha ephondweni, so izawuba lula ke ngokulona. Ladies and gentlemen, there is going to be a slight alteration to our program. We are requesting that we bump lunch forward by an hour so that we can get in all of the presentations prior to that. And then thereafter, when we emerge from lunch, it's just purely screenings from there on. So I'm hoping that and then just to get these particular sessions. Our next offering is from the National Film and Video Foundation. You would understand that they are a critical player in terms of supporting the sector and growing it. And within our midst, we do have Advocate Tsegofatso, who is going to assist us in unpacking and understanding, you know, the latest funding developments that have, you know, occurred. She's the acting legal compliance and policy manager, where she leads the policy development. She oversees contracts, contract management systems, and manages the NFEF's research function. Please let's give her a round of applause as she comes forward. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you so much, Advocate.
I don't know, you guys don't have my presentation, so I'm not sure if you're going to want to fly it or.
Oh, we don't have it. Okay, let me get a USB and get someone to fly it.
All right. Good morning, everyone. No, okay. Whilst I'm awaiting my presentation to be flighted, a brief introduction. I'm Tsegofatso Sidiane, and I'm not an advocate. I'm an attorney. Unfortunately, the advocacy title is for those that are actually enrolled as advocates, and as such, I'm only admitted as an attorney. Oh, volume. Hello? Oh, here. I think now you can hear me better. I'm Sakhofatso. I'm an attorney of the High Court, not an advocate. I'm the acting legal compliance. Okay. All right.
Oh, asebenzele. Oh.
Okay. Well, apologies, just one moment. Copy. Let's see. Okay. Here it is, Nabab. It's the funding policy presentation.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. Awesome.
All right. As you may know, the National Film and Video Foundation is an entity under the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. In essence, we get our powers from legislation, so we are a creature of statute. So for us to exist as the National Film and Video Foundation, there is a specific act that is in force that allows us to be in existence, and that is where we derive all of our powers, our mandate, our limitations at times. They come from this piece of legislation, which was enacted back in 1997. So you can imagine how outdated this piece of legislation is and the challenges we have in implementing it, because it is so outdated and so much has happened within the industry that is no longer relevant for a 1997 piece of legislation. So in essence, the legislation is outdated, however, we try and make it work. So the legislation is more of a skeleton of how the entity should operate, how we appoint our council members, what qualification they need to have, what should we offer to the industry. So in essence, the legislation just offers a skeleton of how the entity, which is the National Film and Video Foundation, should actually be operating. And then to that, the legislation will just show what needs to happen during staff meetings, advisory panel sessions, meetings with council, qualifications of council members, performance of functions outside the Republic. If you are not aware, we do have other functions outside the Republic. We attend film festivals in order to showcase our own talent and showcase our own productions that you may have in South Africa. So it is just a skeleton of what is expected. So to that skeleton, as we are part of policy, research, as well as legal and compliance, we need to add flesh to that policy, to that act, which is our policies. So in essence, we have a funding policy in which you use that as your Bible. It's your guidebook whenever you're applying for funding within the NFVF. So in essence, the process that was followed by us when updating the policy, the previous version of the policy was last updated back in 2022. So we updated this policy. We had various stakeholder engagements in which we sourced some inputs from industry that relates to the policy. So when we do this this review process, we take a look at other legislations, pieces of legislations, any development in terms of legislative frameworks. We take a look at lessons learned, because you find that we had other mistakes in our previous policy. Now we are trying to amend those. And then we just take key takeaways that we actually saw from previous experiences. For instance, we had an issue whereby we fund a filmmaker to actually produce a project and cast, crew not paid, which is unfortunate. People have agreements with this person. Actually, I'd really like to encourage everyone to have everything written down, have an actual agreement. So people have had agreements with these people, and then they come to the national and to the NFVF and say, listen, you funded this project, and now this person is not paying me. What powers do we have? Because our policy was silent on that. What happens if a person just misappropriates the money and decides to go buy a Mercedes or a BM? What do we do? What can we do? So in essence, we tried to improve our policy in order to protect us from such risks that are prevalent in the industry. So we've added clauses that relate to blacklisting of producers or filmmakers should you misappropriate the funds. We try and step in as a mediator of sort between whoever that is complaining about this filmmaker and the filmmaker in order to try and assist them to come to a viable solution. That's what we've been doing thus far. So now we have decided to come up with harsher punishment for the person who misappropriates the money or does not pay people. So it is, hopefully, it will act as a deterrent, because 3 years of not getting funding from the NFVF is something that would be quite significant and will affect you if your sole source of income is in fact filmmaking. So we are hoping that will act as a deterrent, that people will actually be true to the word and pay people what is due to them. So in essence, that is what we did. I'll be taking you through our funding policy. It's quite legalistic. And I know sometimes the law is not so interesting to
It's a disaster. Well, all over social media.
Your idea is not great enough, or not because there's no merit in whatever you're trying to produce, but merely because you missed a compliance a document, something as simple as your triple B.
Yes, it's a disaster. Well, all over social media.
That's the first hurdle that you need
For all the wrong reasons.
when you're applying for funding. So we have our general definitions here. We have definitions
Yonke into enonotha
that will be used
ihlale nokubutsha.
document. It is your general definitions. We have your assessment criteria. We define what bursary is.
Faka isikolo sami enyunyweni.
Is what harassment is. The fact that if you harass your producer,
Nathi ufuna ucacisa police.
harass your staff, what will happen is that again we still have a sanction of, if you investigate and find that indeed there was harassment, then
Into ibisenzeka
not getting you
bafundisi ntsapho.
NFVF, you get
Into ebona
penalized
ngaba
as well. So we have such
bengikucinisele
we
kakhulu
also have our NFVF
Bengirhuda.
social media platforms. We have our Twitter handle, our Instagram handle, our Instagram handle, Facebook. We are on Facebook, we're on YouTube as well as LinkedIn. We also
Now
have
to be
a TikTok
colleagues.
and we have our own website in
Who
which
do not?
you can have sight of all
Who do
the
not?
policies, including the policy that I'm presenting on, which is the funding policy. We also go on to our general definitions, which are defining what a criminal
Amen.
resident is, because
Is your this not a
citizens, and then we also go on to all of the
Ungambethi tofana.
pages of definitions. It's quite a tedious process. If anyone is interested, you can go to the NFVF website and actually have sight of the policy. We also go on to define refugee as well as related persons. And the reason we would even go as far as defining related persons is because, come to think of it, can my husband apply for funding at the NFVF, seeing that I'm employed there? Conflict of interest. So we need to define related persons, because sometimes people think that because he's my estranged husband, it doesn't really mean much because he's estranged. But then at the end of the day, he is a related person and it is still conflict of interest. So it's important for us to define that as well. We also define a South African citizen as you are eligible for funding being a South African citizen. We also go on to define South African company because funding is only available to South African companies and not foreign companies. It needs to be registered within the Republic of South Africa as a company. We also go on to define what an NFVF applicant is. You can be a filmmaker, you can be looking to study film. We have bursary programs available. You can be a person who aspires to make an impact within the industry. You can have a marketing and distribution festival. You can be a student or a training service provider. You can be a variety of things only that are related to the film industry as well as TV. We can move on to the next slide, wherein we have our financial definitions. We go on to define audited financial statements. These are documents that are required at a compliance stage. We also have a budget. When you're submitting an application, obviously, we can't approve it if we don't know what we are paying for. We also have completion bond, completion grantor, bond company, cost of sales, equity partnership, finance plan, finance statement, funding category. Those are all the financial definitions that we have. There hasn't been much change to the definitions. The definitions are the same. However, the only thing that I may say that changed is just how we phrased certain things, but there's nothing significant that we have amended that relates to a definition. We continue with our finance definitions. We have production and development grants. We have other grants that we actually give out, which are your bursaries, archives, training and skills development, marketing and distribution. We also have a definition for gross profit, investment, net profit. The NFVF financial year, it starts on the 1st of April up until the 31st of March. And so if you we have blacklisted you, we say for 3 financial years. So for those 3 financial years, which is the NFVF financial year, which is the 1st of April of each year, ending the 30th of March of the next year. We also have the recoupment as well as recoupment plan. There was a huge uproar by industry when we presented this and we were speaking about recoupment. But it seems like industry had not taken the time to read the policy because recoupment has always been in our policy. I think maybe they were not aware or we hadn't had a similar engagement whereby we actually went through our funding policy. However, recoupment has always been there. We also have sales projection as well as impact. Impact relates to return on investment and social impact for NFVF funded films. We don't necessarily only fund, because we're a development agency, we don't necessarily fund for a profit. So even if a project has some sort of social impact, that is sufficient for us to actually consider that project for funding. We also have defined SARS, which is the South African Revenue Services, as well as strike price. We also have definitions that relate to format. We have animation, animatic, animated series, commercial, co-production. So all of these definitions, you need to familiarize yourself with them. And then we have fiction, we have Bible, we have non-fiction, reality television, schedule, series, Bible, 2 to 3 part TV length documentaries. These are all terms that you'll be coming across throughout the NFVF funding policy. So I will not go into them currently because of time. We define a short. According to the NFVF, a short film is 40 minutes in duration or less. We also define a step outline, storyboard, synopsis, as well as made for TV movies. We also define a pilot, web series, video game. with the previous funding policy, we did not fund any video games. However, due to recent developments, as I did mention before, we have quite outdated legislation, so we did not even consider the world of gaming. However, it is something that we are slowly trying to get into and support, is gaming. So it is no longer an exclusion. We do fund gaming, and we will have calls that are actually directed at gaming. We have definitions that relate to production. We have your chain title, commission production. One thing that I need to actually stress is that the NFVF does not fund commissioned work. And there's a reason for that. Because we are a development agency, we want the IP to remain with who? The filmmaker. We don't want to fund something that will then belong to a broadcaster or whoever distributor that you may choose. What is at the crux of the issue with the NFVF is that the IP should remain, or majority of the IP should remain with the filmmaker at the end of the day. We also define copyright, development, distributor, as well as key creative team. We have other definitions that relate to production. What is a production company? What's a sales agent? What is a slate? A slate is when, I'm sure you've heard of our youth slate, female filmmaker slate. Those are groups of audiovisual projects that a production company will develop and produce, and we do have such calls whereby we request a production company to produce a slate. We also have script, screenplay, first draft screenplay, second draft, final polished draft. This would be in your milestones when you're contracting with the NFVF and you've received funding. We also have production definitions, again, are continued here. We have treatment, we have director's visual treatment, documentary outline, pitch deck, your MTP document, as well as your assembly. These are things that need to be included in your application so that when our adjudicators have a look at your application, they are able to identify the treatment, the visual treatment from the director, as well as the outline, the MTP, as well as the pitch deck. We move on to definitions for marketing and distribution. I don't know, are there any people that are curating marketing and distribution festivals here? Okay, I see. We define film festivals, emerging film festivals, which means 0 to 5 years. We also have intermediate film festivals, which means the film festival has been in operation for over 5 years, but less than 10 years. We have an established film festival that has been in operation for over 10 years. We also have a market. We define what a market is, market and festival attendance. I'm sure some of you have been sponsored or funded by the NFVF to attend a certain film festival. We also do that. And then we also have public screenings in which people can apply to actually host a public screening. And then we have our overview. I'm done with definitions finally. We have our overview of the policy. So in essence, I did say that we have the NFVF Act and that this policy just adds flesh to the existing legislation that we have. So this policy governs the NFVF funding, and it is approved by our council. And it is in accordance with the PFMA, seeing that the NFVF is a government entity. We are governed by certain pieces of legislation, including the PFMA, and we need to adhere to that legislation. In as much as you may think that the NFVF is being difficult by requesting all of these compliance documents. However, this is in accordance with whatever applicable legislation that we are under or that is applicable to us. We then have application must be submitted online. We have an online system which is called Praxis, in which a person can submit the application. If you are not accustomed to our online facilities, a person can come to the NFVF and request to be assisted with the application process. Unfortunately, at this point, The offices of the NFVF are only in Johannesburg, and we do not have other provincial offices. The head office is in Johannesburg, in Housen. So if you're around the Johannesburg area, then you can go in and request assistance when it comes to your funding application. It is the responsibility of the applicant to make sure that the information that they supply is accurate. If you supply information that is not accurate, obviously, your application will not be considered. Those are the small things that a person needs to ensure that they adhere to. We can move on to the next slide that is still with the overview. And then, as I spoke or previously alluded to, here we are saying that anyone who is, when there are allegations for criminal, allegations against the filmmaker for suspicion of criminal, misleading, dishonest, irregular activities or harassment on the production, then the person, if we actually do find that the allegations are true, then the person will be, payment will be suspended for that project that we have funded, as well as the person will have a sanction of not being eligible to apply for NFVF funding for a period of 3 years as well. And then the NFVF has a right and sole discretion to publish the names, contact details and stories and images of successful grant applicants. I don't know if anyone has seen, anytime we have successful applicants that have received funding from the NFVF, the names are published on our website, even on our social media pages. I don't know, maybe some of you were wondering as to why. Because it's state funds, we need to account and say this is where it went. And it's not a secret that I gave company X a funding. So even with PFMA, if you are receiving a grant funding from a state entity, we need to publish your name too, just in the interest of transparency as an entity. So when contracting with the NFVF and you have been approved for funding, that's the first thing that you need to know, is that everyone will know that you received funding. We also have included a new section, as I told you, to mitigate against the risk of persons that do not use the money that is given to them for whatever project accordingly. This is a legal clauses section in which we say how people will be suspended from receiving NFVF funding should you commit any of the offenses in our funding policy. So should you not be paying service providers, or should you misappropriate the money, then you will not be eligible for funding for a period of 3 years. Should you commit any acts of fraud, you'll be ineligible for funding for a period of 5 years. And then should you have complaints from the cast, crew, and service providers, 3 years. And then in instances where the applicant completes the project before applying to the NFVF or before funding announcement, then you forfeit that funding. So you can't apply to the NFVF and say, I'm applying for project X. Meanwhile, you've already completed the project and you just want to pay yourself. So we don't fund you for that. We don't fund you retrospectively. We understand that sometimes you might have started, but you cannot come with the finished project and then expect us to pay you for a finished project. Funding that is approved for a specific company cannot be transferable to another company. There are certain instances that we've had whereby we approve company X, and then company X's directors now have issues together, and now they want to part ways or go their separate ways. And then a person is going to say, no, he can keep the NFVF contract and go with it to the new company. We cannot do that. So if you are approved for funding, you guys will have to stick together for that period of 2 years in order to finish the project, because the project is not, or the contract will not be transferable to another company. Because in essence, we've already done your triple BE scoring from company X that you applied with. So, and the adjudicators approved company X, they did not approve company Y. So in essence, you cannot transfer. As part of our objective, the NFVF is mandated to create, develop, promote the film industry in South Africa. The NFVF does so by empowering, nurturing, and creating opportunities for South Africans in the audiovisual ecosystem through its funding policy. So, as I did say, that our duty is to develop and promote. We are not looking to make a profit, even when we recoup certain funds from you, because we find that maybe we have approved 10 people for funding, maybe it's an amount of 250,000 Rand. And then maybe just one project makes it, and maybe you're making 30 million. If you pay back or we recoup those funds from you, we can also fund another person. So it's more of like you're paying it forward to the next person. You've been assisted, so if you, by any chance, your project is so brilliant and you make a profit from it, then we move on to the next person. Now we're able, instead of funding the 10 that we did, we're able to fund another 2 people, because honestly, we cannot rely on government funding because Treasury only allocates a limited number of funds. So we are trying to sustain ourselves as an entity, not for profit-making purposes, but in order to reach the greater masses. We also have our general eligibility criteria. Remember, we defined what a South African citizen is. In order to be eligible to receive funding from the NFVF, you need to be a South African citizen, you need to be a permanent resident, you need to be a refugee or a South African company. And if it's a South African company, it should be South African owned and managed. So you can't, as a South African, open a company and then it's managed by someone in Germany, for instance. You also are entitled to only one project per applicant. We are trying to open up the industry. We are trying to move away from a narrative that says the NFVF only funds certain people, or they fund the same people all the time. So in so doing, we only approve one project per applicant per funding category. So it wouldn't be fair if X has 2 or 3 projects running. When are you going to come in as an emerging filmmaker? Because we're trying to get you from emerging to be a tier 2, to be a tier 1 eventually, and to reach a point whereby you are no longer dependent on the NFVF or government funding, whereby you can source your own funding at some point. Another eligibility criteria is that you cannot have more than 4 active contracts across all funding categories. So in essence, you can't have a bursary, have a training contract, have a production and development contract, have a marketing and festival contract, as well as you're attending festival attendance. So you just need to give others a chance to actually be able to access our funding as well. We also have funding exclusions. We don't fund. Okay. All right. I see my time is not on our side, but it's fine. We have our funding exclusions now. So those are people that are not eligible: government workers, NFVF employees, students, related persons, as we spoke about, conflict of interest. We have non-South African companies. I've already spoken or alluded to that. As we also have your SPVs, non-profit companies need to be registered with CIPC in order to be eligible. NPOs are not eligible for funding, as well as people that have incomplete projects. If you had a project before and did not manage to complete it, you can't now come again and apply for the same project again. We going forward with our funding exclusions again. We don't fund commercials, corporate videos, current affairs, music videos. We don't fund the news. We don't fund panel programs. We don't fund public or sports events, soapies or telenovelas, purely because they're commissioned work. We don't fund talk shows. We don't fund training programs. That are not related to film, of course. We don't fund variety programs. Reality shows are no. It's not filmmaking. Sorry. Podcasts as well as TV formats. We also have other exclusions. Training, as already alluded to, it needs to be related to film, as well as there are certain expenses that we do not cover, such as the buying equipment So sorry, guys. We know equipment is very expensive. However, the grant that we offer does not cover you purchasing your own equipment. You'll have to rent it, as well as buying any software licenses. That's also excluded. As previously alluded to, we have recoupment. It's nothing new. It's not a new concept. It's always been in our policy, and it also assists even when you're applying for your rebate from the DTIC. You're able to get a higher rebate if you can produce a contract that has a recoupment clause. So hence it is here. So it assists with other tier 1 applicants to be able to get their rebates. We also have our application process. Our application, we have a call that is published. You'll see our call on our online platforms. You'll see it on the NFVF website. It will give you whatever that is needed for that call as to what call it is for, whether it's for non-fiction, fiction, animation, marketing and distribution. All the details will be on there. And then as well as if you decide that you want to apply, you go onto our website and then you log on to our grant management system, which is Praxis. You will have certain sections whereby you need to update and you need to upload all of your information that is needed. I'll take questions at the end of the presentation. And then we have various documentations that we need. You also need to fill out the conflict of interest form. And then we also have special projects. Projects, we might deviate slightly from the normal call process or from the normal application process because they're special projects and we may not follow this funding policy word for word when it comes to special calls. As previously alluded, once you're granted funding or you're a beneficiary, we publish your names on the NFVF website as well as our social media platforms. When it comes to grant disbursement, you need to sign a contract before we can disperse any amounts, and then the amounts we don't pay the entire amount at once, because I think maybe there might be a misconception that we pay the entire amount at once. It's completely dependent on the contractual milestones that you need to accomplish. So upon contract signing, we'll pay you a certain percentage of the funding amount, and then once you've done your first milestone, we give you the second tranche payment, third tranche, up until we reach the final tranche payment. And our grants are not subjected to value-added tax. So if we are giving you 100,000, it is strictly 100,000. It's not going to be 114,000, taking 115,000, factoring into tax. So we are not subject to VAT. Time limits on our grants. For our production and development, we have 2 years. We give you 2 years to complete the project. Should you not be able to complete the project, 30 days before your contract expires, you write to the NFVF requesting an extension, and we can give you an extension of up to 12 months. So the onus is on you as the filmmaker to write to us and make that application. We are not going to say, hey, listen, your contract is ending, would you like an extension? No. And if that time lapses, we can't be able to assist you. That means that we won't be paying off the remaining tranches and the contract comes to an end. We also have appeals. Should you be agreed
Small and
to
medium
decision that is
enterprises
taken by
can also
NFVF,
you have in the
you
business.
are able to apply for an appeal.
Yeah,
Internal appeal process, as well as
you get to have a wider audience. Let me make an example about the Eastern Cape.
In terms of reference,
Not even the
interested in lodging an appeal, you only have 30 days from when we release the result to lodge your appeal. In terms, we have our education and training grants. We give you training. It's for bursaries. It's 100% of your tuition per student. And then for international bursaries, because we can't say 100%, it's completely dependent on the budget that we've been allocated for the year. It is 320,000 Rand per student. That is the cap, which has been increased from 300,000 Rand. For a training grant who is fully accredited, training provider with mixed SETA, the cap is 370,000 Rand per project. That is the maximum that we can give you. So sometimes it happens that we give you something lower than our cap. And then we also have a training grant whereby you are provisionally accredited as a training provider. You get 250,000 rand. That has also increased. We've increased all of our caps when it comes to funding. And then you have your application criteria that you have, and this application criteria, it will say that you should be in financial need, you should have good academic performance, you need to submit motivations as to why you are eligible for the bursary, and then you should give 2 reference letters, and we also take into consideration your demographics as well as the developmental mandate of adherence. We move on still with bursaries. We have just a list of documents that you need to upload. And then we also have national bursaries. Those as well, the qualifying expenses are full tuition fees as well as accommodation. So if we fund you for accommodation first year, we'll fund you for accommodation up until you finish your qualification. You also can get textbooks as well as meal allowance and resources such as laptops and software. And then we also have the documentation that is needed for bursaries. That is what you will see on Praxis when you need to upload. For international bursaries, we also have the eligibility criteria. You need to apply 6 months before the course starts. You must be a South African citizen or permanent resident, and then you must have an excellent academic record. And we also have the qualifying expenses, which is your tuition fee, accommodation, textbook, meal allowance, as well as resources, minding that we have a cap of 370,000 rand. We also have the documents that are required that you need to upload on the website when you actually have when you are looking to apply for a bursary. We also our payments for bursaries, we pay 50%
Times is focused
upon
on just what
registration,
you see and
the
what is
other
in your
50%
face.
we pay once we
But
get your
behind the
results.
business, there are certain things that don't
However,
get
it
an
differs
end credit or
for
don't get.
international students because sometimes the institution might request 100% upfront, so we can decide on a case-by-case basis. For training service providers, we have the eligibility criteria. You need to provide us with the curriculum. You need to provide with your CETA documentation, as well as your geographic location. So location. We look at underserviced areas. We try and make an impact in underserviced areas, your most remote areas. That's where you have a better chance of actually getting funding with the NFEF. In terms of qualifying expenses, it's all costs directly related to the training, and then non-qualifying expenses are expenses that do not relate to the training. We also have a list of the documentation that you need to submit on Praxis in order for you to be able to apply for training. So we also have our development grants. We can move on to development grants. We've increased the caps for feature film development. You get 260,000. For feature film documentary, you get 220,000. That is only for tier 1 and 2. And then for shorts, it's tier 1, 2, and 3. The cap is 120,000 rand. As well as for documentaries, it is 120,000 rand. And then for animation, the cap is 300,000 rand, and it is tier 1, 2, and 3. And then for animation shorts, it's 250,000 rand, and that is for tier 3. And then for feature film, which is animation, it's 420,000 rand, tier 1 and 2. And then for a series is 450,000 rand, and that is only for tier 1 and 2. So I think we all know our tiered approach, but in the interests of those who may not know, tier 1 are experienced filmmakers with a proven track record of developing and producing at least 3 successful and commercially viable feature films, TV films, or documentaries. We have your tier 2, which are people that are with limited experience, and they have developed and produced 1 or 2 features, TV films, TV series, documentaries, or a minimum of 2 shorts. And then we have our tier 3s, which is our new entrants straight from film school. We also have outlined the documentation that is required, which you will actually have sight of on our on praxis, which is your synopsis, your 1 to 2 page motivation, a detailed schedule, a development schedule, a detailed development budget, as well as comprehensive distribution and or exhibition plan, as well as a document for proposed target audience. We also have the documents that you need to upload. It's the standard documents that everyone has. It's your BEE, your company registration document, your VAT documents, your CVs, project chain title. So those are your compliance things that I said that's the first hurdle. It's to actually just get compliance out of the way, and then your project can be judged on its merit. We also have the application evaluation, which is your concept, your structure, your characterization. That will be focused on by the people that will be adjudicating on your application. We also have audience insights. Those are things that they'll be looking for: presentation, applicant's profile, transformation. Those are the things that we'll be looking for. Again, when it is a development grant, allocation needs to be made for the script editor. Previously, the script editor was given allocation for 50,000 Rand. Now the script editor has allocation for 60,000 Rand. We've increased that by 10,000 Rand. And then when contracting, you have your milestones. So as I did say, we only release according to milestones. So for development, you'll have your contract signing, then we release funds. You'll have your MTP document, we release funds. Your step outline, we release funds. You have your first draft, we release funds. You have your second draft, we release funds. And then your final draft or final polished draft, then we release the remainder of the funds. As I said, even for development grants for animation, it's the same thing. You need to make an allocation for 60,000 Rand for the script editor, as well as an allocation for the storyboard. We also have development for shorts. So for shorts, the script editor is allocated an amount of 30,000 Rand. This is not a negotiable amount, colleagues. If we're saying 60,000, that means if we're giving you 100,000 Rand or 120,000, and then we're saying that 60,000 needs to go to the script editor, that means that you need to allocate that amount to the script editor. We're not looking for a situation whereby your script editor is going to complain and say you did not pay. And then here, it's 30,000 Rand, and that's usually for tier 3s. If you are looking for we also are looking for distribution and exhibition plan, which is for tier 1 and 2s only. And then we also have additional application evaluation. So how the evaluators will evaluate your project, which is through your motivation, the story, originality of concept, the milestones that we'll have. If you actually have milestones in your application, so they'll be judging based on that. We also have development grants for short film animation. Still, the allocation for a story editor is 30,000 Rand, and a distribution and exhibition plan also needs to be submitted. And again, when they are adjudicating on your project, they'll be looking at the motivation, the story, the originality of concept. We move on to the next, and then there's also development grants for short films. We have your milestones, and then we have development grants for nonfiction, which means your docies. For docies, we are, there's an allocation of 25,000 Rand for the story consultant and for short docies, and then 30,000 Rand for feature documentaries. And then there's documentation that you need to submit, which is similar to what you need to submit throughout all of the funding calls. And then we also, the evaluation criteria remains the same: the concept, the story, the originality, as well as the milestones. And then we also have production, if we can rush quickly to production. The table on production, yes. For production, we have increased from 1.8 M. We are now at 2.2 M. However, that is a feature, and that is inclusive of post-production, and that is only for tier 1 and 2. And then made for TV is 350,000. That is tier 1, 2, and 3. Shorts, fiction, for tier 1 and 2, 300,000. Tier 3 is 250,000. A pilot for all tiers, it's 300,000. Feature film animation or series, it's 2.1 million. And that is only for tier 1 and 2. Shorts, animation, it's 600,000 rand for tier 1 and 2, and then 400,000 rand for tier 3. And then a web series is 250,000 rand for tier 2 and 3. And then we have the eligibility criteria that we go through. We can just skip through because it's the same things that you need to submit your BE, all your compliance documents. And then again, even for production, you have certain milestones, which are shooting of script, we have viewing of rushes, we have the first cut. So it differs slightly from development funding. You have unique milestones that relate to production. And then we can move on to production for nonfiction. The table for nonfiction. We have for a feature film, it's a 900,000 rand for tier 1, and then 700,000 rand for tier 2. And then for co-productions only, the cap is 1.2 million rand for only tier 1 and 2. For short films, it is 250,000 rand for tier 1 and 2. And then for tier 3, it is 200,000 rand. And then for 2 to 3 part documentaries, we have 400,000 rand that is available, and that is for only tier 1s and tier 2s. We also have the eligibility criteria, the documentation that is needed. You need your synopsis, you need your creative treatment, you need your rough cut, your rough script outline, a 1-page motivation letter, a detailed production schedule, a detailed production budget. That is the same as with your development. It just differs from project to project. You also have production of nonfiction. You need to provide us with links of your previous work, main character release form. It's a list of documents that you'll also find on your Praxis system. Then we also have, they'll also, during the application evaluation, they'll be evaluating you on the concept, the marketability, and the return on investment. As I did say, our return on investment is not necessarily monetary. It can be a social impact. They'll also be looking at the impact on the local film industry, audience insights. And then we can go on, and then we also need, they'll look at the applicant's profile, global positioning, production budget, as well as the finance plan, to see is your finance plan realistic, or it's very unrealistic and you won't be able to finish the project. We also look at certain milestones that relate to production, the shooting, viewing of rushes, the first cut, the second cut, as well as a presentation of a detailed cost report once you have completed your project. With post-production, we have, for a feature film, we give you 500,000 rand, that is for tier 1 and 2s. And then for a feature film, which is a documentary, we give you 400,000 rand, which is tier 1 and 2. And then for archive, it's only available for tier 1s and 2s. It is 350,000 rand. And then again, we have the application criteria. You need to submit the most recent cut of your film, as well as a detailed list of projected post-production costs, as well as, that's all. And then non-qualifying expenses for post-production, we don't pay for reshoots. If you've been approved for post-production, you can't say now you need to reshoot. The amount needs to be strictly utilized for post-production, which is your final cut, your grading, your sound editing, your final mix, your subtitling. Those are the expenses that we'll cover under post-production. And then the documentation that is required will be your synopsis, your treatment, 1-page motivation letter, financial plan, comprehensive distribution and exhibition plan. We can move on, and then the documentation that the regular documentation that is needed, CVs, triple BEs, SARS documents, bank letter, everything that is needed for compliance. And then We go on to archive footage. If you are looking to apply for archive, you need to give us a synopsis, a project outline, as well as an archive list, a 2-page motivation letter, your finance plan, your distribution plan, as well as your other documents that relate to your CV and other compliance-related documents. Post-production again, we're looking at during the evaluation process, they're looking at the concept, presentation, as well as the milestones that you may have. We are moving on to festival and market hosting, the table on festival and marketing hosting. So previously, we just had a cap of 1.5 M for all tiers, and industry also had some concerns about that. So we've also used the tiered approach for festival hosting. So for tier ones, the cap is 1 million for a tier 1 festival director. And then for tier 2, the cap is 700,000. And then for tier 3, the cap is 500,000. And then the qualifying expenses when you're having a festival is the overheads, the salaries, the marketing and publicity, travel, logistics, official guest accommodation, film acquisition, festival guests, awards, jury, honorarias, flights, opening night reception, closing night reception, venue, workshops, outreach programs, equipment hire, not purchase, hire, insurance, bookkeeping, audit fees, as well as legal fees. Those are the expenses that you can account for when applying for market and festival hosting. And then costs that do not qualify are production costs or other costs that are not in line with festival hosting. And then we have the documentation that is required when you're applying for marketing and festivals. Of course, if you would like an in-depth look at the policy, it has been uploaded on the NFVF website. We also just detail when the adjudicators will be looking at your project, what will they be looking for in terms of your application for markets and festival hosting. We also have public screening, if you can go to public screening. Public screening is for tier 2s and 3s, and the cap is 150,000 Rand, and it has been increased from a cap of 100,000 Rand. And then to be eligible, you need to be a tier 2 and 3, and then you need to be a South African company or South African individual. The qualifying expenses are similar to those of marketing and festival hosting. It's overheads, it's salaries, it's marketing and publicity, travel, accommodation, film acquisition, screening, venue, equipment hire, insurance, bookkeeping, legal fees. So the only things that are not applicable are things that do not relate to the public screening. The documentation that you need to submit, it's a synopsis, it's a project outline, it's a motivation letter, it's a detailed public screening program, including the proposed screening project, a detailed public screening budget that you need to submit. You also need to have an FPP certificate, compliance. However, previously we wanted the certificate during application process. However, now you don't need to submit it because you pay for the certificate. So now you can only submit it if we have approved you for funding, and then we can assist you and facilitate you getting your FPP certificate. For public screening, again, the documentation required is your SARS documentation, BBBE, a bank letter, your CV, certificate from the FPB. Otherwise, you will not be able to screen on the day if you do not have a certificate from the FPB. And then we have marketing and distribution. That is the last part. For marketing and distribution, the cap is at 500,000 Rand. It has been increased from 450, and that is for tier 1 and 2. And then if you're applying for marketing and distribution at pre-production and development stages, you are only able or eligible to get 250,000 Rand. But if you're applying for marketing and distribution during post-production or production, you can get an amount of 500,000 Rand. That is the cap. And then in terms of eligibility, it's only your tier 1s and 2s for marketing and distribution. You need to be a South African citizen or filmmaker. And your project, only a project can only be funded once per financial year, so you can't receive funding for multiple times. We also have what is needed when you're applying for the marketing and distribution funding. You need a rough cut or final product that you might have, because your products should be finished when you're applying for marketing and distribution. We need a synopsis, we need a motivation letter, we need a document detailing the proposed target audience, a distribution plan, detailing how and where the film will be distributed, including but not limited to details of broadcasters, streaming platforms, timeline with release dates across platforms, territories, cities, theaters, and screens. And then you also need a signed letter of intent from a distributor. So in order to be able to get the marketing and distribution funding from the NFVF, what is critical is that you get the letter of intent from the distributor. We also need a detailed sales and distribution marketing strategy, as well as a detailed marketing plan and budget. So again, what needs to be in your application is the development strategies, your exhibition plans, copies of any existing articles or clippings of the project, detailed timeline, your CVs, your compliance documents, once again, compliance. So the documentation that they require is your script, your production schedule, your pitch deck, if you're applying for marketing and distribution for when it's still at production stages. So that's where we only need the script, production schedule, the pitch deck, the synopsis, and a detailed information about the format and the genre, a motivation letter, a distribution plan, and we still need the signed letter from the distributor, the letter of intent, a detailed sales and distribution and marketing strategy. So again, it's a list of all the documents that we need. And then we also we can move on to marketing and festival attendance. That is when you wish to attend a market or festival. The cap has been increased from 50,000 Rand for an international film festival to 60,000 Rand. And then for a local film festival, we are at 20,000 Rand for marketing and for market and festival attendance. You are limited to 2 international and 2 local film festivals per financial year. So in essence, you can only attend 4 or apply for 4. So, so 2 international and 2 local film festivals. And then it is only 1 representative per project. We can't afford to fund 2 or 3 representatives per project. And then individual support is limited to 1 international and 1 festival and 1 local film festival per financial year. And then 1 representative per project or per company. And then an applicant cannot receive funding to attend a film festival 3 consecutive years. So we need to give other people a chance. And then funding is available for individuals 18 years and older, just to avoid the legalities of requesting consent from a parent. And then we have the application criteria. So when you're applying to attend a film festival, you need to show us that you're attending workshops, that your project is being screened at that film festival, that you're participating in the festival or market, or that you are nominated for an award at that festival or market. So those are the 4 criteria that we consider when we are checking your eligibility for a film festival attendance. And then the qualifying expenses, it's for festival and market accreditation, accommodation, flights and ground transport, visa. And then we also have our SNT, which we have increased as well, which is now 300 Rand per day for a maximum period of 5 days. That is for local film festivals. And then it is $75 per day for international festivals. And that is for a maximum period of 5 days. And then travel insurance is also covered, as well as data applicable for online festival. Okay, all right. And then it's just the qualifying expenses, as well as the documentation that you need. The documentation is standard. It's the motivation letter. It's the detailed profile of the festival or market. It's the invitation that you received from the festival, because we need to know you were actually invited and not just going for vibes. Yeah, so that is the documentation that you need, as well as the milestones. Once you sign the contract, we'll release funds, and then you also need to give us a report once you come back of what you learned. So, and then that's how we close your file. We need a report from you, and then our policy is reviewed on every 3 years. And yeah, that is all from me. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, everything is on the website. The policy is on the website for those who would like for some light reading. Any other questions? There's a question there. I think they're recording, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Tshego. Thank you so much for that very comprehensive information. Firstly, I guess maybe I should say thank you to the NFVF, because as it stands, it's one of the few functioning, funding, places for filmmakers. And then the question that I really have is around certain aspects which, as much as you've given us very extensive information, I think there's some things which are not often mentioned that trip filmmakers or applicants. For example, in one of the applications that we didn't make it, we were advised that the recommender, the person that you asked for recommendation, it was missing an address. So I think maybe next time what would be really great is to have like a list of the things that disqualify you, as much as you may have provided everything here. Sometimes it's the small things, and we were very shocked because we provided every single document, but then we got a response to say, there was an address that was missing for one of the recommenders. So I think perhaps what would be more interesting for all of us is to get a list of the things, the small things that are not mentioned here, that are the reason why you would not get your funding. So I guess it's not a question, it's more
recommendation.
Yes, a recommendation as well. But if you've got other things that you feel like the audience needs to know, that's not necessarily mentioned, would you maybe kindly share those little things?
Of course.
Thank you.
With the current policy, we try to mention all exclusions as well as what is needed with as much detail as possible, in order to avoid situations where people say, but it's not written in your policy. Because if it's not written here, that means it doesn't exist. Because if we can't say, if you don't provide us with a conflict of interest declaration, then your application is disregarded. We need to say it in the policy first, that should you fail to submit this, then you'll be disqualified. So we try to include as much detail as humanly possible, but I think even with the Praxis system, it should be automated that have you uploaded this, and for it to be impossible to actually complete the application if you have not uploaded something or something is missing. I think it's something to look at as well.
Hi. So, what's
Hello.
Yeah. Two things. I'm hungry. I'm hungry for this, and I'm hungry for lunch. I'll make it quick. Let's say a person, look here, I have a red card from you guys. So there is that period of 3 years. Fine. Then I take the very same project. I gave it to my friend. I said, listen, change the title. apply with this thing. Use your Kanban. Because there are so many ways to evade these things. But you'll find me in front of the camera or editing this show. You see. So how tight is your policy regarding fraud?
Are you looking for a way to bypass this?
No. The thing is, these things are going to happen, more especially in Johannesburg. More especially in Johannesburg.
What's going on in Joburg?
No, I like I've seen so many things. A person say, "Give me your
Okay.
project. I'll change there and there." Then
I think if you saw, if you're on the 3 year suspension from us, ne, there's also another clause that says should you be dishonest, fraud, we find that, then it's 5 years. So dishonesty, fraud, that's criminality at the end of the day.
exactly.
It's criminality over and above this policy.
Because my sister was saying something authentic there. That you find that you are being disqualified just because one thing you didn't want to do, guys, is to pick up a phone call and call the applicant.
Okay.
Because at times you'll find that this application makes sense. You see, you find this application makes sense because ECPEC, back in the day, ECPEC from Bonganjalo, they will hold your hand, say something is missing here, please provide it.
Okay.
I think in all fairness, because now you can give anyone just to look at our applications. Okay, the merit doesn't meet this, then out.
Okay.
But without even looking at the application in terms of what kind of a story is he trying to tell. Because that is important to
I agree, sir. You see, with compliance, what I would urge all filmmakers or all applicants to do is apply early. Apply early, guys. Because if you apply early, you're able to reach out to the office, to the applications team, and say, listen, I've already submitted my application. Can you check? Is everything fine? If there's something that's missing, they'll be able to tell you this and this is missing. And then you're able to rectify it way in advance, way before. Because currently what is happening is that we can release a call for 1 month, ne? Maybe during the first 3 weeks, we can have something like 100 applications. We can assist them. And then in the last week, we get 900 people that apply. And then you all want to be assisted now. And really keeping in mind that the organization is still small in size, although we are a national body, but we're still small. So apply early in order to avoid any disappointment when it comes to compliance. Apply early, then call and find out is everything fine. If you're getting a green light from the application team, then you know that compliance is out of the way. Now we are dealing with the merit of your application. Okay, I think the question's over.
No, I think you covered it quite nicely there, Tseho, in terms of the application process. I think what's important is once you know what you're applying for, because there are multiple streams of funding that we provide. Once you know what you're applying for, really go onto our Praxis portal, look at the critical requirements and start your preparation. And then wherever you're not understanding, as she also mentioned, reach out to our applications team. We always provide the details with every single application that we have out there. But yes, applying on the last day, very bad idea. Because you won't, most of these requirements are also step by step. So if you don't go through what the requirements are pre-application, you're going to start by submitting maybe the synopsis or a poster, and then you realize, oh, I haven't even thought of an FPP certificate. That's another process. You're wasting time. So at least when you know and you can gauge, okay, it's going to take me actually a whole week to do this process. I'm going to start with this part, then I'll come back because I've already reached out to FPP to assist me with 1, 2, 3, and then you move on to the other elements because you're also able to save wherever you are, wherever you finished off when you had comments with your application. And then request, if you don't understand something, ask. Because I think that's the biggest thing. People don't ask, you know? If they say, and read what they say. If they say an ID no older than 3 months, make sure it's not older than 3 months. And don't assume that, it's government, they're just gonna see an ID and move on. They check that. Things are audited. We need to prove every cent that goes out of an organization. You need to prove that you followed processes, your own internal processes that are aligned to your policies. Because if you don't, that's when we start saying, no, they're giving money to their friends and so forth, but it's also more an audit finding. So my recommendation would be pre-application, go to the portal, look at what the requirements are, prepare them, and commence with your submission within a proper time frame. Thanks.
Can I? Hi, sorry, Simon Makwela from South African Audiovisual Cluster. We are a sector economic coordination board that also falls under Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I wanted to just add to what Tseho and Stacey have just said now, just based on the previous comment that Brother Zwei there brought up. I think it is Zwei. This is, and I might sound insensitive by saying this, guys, this is an industry. It's not a game. It's not a chance. It's not something that you can just wake up one day and say, I'm going to be a filmmaker. One of the biggest challenges that we face in our industry is a lack of professionalism. If you're not professional, you can't wake up one day and say, I'm going to be a filmmaker, and then expect for things just to land on your lap because you want to go and tell a story about something that's close to your heart. You can't just see an actor on screen and say, oh, I can do that, it's easy. There's a lot of things that happen in the background and everything. So if you wake up one day and you say, oh, my project was rejected because I didn't apply and I didn't have a compliance system or I didn't prepare myself enough, that means that you're not ready to do that. And it wastes a lot of time, and the people that are eligible get disadvantaged just because when I have a chance. So please, I'm going to say this, please don't apply if you don't intend this to be your profession. Because every other industry has professional standards, but the film industry tends to just want to exist because vibes. So, you know, NFVF has been there for a lot of filmmakers. They built a lot of filmmakers. A lot of us have come through the NFVF in the last 30 years. Yes, there's an opportunity for everybody. The checks and balances might be loose. It is a grant funding, soft funding, recoupable, which means that you have to be able to pay it back as well, or at least have a plan to pay it back. But don't just go and apply just because you see money. Don't just apply because you want to eat. It's not that type of industry. And I think there's very few people that will stand and push back and say, no, this is not for you. You don't just wake up one day and think you're a filmmaker. It's a profession. It's an industry. And it has standards, it has values, and it has value for economic value as well. So yeah, I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Tseho,
Hi.
I wanted to add on the point, because we share very similar appeals process on playing the system to the question. We dealt with the situation that transpired, and I think it's important to broadly get the sector, and particularly those that are beneficiary, to understand the bigger ramifications on playing the system. When that transpires, inokubhebhetheka imkhuba igcine sifike ku-policy level where we now have to sit as technocrats and go, how do we stop you playing the system? When in fact, Lama policy was set in place to help you. And it comes to Simon's point, so as a result, a situation like you say so, where the person didn't declare that they were applying on behalf of somebody else, did so, and then I fake again. What happened? Sasathuka sekufika incwadi sekugijinwa kwayo kwa-Minister Gayton sekunjanjanjan. And I asked one simple fact: if you are learned and you've gone through educational system, where is the integrity of igama nesibongo xhoma kuso? And that's what's lacking. And as a result, an official, I now have to answer you based on what my policy says, based on what PMFA says, because let us be frank with you, colleagues and peers. When AG comes and asks, "Iphume kanjani le mali?" Ayifike incwadi ifike kunina ethi disciplinary, ethi payback, iza kuthina as officials. Where we may have said, hey, uyahlanganisa siyazama understand sizomcoacha. We've done that. And as a result, if it's fruitless and wasteful expenditure, kuthi uthola incwadi ethetha wena, akube kusalula ukuqhubeka ne-career as you planned. In some instances, where we've paid for a filmmaker to go to a festival and they decide that morning, ngengivuke for indies. Leyo flight ithatha kumholo wami. There are ramifications to funding. It's not a free for all. It's not boundless money. Even the addition of recoupment is because we have invested heavily, very heavily, and you're not paying it forward as a sector. You're not coming back and saying, okay, I've got 20,000 nyana, that's what I've managed to make. How do I help the next? Where do I invest? And so as a result, we've now had to put in clauses to prevent the, what's the correct legal term? Misrepresentation of yourself on an application. That it impacted on a very well-renowned name, legacy. And it had negative impacts that we now had to manage, one, the public perception, and also manage the industry perception. So there are risks. Ngicela sikhuzane ngesinye isikhathi ngezinto esizenzayo. Yabo.
All right, thank you, colleagues. I think that's all.
Mandizibulisele kwakhona ndithunyiwe apha program director wami uthi manizokwenza a very simple job bandazise igqala esilaziyo sonke from nge-90s sasijive apha savele sabona kuthiwa kukho i-TKZ azange saphinde wasibamba sengqi. And recently ama-2000 azawumazi as umkhulu we country kuba usandobamba i-reality TV wayibamba yengqi i-South Africa again. Nathi kapha ku-film industry siyambulela uBhudzwayo because recently ungumuntu o-accessible as much as bixesha lakhe engumuntu exakekileyo and kunzima kumfumana nexesha lakhe liduru kakhulu kodwa uyakwazi nathi usihoya xa senza i-training baBhudzwayo kule film scoring yakho yenzayo sicela uzotraina abantwana abe available uBhudzwayo beyenzile naku-Gateway loo nto leyo, something we appreciate of him. So ndizokwazisa ke masithi noba nguprofessor nomculo ngoku uBhudzwayo ibala azosenzela i-music and film. Enkosi ungaza mkhuluwa. Thank you very much.
Everybody. Okay. Hey, 1 2 1 2 2 2. Yes, panel. T. Molweni nonke. Ininzi manto zayithetha. It's a lot. I'm really gonna try and run through it best I can. Rather you take out your notes or whatever. Koi's lies, I think that I'm really just gonna skip. I think Indwez Ninzi all talk to each other. Otherwise, good afternoon, great to be here. Honor and a privilege for me to be here. My name is Zwaipala. Yeah, what he said about me is just part of who I am. Music and filmmaking. music in filmmaking, music in film is what I like to, I'm just here, it's manje, but the trainee yeah, it's really, how I like to see it is the invisible actor. So it really works as the actor that you don't see is also playing a role that you do not see in the actual acting as well as the dialogue that actually happens. Yeah, in the film. So that's how I like to say it. It's how sound shapes emotion, story, and memory. Next slide, please. So this is really the core of it. People watch with their eyes, but they feel with their ears. This may come up again a lot in what I'm going to share with you. Kubona like ubukela picture akho nix ni, but here is a picture kwenzeke nix ni. And then kungene sound ethile uqomba yo kuzawunyiwa ngoku. Do you know the vibe? That's what it does. Even introduce you to a particular emotion before even anything happens on the actual screen. Next, please. It's going to be a lot of nexus. All right, so ngiyabuza abantu then uzwaye ufuna ndoni kwi-film. For me, it's been a personal journey. When I look at my whole life from the beginning, I started off as in choirs and choral. My sister is here. When I was a kid, yes, I started off as a singer, but I didn't know that I was actually getting into really the science, not just music anymore, but the science of music. So to really run through my life, it was really checking out that same thing. What is this emotion that's behind it? Why is it xa sikhula izingoma ezicaweni zethu zinala emotion, but ngela xesha ke sasikhula ngaso bancinci ixesha lomzabalazo nendoni xa ziculwa phaa kureplacewe uYesu ngothambo, it's still the same emotion. What is the emotion? So I've always been interested in evoking an emotion, which is what film scoring is about. You evoke a particular emotion, you guide your audience. When we jump very straight ahead to even TKZ, let's look at Halloween. I was thinking that way already. When I say visionary, it's like, hey, these days, visionary. But I envision things, okay? When you listen to Halloween already, it's a movie for me. It's from the opening of the door, the steps, which represents the Halloween thing. Everything matters. The pauses even in between the actual songs. So that's how I've always been thinking and visualizing things, right? Like a movie. So I knew what in my life will end up here in film. I can think of an example. Say Quincy Jones, would people like to say, Tigo Quincy Jones or Lava South African did Quincy Jones. So yeah, so it's there, like from early church, the discipline, the harmony in the choirs, and everything that happens to what, like I've just said, your TKZs and so on, and then on to music directorship and the creative productions that I've done on events, as well as awards and stuff like that. And today, where I've actually moved into where I was going. I was talking about Quincy Jones, this level of his life where, even though he looked a little older than me at my age, but he went into film and did Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and so on. So I'm just using examples that you guys may be familiar with. And next slide. And this is basically just highlights from the journey. 40 years in the industry this year. And this is basically just yeah, I was 11. I was 11 years old. That's when I got paid the first time. I was 11 years old. Sure, 1st of April 1986, I made my first TV appearance. It was interview and a performance. Jonga Dinga Sakumshi. So the world that I've lived in has always forced me to see these similarities between things. Things like this, they may be different in terms of subjects, but the same principles apply to everything. Thank you. So, yeah, music serves the picture. It's about the story. It's not about you. It's about the story. So if you're trying to be all like, hey, check whatever, it's about you're supposed to support the story and emphasize what emotion is supposed to be there. Great film music does not ask how impressive can I sound, but it asks more, what does this scene need? Thank you. I'm going to play you just a clip that where there's no dialogue, but check it out, just how the music itself evokes the emotion. And just take a special notice to how it leads you even into the next scene. And there's a part later on in this scene where there's walking. I'm gonna say that now. There's actually walking, and how the music actually really represents the actual movement. Can you play it for us? I hope Ngosiyami is out. Just press on it. Yeah. And also imagine if there wasn't any music, it was just picture, it would be a completely different experience. And there's the high violin line at the top that really holds it together. Yeah? So it's not completely separate from each other. So everything else happens under that violin line, which really just keeps it connected together. Introducing the different characters, still holding that high violin line. Thank you. You can stop it there. So because you as the audience, you are kept involved. And when you are kept involved, then you don't operate. You know what I'm saying? So you are kept involved through the music. It holds it together. That's what the actual music actually does in a film. From background sound to emotional architecture. We're dealing with emotion. I always say now I'm in the business of tears. Yeah? You are invoking that emotion. And really the guide is you are helping the listener, you are guiding them on what to follow. That's the essence of music and film for me. There you go. So here's the key jobs of music. Emotion, as I talk about it. It tells us how to feel. That's what the music does. So, and this is your, okay, a scene can be visually neutral but emotionally specific once music enters. And then there's the tools that you can go to from a musical creation perspective. For instance, for warmth, it's the major harmony, the breath, the soft rhythm. For fear, it's the drones like you hear. And these days, there's like sound design as well. So it's not really just these instrumental, there's all sorts of stuff in terms of sound design just to keep that drone, you know what I'm saying? And that thing that just goes on at the bottom, one note or one chord, whatever. Hope is the rising melodies, like when these fantasy movies, like when it's like, oh, I'm flying in the sky, like it's all rising, and high choirs up there, and like and instruments that are really playing at the top, your glockenspiels, your triangles, you know what I'm saying, that kind of stuff. So it's the kind of elements that you use, not because of the sound, just the sound that is the sound that's available, but you actually use it strategically. And loss, which should leave you like ngata konto nobambelela kuyo. So it's important that you use sparse textures, for example. Next slide. Job 2 for me. A motif, a theme motif, and musical DNA. A motif is a small musical idea that can follow a character, place, relationship, or memory. Okay? One good example I can think of, like say you attach a particular theme to a character, that whenever that character comes up, then there's that theme that they have just to introduce you to that. There's a character, or there's a place, or there's an era, one that has a particular sound, a signature to that. One good example I can think of, The River. You know The River, the series? There's where Moslindi and them live, like in the lush, whatever, lawny side of Pretoria. And then when it goes to Ekasi, then it's a different thing. But I reveal when change and the corny theme yapayana, and it's like a single note thing that represents that coldness, and that, like, it's just emptiness. So the ask is, what does this character, in a case of a character, what does a character carry emotionally? So you go into how you want that character to be perceived, young dollar, and how to be followed, emotionally speaking. And the choice of instruments, just a musical choice on what to use in order to represent that. And obviously repeating when it comes back again, you use that same theme to signify that signature. Next slide, please. Time and place, like I was saying. Here's a good example. Coming to America, coming to America. When it comes in, it sets the setting. The music says this is where we are. I think verse 7 is some corny thing like Awimba, where Awimba is like, oh, it's Africa. It's a picture is like silapa, or it can be a period piece where whether I'm in Ireland now, or Scotland, or South America, or whatever. So the music sets the tone, it sets the place. Okay, much as the costume will tell you, oh, this is now the 1950s, and so on. So that's really the point there. Next, silence. Silence. For me, there can be times where there's no music, but that is actually the best music for that. Much like in music, and whenever we're working with choirs, you need unison. Not everything be in a harmony. There's that one unison, and he shall reign forever, and everything, orchestra and choir is singing that same line. You know what I'm saying? Less is more sometimes. A very, very important point. Thank you. Now, I'm going to go into some examples, right, in terms of the different genres and the different moods. For horror, for instance, the kind of choices you'll go to from a musical perspective is low drones, like I was saying, slow pulses that just like just keeps it going, And here's some examples coming up now. For suspense, a piece from The River, which also highlights the drone thing and the single notes. Thank you, play that. Thank you. You can stop there. To check what it does, it also is not in the way of the dialogue. Always let the most important thing remain the most important thing. Okay, it's there to support the story. So when it's just drawn, but it's like, it keeps you like this because it doesn't dissolve to anything. It just holds it there like, That's the emotion I'm talking about. Next, identity. This is a movie I worked on, I don't know how many years ago. And actually went and mixed it in Hollywood, and so that was quite an experience for me. So identity just tells you where we are. So we'll play the beginning of the movie and check how the music actually really sets the tone in the same way that I was explaining this. Thank you. The tone has been set. Thank you. The tone has been set. I don't think I need to explain that. You can feel it, right? Thank you. Romance. It's all in what you choose, you know. It's the warm cause, you know what I'm saying? That, but the piano kind of brings in that little romance, okay, in there. And the thing is about music is, music for film is that it's not like bar by bar, it's all counted in. I write following the actual picture. So I don't even like say, okay, now I'm gonna play this note. It's like following it and actually interpret, like following the picture. The music must be, it's translated by the actual picture. You'll be amazed, even just words. When I read words or a script, I can hear the song. It's here, I can hear it. Nansi yacho. You know what I'm saying? Iacho. So let's watch this scene from Bridgerton. It's a scene that I thought explains this best. I think we got the gist, yeah? Thank you. Yeah, and English, mind it. Like, yeah, I'm done. Thank you. And comedy. Now, comedy, you know when something is comedy because the music actually tells you it's comedy. But in terms of musical choices, it's your pizzicato, like light tempo, but also your pizzicatos, you know, like a violin or any string instruments. Once you use the bow, in order to bow, it's like, then it's like zzz, which gives you those long notes. But pizzicato is when you take the string away, I mean the bow away, and you pluck on the things. Okay, so those elements, like even your kakaka, very percussive. So there's no long things, which makes it quite dense. It's kept light, and your harps and so on. This doesn't have quite a picture, but I thought out of all the examples, this kind of like best explains what I'm trying to say. His volume. Yeah, 180. Thank you. I think that's another example. Next. Horror. Much like suspense, and what I was saying earlier on, the picture can be clear, but your horror like says, yeah, well, now. But it keeps you engaged, right? Let's go. Akwenzeka nix kodwa kuzawukwenzeka something, whatever it is. Awuyaqhayibha uzawuthi from kweyiphi ikona. Thank you. I think we've got the gist of that. Ikhona into zayo. Singadluli. Heroic. Now, heroic for me, what I find, it's got that, it can have that suspense thing, that drone thing, but it's really in the not so emphasized rhythm, but it's there. You know, like when you think like ram pa pa pam pa pa ra pa pa ra, you know, the Star Wars things, you know, it's in there, but it's like, but for me when it's really still, actually, in fact, let's listen to this next one. So it's percussive, but it's not, it's so heroic, it doesn't need to be loud. You know what I'm saying? But it's there. So it can be standing still, but something is, and normally like very static, you know? Thank you. Just play us that example there. Press play. Yo, duh. Ikhona la nothi long, but aha, my people, I have come to like I go fast, but it's like it's there. You get the gist, right? Thank you. Heroic, right? It's in the steady steps. Even when someone great walks or like it's a march, it's like it's not fast, but it's like it's there. They still, but it's not like za za. It's got that certainty and that groundedness. Yeah. Next. Asambin. Loss. I thought. Okay. Thank you. Loss is that ungayazi uba ubambe phi. So I'm playing this piece. This is a piece that for one of my assignments when I was doing film scoring, is it said write a 45-minute piece, a scene of a child going to school for the first time. Okay, so a 6-year-old, says a girl, whatever. But this child, there's that anxiety of being in this space, as well as this child also is hearing impaired. So for me, I'm thinking, okay, there's that anxiety, but there's also there's a lot going on, but also not quite sure, but also quite excited, and you can't even hear properly. So I basically go into that emotion that you can feel into the child. So I chose to use a time pattern of 5/4 as opposed to your normal 4/4. Okay, because then it's like it's not quite. So it nigalando, and the choice of instruments, I use just a string quartet as well as woodwinds, so there isn't any heavy thing. Okay, so I hope you can just pick it up in the music. I'll try and count you along. Mr. DJ. Yeah. Yes. Okay, lost. Next one. Yes. Lal. Just press on it. Oh, it didn't go so. Yes. Oh, I know. But it lalile just now was when you first put the slide on. No, the one after this. No, before this. Yes, this one. Okay. 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 After this, the next one. Yes. I lalo. Okay. Yeah, we get Akala before. But there's quite a bit to go through, right? Can I just go on? Thank you. Okay, next slide. Okay. So here's a debrief, right? What we've done, what the music make you believe, okay? The composer does not just fill spaces. The composer shapes the interpretation, okay? So even filmmakers or directors or producers, whoever briefs the composer, you brief based on emotion, not style, okay? Not like, hey, I want pop here or whatever. You just say, listen, this is the kind of thing I'm trying to, this is the kind of emotion I want to evoke. So you can leave the and so sometimes even that library music that you guys stick in there just as reference, not for you to follow, okay, now I must create that kind of style. You check what kind of an emotion that it represents, okay? And for the composer to know, you serve the scene, not your ego. It's not about you. Okay, it's about the story. And a lesson for the producer, bring the music into the process early. A lot of us just get the stuff what is already done. But it helps if you're just following this thing. I like to be called on to sets, check Uguti. I'm told there's also these conversations that are happening. Then at least then you can better represent what you need to represent better because you've got a more closer attachment to the story. Thank you all. Now, African sound and screen identity, I have to bring it back here, okay? Because I've been giving you generic examples, okay? The world does not need us to imitate. It needs us to translate truthfully. So you're gonna keep, hey, this is how they do it in America, and you kind of do what's America. Listen, we've got a lot more than what America does or has, okay? In the stories and just the content, the data and everything. Plus, we can do what they can do, but they cannot do what we can do. I believe, if not the most versatile people in the world, South Africa. So with all the differences, but it gives us that dynamicism. I mean, you hear great singers, but like jazz, R&B, whatever it is, gospel. I mean, like, it's wow. But kids in the sense, I practice and okay, but they cannot do that. What we can do. What a child, a 4-year-old African child can do. 61, like so there's something very unique about us, and we need to capitalize on what is among us, because that is where the value is. You know, if you look at the history of even music or whatever, the stuff that makes it international is stuff that is very true to authenticity of being African. Soul Brothers, Juluka, Ladysmith Black Mambazos, those are the guys. Not as some whatever hip hop. Yes, fine, but I mean there is guys that actually do hip hop, and that's them. So something that is unique about African, and actually stick to that. Thanks. Exactly what I said. Instead of asking how do we get to sound like Hollywood, we should ask what does this place sound like when it tells the truth. So you take it from the story, from the elements that you have. You let your music or whatever you're creating come out of that, not out of a copy of something that you are copying. Thank you. Now, South African sound template, what I was saying, what we have access to. There's ululation, there's choirs, there's voices, which just make us unique. The rhythm of things, the drums, be it now, piano. Yes, it's modern, but it's uniquely South African. Love my piano, by the way. You know, the harmonies of our, they use our sounds in Hollywood. And that's what makes it, you know. Ambience, obviously, whatever is the sound. So your sound palette must come from the story world, not from penye penye. Thank you. Now, here I want to show that in this scene out of Outlaws is how they use the same thing like in Suspense, but here, because of the African voices, and it just makes it uniquely, yes, maybe this may be Lesotho, but it makes it Indoyangai, okay? Just play this little scene here. Hear the suspense, oh, but the voices bring it here. Thank you. There's something that the voices just bring back and connects you directly. You know, it's not just machines playing their own thing, but once the voices come, it actually hits you, it connects you. You know, the voices is the first instrument that's closely connected to you. Right. Avoid the trap. Cliche is copy. Okay? Cliche is easy. You can just do like. You know what I'm saying? But authenticity is authentic. Cliche, like your generic drum, like, oh, we know that, oh, they are like, yeah, because it's African now, there must be a yelele ma or whatever, because it's African, you know? You know the vibe, you know? Those are cliches, or you just use culture, like, because it's got the African things and leopard skins, then it's just like, you know, you just use it. But whereas if you're authentic, you actually research, you know, 2017, beginning of 2017, I get an email from a guy, somebody called Ranson. He says, "Hi, man. I got your number from Ryan Kugler, who's my friend. In fact, I got your info from Ryan Kugler, and he got your info from Trevor Noah. I am going to be, I'm writing the music score for an upcoming movie called Black Panther. And Trevor Noah says the best person to get in touch with is Waipala in South Africa. Because this guy had come here to actually do the actual, he needed to research what it's all about. And they said, no, he must come to me. So that's the importance, so that you can best translate the culture. It's important to respect culture, language. If you're going to be writing about it, you can't just write your own thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's important to, because that's a people, you know, that's close to. So that the authenticity in having to research, work with culture bearers, use language respectfully, let character and story decide. Now, the stuff that really a lot of people actually overlook in filmmaking, you know, which is a practical process of what this whole thing is about. Thank you. And this is the order. It's the simple version. The workflow. Script, stuff that you're involved in as a composer. From script to spotting, which I'll go into more detail soon, and then creating the themes, the mock-up in terms of how this thing is going to be. Then the last two stages is the recording and the final mix. Again, the earlier the composer understands the story, the better the music can serve it. Thank you. Now the spotting session. This is when you sit with the director or whoever the producer, and they take you through where the actual music, he needs music, and where it must come out is just as important, not just where it starts. Okay, where it must come out. The silences are in between. That's basically what a spotting session is. And also what to avoid, you know, filling the gaps and not overwhelming the story or the dialogue. And deliverables is what you deliver. A cue list with scene, time code. In film is not, don't use bars because everything is running on a time code. Like time code to music is the same, then you can just link into a time code for everybody, you know. And the purpose maybe why you made a certain note, or why you made a certain decision. And basically we're going through that. Thank you. Again, this is how I believe that producers should brief composers. So everything is really just the same. I'm just elaborating here. A basic brief is something like the audience should feel hope. This is what I want. I want the audience to feel hope, but there must be a shadow of danger. You know, tell them what they must follow. We are following the mother's fear, not the son's excitement. So the composer can lead the listener on what to follow. You know, when there's too much happening, you don't know what to follow. But I, as a composer, I can say, no, we're going to follow that guy. You know, I wrote a few years ago, me and my collaborator wrote a stage production, it's a musical to the novel Ethel Fugard Zoetzi, you know. And here this guy's a thug. He's a thug, he's killing people, he's all that. But I can get you to love this guy and start feeling so sorry for him. Like, this guy is a thug. I'm sure you know this from other movies. Like, but what of Nabanjo, Shem, because you've drawn so closely to him. Like, you know. So I can actually get you to like what you would not ordinarily do. So that is bringing you closer to what I want to bring you close to. I'm in control. Okay? So, still on a brief. Emotion, what must we feel? The point of view, whose inner world are we following? Reference, what should it remind you of? You know, like go something like, like in such and such. So you try and capture that. As well as boundary, what it should avoid. Where you start losing what's important over ego. Thank you. It's going a lot faster than I thought it would. A very important note in music, probably the most important thing is what you're doing, which is why you're doing what you're doing. And many people leave this till the end. I had very expensive mistakes in the past. Original score. If you're writing music from scratch, it's completely new. Your commission agreement needs to be in place before you start. Okay?
composer fees, zonke ezaa zinto. Ownership. Who owns this? Okay? No, whatever you decide to, but you need to be clear about who owns that. I can go into what ownership is and usage scope. So you can own it, sort of advise, you own the music, and these guys, they pay for a license to use it for a period. But once that period is done, then you have to relicense it, okay, to use it again. Otherwise, you own it, right? You own, otherwise, you must be paid out and it's very expensive, okay? So, because then you have to counter in what I would be making, okay? So these guys have to counter in, which is not always the most advisable option, okay? It's also pretty expensive. Now, if you're using existing music, it belongs somewhere. And there's many rights even in one piece. Few rights, there's those royalties, there's the master rights, which is the sound recording, as well as publishing rights, which is the actual IP. That stuff. Guys don't play with that. Guys that are in charge of IP don't play with that. You need to be clear. And if I can tell you now, Shibobo, TK's is Shibobo, biggest single ever, sold 108,000 units in the first week. And the rights of it, we don't own any of it in terms of copyright. Because I had the final countdown, and then went to them, says Yenzi. So trust me, I've learned, not the hard way, the expensive way. And now this is the song that keeps coming around. You can imagine now with the World Cup, it's associated with Bafana, it's associated with World Cup, and you can't even use it. Like, and now there's also a ShopRite ad that's out with Penny McCarthy and Fiasco. We couldn't use Shibobo because, like, we're just giving money away. So I'm giving you practical examples. You don't want to make those expensive. If you're someone like Andiyazanga Bantini, you know, be nice, get someone who negotiates those things. You know, deliverables. This is what you deliver. Is stems, which is sections of the full mix. The full mix itself, the cue sheets. This is where you say, okay, this cue, you QA1, and this is the data yayo. So it, when they're filling in cue sheets, they know exactly where the money must go. Okay, there's hundreds of millions sitting with a collecting body like Samra, though, that has not been claimed. But it's there. It's sitting there, you know? Yes, some people may be doing this for the love, whatever, but what you don't want is that money that should be coming to you to go to someone else. Whether you don't care about the money, but it's going to go to someone else to not work for it. Thank you. Budget realities. We know that very much. Why man Stella Wenzelendo? Yeah, no, very nice, you're cool. Snap budget happens a lot, you know? So a lot of it, there's a lot of low budgets. But then I know that, yes, I know that many people can't pay me what I should be getting paid. But then Zaurusa also, you know, if I don't, because I've got all these tools and all these sounds and all these things, like, so I also want to also be practicing, also my name to be out there, but you know I do these kind of things. So you find ways of working with things, you know? But you need to be realistic. If you say low budget, your small budget in terms of what you actually use, you know, you don't just go and book whatever, but the budget does not allow. So you make it, but you still find a way of still being effective and deliver a product that you are happy with, you know. So still your strong theme is there, but you restrain yourself. You're just strategic in how you roll out. Medium budget, hybrid score, maybe selected live players. You just mix better. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you got all the money for it, full orchestration, live ensemble, advanced mix, you actually put in everything that requires. Listen, I was working in Hollywood with the best players there, guys about like Hans Zimmer, whatever. Now, when they say big budget, numbers, I think, whatever budget. Here is the strings. Like one day we're recording just the strings in the studio, and the other day we were recording just the horns. Like it double bass is 10. The one double bass there in Gulu. Plus 10. So it's not because it sound by 10. No, it's 10 motherfuckers. So like. Oh, so this is what they mean by budget. You can afford people. Yes, you've got the sounds on your computer that can create, but nothing is like the true thing. You know? Because computers and all these tools are there to manipulate or try and do what's there, be it AI, whatever, is based on something that you can do naturally. It's a machine that tries to work out what you're doing. So the more true and more perfect the actual signal that goes into the machine, then the world is your oyster. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, you're still going to have to try and get that true sound first, and then you'll try. And it will sound even more processed as a result, you know? So do not let the budget decide imagination. Let budget decide the method that you're going to use. Next. Now, the future of sound and screen, in terms of where we are. Yes, but AI is technology is changing the tools, not the need for taste. There's many AI songs, but still it's a machine. And now it's using stuff that's gone through the system so many times and then starts finding patterns, no, there's so many, and then it starts creating it. I don't do stuff that's been done. I do original things. Imagine back in 1995, I was going to the record company getting, you know, I'm thinking of bringing strings and stuff to Kwaito. Shut up, come to me. I said, Drakensberg. Right? But I just did it. Because what I'm feeling, I don't expect them to know it, because people think about what they can associate with something that they already know. This I know they don't know. They're only going to know once I start doing it. Thank you. Now, what is changing, realistically speaking? Tools, distribution, expectation. AI and assistive tools, what it gives you is basically faster sketches, references, and workflow support. It does not give you the initial idea. It's just giving you the tools in order to get it faster, right? So, and everything is about speed and saving money. Immersive audio, your Dolby sounds that you get now, and so on. So still, it's not about the actual idea, it's what it does with the idea, you know. Enhanced Solando, African content growth. More screen stories need composers, supervisors, mixers, and studios. To get a final product, there's all these different players. Even if they say it's a, I don't know, whatever, like the Michael Jackson album, okay? Nancy album, no buso buka Michael Jackson. But that album is not just Michael Jackson that goes in there. It's all these other elements that take in there, the studio that they use, the kind of skill that is involved in there, and other for that product to actually exist. So, like songs, there can be many artists, but they still need songwriters. So all these things are important in creating the final product. Oh, mine selector. Now being more realistic. Eastern Cape opportunity. Building an ecosystem. So, where I am right now, like I say now, I've come to film. Yes, we started with the Bala family, a show on television, but now we've actually gone into the space. And we have gone into even setting up a facility with very strategic partners. And we're basically making it happen. Again, we do not wait for anyone. So we're building studios, film studios in the Eastern Cape that can actually talk about this. Yeah, I will not say what the name of it is, but as I talk about this, I am up to something. I'm not just preaching on anything, you know, because I'm talking about, and because we believe that studios are not only rooms with equipment, they are pipelines for all these skills, the stories, the jobs, you know what I'm saying? That's what it creates. We're generating a creative economy best that we can, relying on our skills and experience. Where composers can play, okay? You don't have to go to Johannesburg to compose. Because guitar, it doesn't mean that you need to be in the front of the CD. You can chill a P and just give us your songs or stuff to actually put onto stuff that they can ride on, as opposed to like, there's many other avenues where your creations can exist and can be carried. Yeah? Composers, musicians themselves, recording and performance, engineers, filmmakers, that people are creative. Now, it's like you come up with a good story, now you must also think about there should be other people that are also all working together. You know, that's what we basically, that's a necessity and that's what it's going to carry. So everybody gets to do what they do with the support of other areas. Thank you. Now, as we come to the end, so basically just to the 7 lessons and the key takeaways from what I've just presented. Music is story, not decoration. 2, you brief for emotion before style. In fact, with almost anything that's creative, it's emotion. You need to be it. When I write a musical, it's like, oh, this is happening here. I need to go there. I need to be crying alone. Alone, because I expect my audience to be there. I need to go with them. Be in there. 3, silence can be stronger than sound. No bombard yonke into ngengxolo. Soloko. You don't have to. You don't need to. In fact, it's the silence that's going to really bring about that emotion. And also, before, say you really want to emphasize a particular, say an accent in a scene that's coming or a moment that's coming, that's only really going to come out better if what precedes it is quiet enough or is soft enough for it to come out. Yeah. Number 4, a motive can carry memory. How do we use music to actually connect you to a particular memory? 5, culture must be researched, not pasted on. We've seen our culture being told by abantu abangeculture yethu. Incwadi zethu zibhalwa ngabantu baseCanada. Nothing has been written by us about us. Let's tell our own story. Okay? But Nati, we need to, not based on ledutness, we don't even know ourselves. We need to understand ourselves. And trust me, what you're going to find is so much more than we have ever thought about. It's within us. Our wealth is amongst us. And we can use this to actually tell. We've got a tool which is creativity and entertainment. People don't have to sit behind a lecture desk to get these things. We've got ways of telling these stories, which is through film. That's entertaining, and you get to understand and educate through it. 6, bring composers early in the process. And number 7, taste is knowing what to leave out. Next. I think it's the last one. So yeah, coming back to our main point. Film gives people something to watch, but music gives them something to remember. And goes.
Questions?
Oh yes, questions.
There's 1, 2. Sure.
Molo puti Mzwandile.
Molo man.
Ngeba no. Mamela ke. Koqala. Here, this side. Up ndim. Ikse ndim.
Oh lawo.
Hey, together ndim.
Dibashe.
Yes, now. Yes, we sure. Ndifuna ucacise one, and I think you covered it a bit, but can't we ucacise your expensive mistake? It is very critical because you've mentioned most of it, but please people understand what they leave on the table.
What?
The expensive mistake that people make in music, what they leave on the table. I think I was going to you said you did certain songs, you did Ushibobo, it was done by the song, but you left so much money on the table. You talked about expensive mistake that you learned over time. Can you just explain a bit more to the crowd what that means so they understand? Because you talked about it briefly, if I can.
So something like, you see, copyright, that IP, that, ndiyakubona uba uya performer, but that is your pension money. That your family can keep earning from 50 years after your death. Xa ungasakwazi uphethwa ngamadolo apha wakwazi uhamba uperforma ingoma yakho iyaqhuba, you getting money from, or you getting paid every time idlalwa anywhere ngukitching low. The value in that. And the more it is used, so you don't make decisions based on like, yeah, it may not be big. Think, when I advise young creatives, I'm like, I know sometimes we're product, if you're business, music. And I'm like, hey, chief, what if you have a big hit? What if this thing, that's what I'm concerned about. Should it be big, then what? Because Zizo, as you know, the bigger it is, that's where the disputes are going to come in. And I will sign why contracts at the beginning. Any contract, no, in business. But the contract is dealing with disputes. There's no disputes. Should the disputes be there, how are you going to handle it? I'm not going to put a price to it when I divide. Because it's not about price, it's about value. If you put a price or any number to anything, it doesn't matter how big the number may be to you, but there's a number that's bigger than that. And your success, yes, it may be great or whatever, or maybe whatever, or mediocre, but it's also how you carry your brand, how you keep this thing, and the kind of networks you make that will determine the longevity of whatever it is that you've created. So everything counts.
Okay. I don't know if you've finished.
I think so.
Okay, just a little follow-up from that question. It's a mistake that many that people do, Leo, but is there a way to rectify it? That expensive mistake. Kashibobo. That's the follow-up question, Land. Would you be able, like Michael Jackson, for example, I think Waklabara no, who's that Beatle?
Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney, because he went and bought he catalog Paul McCartney. Would you be able to do that with Oshibobo and a few other songs? But that was not going to be my question. I don't know if you've got a pen. To start from the beginning, I know quite a lot. I know you, and I know quite a few of your friends. I know you, Sakula Singobile, Paul Ndlovu, and then we forgot to lead.
It is 40 years.
I didn't want to embarrass you. Anyway, but we learned. As I was sitting here and you started with a description of what music is and what it does with film. And I thought to myself, hey, Unyansile, because it took me back. Not that I was there, but I know the history. Silent movies, when there were silent movies, they were not really silent because you had a piano, you had someone sitting there and playing the piano, so that people could go through the various emotions. And then that was a comment. The question I wanted to ask you, immediately you came up with that one, yeah. It's not epic, it's adventurous.
Yeah.
I saw Guti, it probably comes from a military because they have this background and so on. But I wanted to ask you, what do we do as Africans? Because we struggle, we had epic music that lifted us up and so on, and it would not be that sort of not classical music, sort of music. I was just thinking of the African context that you would do that.
Okay. All right. Maybe let me start from.
All right, but let's leave it there.
Oh, okay. So only you can satisfy yourself. Then go ahead. No.
It's fine. It's okay. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you about the other things afterwards. It's about Ngoko.
All right, okay. Look, let me tell you one of the reasons I decided to go and flip and study this film thing. I mean, this film scoring thing. After Long Walk to Freedom, the movie, and I'm like, who would be better in doing this thing than me? I know it's Xhosa. I know Josie. I know the struggle. Xhosa. These guys in Hollywood are going to do Hollywood. Okay? But abanayo. Lento nayo, which is actually understanding. So let me go and empower myself. So ndinokwazi uhlala phakathi studio nami ndithi no. Ndiyakwazi uyenza lento. And actually this is now a kind of like a personal thing. I feel that they didn't even use the piece that I wrote for Black Panther because I actually wrote something for Black Panther. And my friends are like, because I said to the guy and I started telling him what I can do. He started, oh, jeez. He actually said about, hey, you're going to take my job from me. I didn't want to take that lightly, what he just said. They know what we're capable of. They know what we're capable of. But we don't have to stop empowering ourselves. Give you another example. 2010 World Cup opening ceremony goes to Lebu M. I'm not talking about Lebu M. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the issue. Okay? But great minds talk about ideas, small minds talk about people. Now, I'm thinking, I goes to him because I struggle. Well, he fucks it up somehow, okay? Or whatever, there's unhappiness. And I'm not going there to complain. In fact, they even changed guys to even do the closing ceremony. They get a consortium. They don't put me into that consortium. Okay, it's other guys. And I still get asked, hey, dog, you know, there's this scene here where Late Smith Black Mamba is going to come in, the elephants are coming and it's a rain. Can you write something for that? Dude, it came to me like, tapa, 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 you know, like representing, you know, ya nimvula, hey, tapa, 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 shapa, tapa, you know, like, fine. Now, the African Cup of Nations is the next year. Now, Sibongile Khumalo was part of that consortium. She gets this gig. And now she's asking me to come. So why can you come and help with this thing? I'm like, ithini into? Here ngathi ndiyabona apha ngathi ngingaphela ndiyenza yonke le nto bengumsebenzi wami, but you got the gig and now ndiyabuzwa mna ba so ufuna sikubhatale emalini. Mna my question is ithini budget? Man for like ithini budget because like I have sense buying at lendo. Now I may not be able to do what I'm thinking by myself. I need a budget. I can't be calling just my fee. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't want to booze me. Okay? Then they went and got another gentleman who's a pianist, but he can also score. I've also used, I've used him. Won't mention his name. And that guy is not a struggling, he's a jazz musician. Like, he'll do anything with that 50,000, whatever they're going to offer him. And I knew that he's going to end up having to do all the work. The same thing happens. Opening ceremony happens. And it's like, a closing ceremony. And everyone was happy. Somizi says to me, he's in the creative team. Me, hey, your name is coming up there, but I only as Waipala can get us out of this. Yeah? Now do I sit and complain or do I keep empowering myself? Because so you need to compete with your own self. Not get pissed off with whatever people, they're flaring it out. Oksalayo, you know your truth, you know how ready you are, you know happy figure corner kuma izokwazi udlula. But now I can manipulate, coming back to your point, I can manipulate, I know what makes things African, I know what brings it back home, but I've got all those tools. Those are tools. I know I really wanted to go up. I know like he hasn't just put in a bit of quiet just to giving, because I'm working from emotion, not from notes. I've moved past notes long ago. I'm not in music, I'm in the science of music. I hope I've covered a lot. Not.
Question, Uguti. That expensive mistake, because I mean it's your heritage, lilifa labantwana bakho, sabelo sabo. Can you rectify it, or is it?
Well, first of all, it's not owned by me. When we checked, when the Shibobo conversation came back again, and our publisher says, okay, let me check with these guys and let's check. These guys haven't even claimed anything, even from Samro. They just know they own it. So we can't even tell how much money has been paid so far. But it was them that negotiated that thing. We don't even know. Knowing those guys, they would have let 100% go. Same guys that were working on piracy, championing the thing of piracy, but they own the material, they own TKZ. So they can make any other deals that do not go through this pipeline that's going to say, okay, this is how many units were sold. So I don't trust shit. Until I have enough money to really investigate, but it will not be just for TKZ. It will be for every other creator that may have been screwed. The battle is a lot bigger. The proof is in the pudding. We did what we did. It is what it is. Yes, there's other things, but this is a legal thing. It's not so much a personal thing. But we were also 21 years old, Chief. Which I think on its own is a lot. I'm not going to cry over money. I'll cry over value. We still created the history. We still were the Wonder Kids. We still created history with my high school friends. Always let the most important thing remain the most important thing. One more. I've got a meeting.
Okay, thank you so much. Greetings to everyone. And thank you so much for your presentation. I feel like it is very important, especially for young creators who are coming into the space. I would like to know whether do you do workshops where you actually equip young artists to actually know about protecting their work, whether it's music or especially in music, like the copyright and the institutions that they should register their work on so that they don't repeat same mistakes. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Well, I had not intentionally or, like this is what I'm doing, maybe when I'm invited to talk on something, because I'm also concerned about IP. Don't own all that information. So now I'm at that phase now, working with universities, Rose University and all universities. I'll actually do these master classes that are going to be owned by us at our own studios. We're going to own the entire value chain so that I can still be able to manipulate it myself and grow on it. You know what I'm saying? So this is a new beginning for me. And if you think I've done stuff, I haven't even started. I'm about to start.
Inkosi Mhlekazi. Hayi siyabulela kakhulu bengicela siphinde simqhwabeleni nje oqhubela nje. Inkosi. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. I get it. I get it why Mr. Dilima ngoke be introduces why sithi engu professor. There's an entire science to this whole thing. Yeah. But anyway, lunch is served. May we please attempt to contain it for 30 minutes, and then we're gonna, and then we have to come back for a presentation about distribution and pitching, and then we'll go into screenings. So lunch is served. Please, let's try and be back within 30 minutes. Thank you.
Black is a language of the music. For things that are truly mystical. My writing arises from the depths I cannot reach. No one really is more ignorant about what I write than I am.
is Tolkien's inspiration, sure, but it's also fog, forest, and folklore, all rolled into one magical shot. From the iconic surf breaks of Jeffreys Bay to the wild green cliffs of St. John's, this province offers visual drama at every turn. And then there's the wild coast. It lives up to its name. Untouched, underrated, unreal. You could shoot a feature here and never repeat a location. But the landscapes are only half the story. Here you get 3 days of sunshine a year, reliable weather, affordable talent, and crews who show up and show out. Infrastructure here won't hold you back, with roads that go the distance and accommodation that fits almost like a group from boutique to blockbuster. This is the province that keeps your production. You won't just film. In forest to sun-bleached coastline in a single day. This place gives you options, real, unspoiled, cinematic options. You've got the warm Indian Ocean crashing against the shores of East London. You've got Gqeberha's city pulse, complete with highways, heritage buildings, and that golden hour beachfront glow. Then there's Makanda, all soul and sandstone. A town that feels like it's been holding its breath for centuries, waiting for the right lens. Want scale? Craft Renette stands like a film set, already dressed. Old churches.
Ninjani? Ooh, yeah, no. Lunch is settling in. So I'm Amanda Onamandla Mate. I hail from the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal. Really the warmest province to be in during winter. Right now I miss my warmth. Um, but I am the marketing officer under destination marketing. I look after how you see the province in South Africa and to a degree even in Africa. And then prior to that, I think some of you may know what used to be KZN Film Commission. I was the marketing and comms officer, or specialist rather, specifically looking after marketing and distribution, the fund thereof, which was benchmarked against the NFEF. So I have vested knowledge, insights, industry experience. I majored in television and studied via Rhodes as well through DT and Rhodes University. So I've had a media production company in digital as well. I've worked with a few productions, mostly in television. Just last year, we did a beautiful project with Thomas Gumede, where we were capacitating emerging filmmakers to understand the television terrain in terms of the made-for-TV project. So I've structured this presentation really for abantu mina engidila nabo, which are emerging filmmakers. That's my forte. Of course, tier 1, tier 2, I know how to help you, I know how for you to navigate and what you need to do. But passion yam, because I also did youth development, is those that are still trying to figure out abafufusayo ngesiZulu sithi abathu khasa, yabo, they're just showing their heads. And ultimately it's to get you from being a tier 4, tier 3 into a tier 2 and taking tier 2s and shifting them into tier 1s. Why is that? Because the ecosystem needs to happen, right? It's called pipeline development. If you come from the innovation space, it's the same model. Minimal viable product. How do we get you to the end with a simple working project that is bankable, that makes you money, and you sell it, you let go and you move to the next project, okay? So let's move to the first one. I'm just gonna show you my province. I just have to. Let's go to the next slide and it should automatically click or press enter. Press play. Scroll to the bottom. So scroll, okay. Back. Scroll to your left. Hover your mouse. Is it not? Okay, it's not picking up the video. Okay, it's fine. Let's keep going. We'll play the video another time. It's not coming up on that side. It's fine. Let's move to the next slide, just to give you a backdrop. So, as I said, we used to be the KZN Film Commission, and there was an entity called Tourism KwaZulu-Natal. We found that we had the same mandate, which was position, posture, and present the province as a viable province for tourism activity on one side, and on our side, as a film hub, right? And as a pristine film destination. And so with the rationalization of government, we were then merged. It's been a 10-year journey since 2016. We are now 3 years post our merger process, which transpired in 2024. And yes, Beksa, yabo. Ma menqeda ukushada sesidlule kwi-honeymoon phase sesifuna sijwayelane manje ukuthi meshipha umuntu ushipha kanjani, kind of a thing. And so holistically as an entity, we are driving marketing and promotion, which is part of my job. And Eastern Cape is a key source market actually for the province. We have a lot of Eastern Cape community that travels to KZN, all the way up to Durban, and we're trying to say Durban is not the only place. There's Drakensberg, there's North Coast, Kuneng, Kumnand, Yabozia, Kala, KZN. Then we also look at the facilitation and development of supporting both of these sectors. So while tourism is probably a stronger GDP contributor to the sector, and you would know that the State of the Nation address, the president always talks about how tourism contributes to the economy and it's such a integral part. We're trying to elevate film to form part of that State of the Province address, right? And so it talks to what I was referring earlier. When you get funding, it speaks to the GDP, SARS, the taxpaying, the job creation, all of it. This is what then feeds into that State of the Nation address, right? When he talks creative industries and he talks about the investment the country's made and the return on investment. Job creation, because of the nature of the entity, we have a film fund which is there to catalyze job creation, but we also then support productions that do come into the province. So you would have seen on our digitals, it's pushing ekakasini because it's job opportunity, it's job creation in the province. We do work with sector partners to catalyze, to train, capacitate, and move them forward. So that whole, again, pipeline development. So you study, we fund you. You work, we fund you. You want to specialize, we fund you. Then addressing historical imbalances. Again, the sector is still very predominantly, particularly on the commercial side, very much owned by a certain notion of people. And so now, not only should you look to us or ECDC or whichever funding bodies are here as a source of income, we need to get ourselves to start targeting the commercial side. A simple example, the song Moulin Rouge by Christina Aguilera was the person who directed it actually started off in commercials before he got to making the film. How many of us are in the commercial space? Sibancane mos, angithi? But that's actually where a lot of the money is. Money is in the commercial side. The film, the independent stuff is your passion project. But ukuze kuvaleke la ngoba isisu asidlali, you need to look at the commercial side. And that means you need to start having relationship with your marketing agencies, with your creative agencies, and pipeline into that as freelancers. So again, I think the reason why I have such a broad bio is because I also worked in the creative agency side. So I see the gap and the opportunity that exists for us as Black professionals. So let's go to the next slide. My topic is around pitching and distribution. So for those that are not government employees, I just want the filmmakers only to answer me. When do you engage? When do you think about the marketing and distribution plan? At development, right? Okay, and answered right. I was waiting for the wrong answer and I had a whole long. So the mistake that we've seen since I joined the entity has been filmmakers really think at the tail end, it's okay, and if Netflix says, Amanda, please hold my hand, I want to go to Netflix. And I go, no. Actually, when you think Netflix is when you actually start with the concept. Is Netflix the right platform? Is it the right audience? What is the data that informs that Netflix is the right place, right? So if you look at right now, we've seen a rise of locally sourced stories. But when Netflix initially entered the market, Bestola and syndication, because the accounts, the people who were buying, the people who are registering with Netflix wanted to see syndicated stories. And it's only recently we've seen the curve around language, this is Zulu, and local stories, right? So you've always got to understand, who is the audience I want, where are they spending money? That's the next slide, actually. Saying jump back on. So essentially, when you start your process traditionally, people think of it at the end, but it actually needs to run the entire thread. And there's a reason why that continuity needs to take place. It's because when you start bringing in Azwai to come compose your music, you need to be able to explain to Azwai, this is the audience it's going to, this is the platform. So that Azwai can also think about the legal ramifications involved in some of the music he may be using, if he's using or creating, right? So the whole marketing and distribution channel is actually feeding into whoever you work with in terms of music, your talent, right? Behind the scene shots starts to take place as part of your marketing and distribution plan. If you looked at, he made the example of the river. If you look at the river, we saw a lot of the BTS of some of the work that they were doing before we actually saw the episode, and we were more excited to see the episode as a result of talent marketing the production. So some of the work doesn't have to be done by you as a filmmaker. It's about using the resource you have um, at your disposal to actually elevate your plan. Let's go to the next slide. So I approached this from a case study perspective, and I said, for the last 4, 5, maybe even longer, because I joined tourism and film in 2023, and the entity has been funding these platforms longer than I've been there. What we've seen through some of these platforms that we actually put money behind, hardcore cash behind, is that audience matters, right? Distribution influences production. And through these platforms, I mean, between DFM and MIP, we're now having a distribution discussion for the province, right? And we're saying, since you come to us to partner at a provincial level, thina sicela ama-distributors who are going to take the content of our filmmakers to the relevant audience. And this is because we know that the audience, there's an interest. Nonke ngisanganisa uJonas, but uJonas uqhamuka kephi? Uqhamuka kwaZulu. Storyline sithini? Zulu or Ndebele, but the relation is there, right? So they got that right? And in essence, it makes it easier to distribute, because when you're having that conversation, for me, I assume it was a simple conversation. Netflix has the audience. How many people are signed up in Zimbabwe? If you look at who the author is, Sunyat. Okay, so where else is this cultural element very similar? Which other parts of the world have a very similar cultural understanding of polygamy? KZN, right? And then let's go beyond Africa. Where else? Kenya. Let's go beyond Africa. Where else in Europe? Where? So it's global for a reason. Cultural inference, cultural background. When you understand abantu that you're filming for, what do they do? What do they want? Badlani. I know it's something we don't think about, right? Because you're just filmmakers and you want to write your story, and it's a great story and it's a great idea and I just want to see it. But sometimes maybe having a friend in marketing will help you. Because a marketer will tell you, Wuti, a person to get to the point of wanting to watch The Polygamist must have a personal reference, some personal ideology to the story. And that's why it went global. And now it's the States are going crazy about it because the dramatization of it makes sense to the American audience. Netflix didn't bargain on that part. What's it, the Twitter swindler? Again, European audience. But siyayazi leyo ndaba thina as South Africans. We know, we have our own swindlers in this country. Right? Again, you're not writing just out of a passion of your own idea. You've got to write it to understand who else has a relation to the story. And at what point would they intersect with the story? Then, marketing all day, every day, ever ready, right? You've got to. It doesn't start at one point when you have a poster. It's every day. Even yourself as a filmmaker, I mean, if you look at Ryan Coogler, he does a lot of marketing of what his thought process is. You look at Sinners. There's a reason why they wore the white t-shirts, him and Michael. It was to present a softness to the black male perception. Clean, white, crisp, color matters, right? How people see you visually, what you deliver as a speech matters. So again, as filmmakers, it's not out of touch. You guys can do these things. It's your own personal story. Lung San knows how to sell his film because it's a story he relates to. And I'm pretty sure there are people who will see the story and go, I know that, I know what, and you get what I mean? So it's a touch point of relationability. That's the word I wanted. Relatable, yeah. Then collaboration is the economy that breeds partnership. Guys, angwazi ukwenza into uyenze wedwa, partner, collaborate. Asingaxhophani. If somebody has the linkage, you have a friend that's a journalist, take your friend out for coffee. Friend, help me, man. Ngizame a half page. Right? Some of the things you don't have to spend money on. Build that network. Again, I said if you have a friend who's studied marketing, Friend, wazenza thesis ngestory sami. Right? If you have a friend that has some sort of connection to, it's not a bad idea. We actually did it with the festival in the province with a Shisanya Maga Max. We did a screening at Max. Because who says abantu baselokishini don't deserve to watch films in their own backyard? That's an audience. You don't have to wait till you get to Netflix. You know, you test within the space. And it was a relationship. And Max came aboard and said, yeah, sure, let's handle it. And it happened. Packed to the brim. People stopped. Literally. At 8 o'clock in the evening, they sat and watched the film. So it's there. There's opportunity. Utilize it. When we invested around local film festivals, we've seen an increase in terms of audience, engagement, because people are yearning for. They're conspiring against me. Nyangizwa what? Do I need the mic? Oh, the mic is back on. Hallelujah. Okay, so at MIP Africa Fame Week, again, this is to my ECDC counterparts, is lobby. Ours as government is to lobby, that you access the platform, that you get the support, that you get catalyzed into market access opportunity, into investors. Again, all these platforms provide audiences, different types of audiences for what you need to achieve as a filmmaker. And I'm presenting them because they should be top of mind at your concept stage of where you want to take your film. If you're going to MIP or DFM, you know you're going there for a specific reason. One is financing, one is distribution, right? You need to know these distinctions. If you're going to DEF or Yalapa because you just want people to see your film on a cinema, you won't make money from it, but eyeballs matter. Because then when you go to SAPC, you can say 500 people saw my film. Right? Ericsson. Say Ericsson. Ericsson, yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then local film festivals. Uti Eastern Cape, I haven't ventured. Icon. Right. Uti, corner. Film festival directors, in the room, please treat your platforms as marketing and distribution businesses. Right? Charge. Charge. Then build your audience. It's a business. There's a reason why Toronto is so coveted. There's a reason why everybody goes Sundance and Cannes and in. Because it is a business. So, local film festivals, we've made an investment as an entity where we're capacitating our district level film festivals to start operating like DFM and DIF in their various districts. I challenge Eastern Cape to come to the party, right? And there's a reason why. Because when you start a district, as a filmmaker, you must know, I've covered the area I come from. Then I can go province. Then I can go national. And once I'm done national, I think I book African bonus again. Before, don't rush to international. If you have not made sure that the people you come from have not seen what you're capable of, then you've missed the whole point. So let's move to the next slide. Okay, audience, I touched on this. Who? Where? Why? How? What are they looking for? I'll say this. The reason why the polygamist was such a trigger point is everybody carries a certain level of pain around marriage, around polygamy, around relationships, around culture, around access to money when we've elevated. Having kids, so it's a pain and a gain. There are people who went, man, Jonas is king, yeah, but you all saw him. He's now sitting there with the likes of Michael Ealy, TJ Michael. There's a whole poster with all the men that are hated in film. Stumo's now there, In fact, as kids, I don't know, feel like uSidumo usahambile usazoshiya athi nje awele phesheya join uThuso. See, again, we export. Thank you. We export the best talent. Google's the same. In fact, we project to by the time we call Thomas Velos, hey guys, you know my manager. Yeah, but again, your talent understanding the vision of the story, you understanding the vision as a filmmaker. And whoever you bring on as either your marketing, your publicist, or your collaborators, understanding the opportunity. Some of this does not need big budgets. Some of it just needs skill. Yeah, and when you understand this flow, I learned this flow in business. Okay? I'll even add, have a spreadsheet listed with contact details. Excuse me. In those contact details, zone in on the individual. When is it their birthday? When's the wife's birthday? When the kid's birthday? When's the anniversary? Psychology. Money is psychology, right? When you, thank you, darling. When you, I don't know why. When you understand the psychology of the people you get money from or the people you work with, you'll understand how to touch point with them at different points in life so that ungahlezi uza to umuntu only because you want something from them. It's relationship, it's customer relations. I know they don't teach this in film school yet, but it's a tool that has helped me in business that I've never had to pitch for business because I've always been, hi, Mike, how are you? How are the kids? I think Mike is like 10. Yeah, no, it's great. Actually, Amanda, what are you busy with? You've started a conversation purely on a personal level. And it's not so we know it, guys. There's a reason why my beds until 10 o'clock at night. It's not some goals, it's keeping up with people. Yeah, bo? And unfortunately, the WhatsApps and all of that have done away with the simple social skill. That is the essence of business. There's a reason why my cold room existed in our communities because ubanban had umcimbi and would tell that person and that person would say, no, we can't lose the essence of how we have been operating. Let's bring it on board and utilize technology. Again, pain and gains. This is taken from the business startup lean methodology, English. But if you understand it, you'll understand the lean business process, you'll understand how to address it. It applies across the board to any sector, but in film, I think it can elevate what you already operate. Let's go next slide. Dango. Okay, distribution platforms. I'm going somewhere with this, you'll see at the end. So there's cinema, there's festivals, there's television, there's streamers, there's community screenings, there's educational licensing. How about educational licensing? I want to believe my comrade from SABC covered. Did you touch on it? Because I didn't get to hear. You did. A tad bit, okay. Go shoot men workshop properly, right? These are the opportunities that exist from a distribution side, and these are the platforms that you need to think about. If you're going to do the cinema run, let's be very frank and honest. Cinema is struggling in the country, right? We see it, we know it. If you want to do that purely because of a personal, you must be comfortable with the fact that you won't make money from it and be content with it, right? But also think about where you are. I don't know how many cinemas there are in the province of Eastern Cape. I know for KwaZulu-Natal. I know KwaZulu-Natal, we've come down quite hardly. We had maybe 8 and we are now down to 3 cinemas in the whole entire province, right? So that shows a huge loss of economic activity. But it's on the rise. It looks like it's rebuilding because people miss that experience of popcorn. Slash, and I think the release of some of these international projects like Michael and Devil Wears Prada has re-inspired people to go back to cinema. you know, because there was something about Ugia cinema semncane, bruh. Nothing beats that. Hey, we are the generation of nostalgia. Ne? We love it. But the truth of the matter is, from a local perspective, it's hard to make money via the cinema route. I think the last one we put money behind was The Honeymoon, and that did its own circuit for a while. But yeah, so just it's something to think about. If you want to do it, do it. Maybe tailgate it with festivals that use cinemas to screen. And that way you have that cinematic element to your distribution. I see your hand. You had a hand? No. Oh, okay. Okay. Television, okay. SABC's Terrain. I won't double into that because I think there was a presentation on how to engage SABC. As a broadcaster, I will always push SABC because entity to entity, they are we've also actually recently signed an MOU with SABC to drive our emerging filmmakers with access to eyeballs on the SABC Plus platform. So don't negate that platform. It has numbers, right? If you want people to see and you want to prove to your investors there's return on investment, that is a platform to really engage on. Streamers, Netflix, understand the business on Netflix. When you understand the business on Netflix, you can negotiate. But again, also know they have their own mandate. It's not headquartered in South Africa, it's headquartered in Amsterdam. And it's accounts. Number of people subscribed, how much they pay. Based on that, you will know whether they'll have appetite. It's relationship building, working with the production companies that work with Netflix all the time. I know that they're known as Godla a little bit. Unfortunately, it is the nature of the sector and the economy to a degree and stuff. So think about that. But there are other platforms that are coming up. Think about, what's this? TV, brands, Samsung, Hisense. When they sell their TVs, they actually have what they called channels, for lack of a better term, of content they have as a television brand, where you could potentially load your film on there. It's still a bit of a touchy because it hasn't been clear how you're going to make money from that. But again, if you're looking for eyeballs and you're looking for reach via an established brand, it's also an opportunity. As well, then community screenings. This is my forte. Festivals and community screenings tend to be my forte. Are also really good because you can rotate, you can move around different communities, you can test, you can hear, you get to resonate, you get to, feel, take away comments from your audience as to, is this working, is it not working? Do I need to fix something? Do I not need to fix something? So they're very vital. Even testing your trailer. The community screenings are actually a great place to do that, to test what is people's response to your content that you've put together. And then, of course, I've touched on educational licensing. I said SABC must come back and do a proper workshop, right? So let's go to the next slide. Okay, let's try and play it because, yeah, it plays. Hallelujah. Maybe the previous one was because you didn't hover. Press play.
I was born in the twilight of a spring September morning in rural Zabazi. My grandfather tore the silent dawn with thunderous family poetry recitations, recalling the ancestors, reporting my arrival. I had the fortune of being born into a family of storytellers. Poetry for us is performed to honor kings, to welcome newly born babies, and to rock them to their sleep. I love writing. It's like I was deaf before, but now I can hear.
And Tanji, I'm trying to make this film about Mum, and it's been years. I want to know who she was. Describe her.
You want set answers. There are no set answers, there are shades of meaning. Blood is a language of the mystery. You need sacrifice for things that are truly mystical. My writing arises from the depths I cannot reach. No one really is more ignorant about what I write than I am.
Some of the stuff we put money behind. Let's go to the next slide. Before we play the next slide, my selector. I never understand that, but let's go to the next slide. Okay, before we press play on it. Khethiwe Ngcobo is what we classify a tier 1 filmmaker. Her speciality is around documentary and feature films. She runs a production company known as Fuze Productions, right? She is the daughter of the Ngcobo family, quite astute and well known in the political terrain of KwaZulu-Natal. They fled to South Africa in the 1940s, maybe 1950s, and moved to Great Britain. And her mother is an unknown but recognized writer who challenges the stereotypical challenges around authorship and writing and recognition of Black female authors. And she did this documentary profiling her mother's journey. And when she completed it, I saw the trailer and we sat down and we devised a marketing approach. And she said, Amanda, all I know is film festivals are where it will work for me. And so we helped her as an entity, walked the journey with her, and she'll tell you that herself. So I think you can press play, hover over that speaker. Yeah, that one.
The strategy we've used for our initial festival strategy.
Reverse, rewind. Hey, yabo, I'm thinking car. Okay, press play.
But about the strategy we've used for.
Fine.
But I'm just going to talk a little bit about the strategy we've used for our initial festival strategy. We don't have a sales agent, so we've been doing it ourselves and basically either responding to invites or using the platform Film Freeway to apply to festivals. And we've received quite a lot of support from the KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Authority. They've provided us support with the transportation, with the ticket to go to Amsterdam and to attend IDFA, which is a very prestigious documentary festival, and also a marketing support at various festivals around the country. And they've been really good at helping with marketing on in the newspapers in KZN. What we've done so far is we've had a film premiere at DocFest in Sheffield, and then we were in Counters Documentary Festival. Then we did IDFA. Then we did a Head Bridge Film Festival. Then Calgary, and then we had a film screening at in KZN. Then we're now going to be going to a festival in Philadelphia, and there's a festival in Berlin that we're going to go to. and we've won quite a few awards as well. So we won the Ronald Lutz Award for Best Editing, runner-up for the Al Jazeera Award for Best African Feature, Best Documentary at the Calgary Film Festival, highly commended at the Hayden Bridgefield Film Festival, and we won the Ladima Foundation Award for Best Documentary by an African Woman. So through pushing to get into festivals, we are really trying to get the film out there globally. We've tried to get marketing, quite a lot of marketing in various publications. And yeah, that's basically what we've been doing. And we've been fairly successful. We want to do the next stage of our rollout is try and take the film to several universities around the country and really try and get people to see it around the country. So it's really about making sure that the film is seen and in as many places as possible and finding strategies to get it there. So that's our next main thing, is to get it out around the country, particularly to universities, because we think it's an important film in universities. Yeah, that's basically what we've done so far. There's still a long way to go. We need to get it onto a broadcast platform. We need to take it out there. But we're doing the best we can. And I think it's good. It's good. We're just pushing. We're pushing as much as we can. Thanks.
So that's Ketiwa's journey. She came to us, we saw the trailer, sat down with her and said, tell us what your plan is, which is usually how we support filmmakers that we've put money behind in terms of production. And we said, okay, well, which are the platforms? And she, as she said to you, she was looking at ITFA as the final goal, right? So we said, let's get you into DIF. Again, because we put money behind the platform, we're going to make sure. So for those that are Eastern Cape filmmakers, ECDC, you know, get ECDC to help you to position your own platforms. She went from DIF, she got invited to screen at MIP. We then took that and took it to media, put her on a panel to talk about her film, brought media, invited stakeholders from our tourism sector to come through to the screening, took it from there, and she says, okay, Joburg Film Fest. Okay, no problem. Again, raise media awareness, partnership, mind you, she's not paying a single cent, right? So you have funders who can fund you, but who can elevate awareness. And it's a simple thing of, I've been invited, please can you help me? We're mandated to do the help. It's not if we want to, it's a mandate. So again, raised awareness. She came back to us and said, it's an embargo, ITFA might be screening. We said, no problem, we're there. Apply. She applied to us for a fund. I'll share that fund with you. And she was awarded 50,000 Rand to go to Amsterdam. And she went to Amsterdam, hosted a networking session. As a result, DocFest came as a result of that. Sheffield came as a result of that. So in essence, for those that are independent filmmakers and don't have the illustrious budgets, you want to look at film festivals. And you want to understand the film festivals platforms, the type of content it screens, the type of audience it attracts, and where most likely the type of distributors you want. She went to ITFA with a plan. We asked for this as part of the reason why we give you funding. She went there to say, there are specific distributors I want from a global scale that understand the distributing of documentaries, particularly documentaries relating to Southern Africa prior to the new dispensation. It's a story of her mom who grew up in apartheid era South Africa, but is exiled out of South Africa. The reason why she's also gone via the British route is because she lived in Britain. Again, understanding the audience, right? So she's understood the right platform, the right audience, the right type of distributors. And so the Film Festival run for me has been the most tangible run from an economical perspective, because you pay for a flight, you pay for accommodation, also haslisha yesisu. But when you're there, you know exactly who's coming. You know exactly who's going to be having conversations regarding distribution. And when you plan for that, you're able to elevate. Also, another marketing aspect is submitting for awards. Right? Submitting your film for awards. Those things matter because they elevate the awareness of your film. It's an award-winning film, award-winning producer, award-winning director. Submit. You know, so if the likes of MIP, Joburg Film Fest, all these platforms, diff, all of them are saying submit. Submit. Put it on Film Freeway. Apply to the festivals. Apply for these awards. The worst thing you can hear is a no. The best thing you can hear is, sure, we actually like what you're doing. Yeah, mo. So there's that. And again, the support is available. You've got a provincial entity that can help you, and you've got a national entity that can help you. But start here within the country. It's easier for us as entities to go, yeah, we can book you and pay for your accommodation, because we know what we can negotiate from our travel agencies to facilitate. Versus when you go internationally, we have to cap, because that's money leaving the country, right? And that's why Ketwe could only access a 50,000 rand from us as an entity. Again, she understood the backdrop of the film is Umzumkul, rural area of KwaZulu-Natal, where her mother comes from. A lot of her money also was spent around archival footage, which you saw, and reenactments, which you saw. That's why she has this is the problem about watching shows and remembering people's characters. Yeah, right? But she had to do that reenactment to give the gist of her mother's walk. Again, the story is not lapaya, it's story sila asingelebeleni. And we probably have plentiful stories. Mzulu MEC Peters on Wednesday saying, you know, there's a province that celebrates battles while we have won wars. And I said, okay, I clocked it, MEC. But, you know, as a result of investing, we have Mandla Dube of Pambila Media developing a film around the Battle of Isandlwana, and the king leading that. And there's a story, a romance story, a story of a virgin maiden, a story of a mama who comes through and helps Sasekhona as black people there during those wars, or battles, depending on which province you come from. But those are the stories, right? But there are stories to be told. And Ketiwe tells the story of her mother emanating from her original people. Ukuthi ngokwesintu vele vele kade sabantu esichazayo, esitolikayo, esibhalayo, esinomlando okuthanda ukuchaza ngomlando. How many of us know our family heritage and what they're known for? And that's a film, that's a documentary, right? So let's go to the next slide. So how to budget? Okay, if you have money, if you have lots of money, above the line, lots of it, then you can run wild above the line, right? Billboards, rap advertising around buildings, run free. If you don't have money, this is where you start to play, right? Below the line, digital, right? Third quarter interactive elements, this is where you start to see talent, community, audience engagement, competitions. That's where you start interacting. Again, building a network. Excuse me. If you watch The Devil Wears Prada, Devil's partner partnered with the hotel that accommodated them during filming. They didn't actually pay for the accommodation, my suspicion. And so they did a competition. Whoever went to cinema in the country could scan a QR code and access, and that's how you start to track and push numbers. That's film elevating tourism. And that's the interactive elements there. Yabo. But, mangana mali, la, yabo. You look around what you can do around digital. You have a DOP. DOP directs imagery. Imagery you can use across different social media platforms. So you don't just have DOP there to direct the cinematography, but they can direct how it's visually seen on social media, on TikTok, and the likes. So let's move to the next one. Oh, and then make sure you have a friend ka PR. Footy Roads is around the corner. Find the friends that are journalists. They are going to mainstream newspapers one of these days when they graduate. Ebasonabo. Because when they want to comment on something, you're the first person they'll think of. When they need an open ed, you're the first person they think of. If they're going radio, you're there. So build relationships. Okay, from my side I can see, but I hope y'all can see. Is it visible? The blue one is not. Okay, that's a good takeaway to know for future. See that designer in me. Okay, so on this side then, kudango. Right, markets and festivals. So this is the funding that Ketiwe applied for. We have as an entity. This funding is basically you going to a platform. In some instances, if you follow us on digital platforms, we actually do a call. So we've just done a call for Toronto International Film Festival. If you're a filmmaker, you've either been invited by them to screen, to sit on a panel for an award, you can apply to us for funding support to go. If the platform is not listed, and when I say not listed, I mean the platform is not backed by a government entity similar to us in that country. It's a small-scale platform or still in development platform, because there are some festivals that are sort of rising. Then you get capped at 50,000. So for example, ITFA is privately owned. And as a result, we don't place it as a call yet. But we've been made aware that government is getting involved, such as the German government. So we are looking at platforms that are government-endorsed platforms for a reason. One, it's to access money for their filmmakers to come to the country and film in the country. As a result, there's money coming into the country, an opportunity, cultural exchange, knowledge exchange. So that's part of the reason why. And that's what we do. So we pay for everything. Ndiza, visa, food, car, access, pelanje, again. But everything else is covered. You get to explore. There's no, you can't do this, you can't do that. You need to do what you need to do. But when we ask for the report must show evidence of the investment. Right? So it's not a free holiday, because I know some people think festival tourism. It's not a free holiday. You're there on business. And we must show the business outcomes. Ketio got 50,000. She's come out as an award winner of 2 different awards with the 50,000 rand investment, right? So that's the one. If you're from KZN, I think that if you have seen a few of my filmmakers that I know. If you're from KZN, that one tailgate, we are going to Toronto. We should be going to ITFA again. The likes of Joburg Film Festivals, MIP Africa, and all the likes are festivals we support filmmakers to attend. It's a competitive process as well. And we are working on broadening the definition of filmmaker. Because right now, the definition sits with a producer, writer, and director. But we know there are other people who form part of that value chain of filmmaking. Then, under marketing and distribution, this fund is capped at 150,000. This is you going, okay, I'm done. I want a premiere. Or I want to do a social media campaign. Or I want to do multiple community screenings across the province in KZN, because we don't pay for you to do screenings outside of the province. Ours is to drive, no, we want our people to see the content from you as a person from there. The eyeballs must be within KZN, right? Because again, when you do those community screenings, we need to see how many people you're hiring to execute those community screenings. So there's that, there's a digital media drive, if you need marketing collateral, when a business card, when a pull-up banner, We put money behind that, and it's capped at 150,000 rand. So that's still there. Our film fund policy is currently under review, just as the national body has completed theirs. NATI, we process of reviewing it, addressing it, fixing the issues that people create and problems, and trying to make sure that we also don't then create barrier of entries or barriers or blockades unnecessarily as a result of filmmakers maybe exploiting the access to support. So let's go to the next slide. Ngiyamzwela umuntu ozothola le mic, igcwele lipstick yami, maskis. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Danko. Okay, so my favorite part where my job intersects with film is the role, and I think, listen to MEC Peters, although she was being spicy. I love the fact that she raised that where is the story? Why haven't the stories been told? If you've conquered wars, we need to see that. Yes, that's even a competition as KZN as men. But one of the things that will help an emerging filmmaker at development is to think of your destination. Now, the language ka film is film location. But the language that brings you more money, more support is destination. Right? If you're going to tell a story of a conquered war, look at it from a destination. A simple example of this is Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. Filmed on the backdrops of Drakensberg. Black Panther. The escarpment that you see within the town is the Drakensberg Mountains. That's attracted people. That has attracted attention to the province. Mission Impossible, Final Reckoning. The film poster is the Drakensberg Mountains. Again, a filmmaker looked at it and went, I need this visual. I need this aesthetic. Where do I find it? Woman King was filmed in northern KZN at Jozine, the driest part of KZN, even if I say so myself. Lalin, as you guys call it, all round, are now a site, what we call a film tourism site, as a result of the film. That's the opportunity that exists for the Eastern Cape. You've got to look at your own stories. Skatelo Romeo and Juliet, Yamazi. Tell us a Romeo and Juliet of a war. Tell us a Romeo and Juliet of whatever transpired in this province. I don't know the full history. I wish I knew it tangibly. But if it means you work with, on the tourism side, tour operators, abantu abathatha abantu, ivakashi, work with those. That is where you get the film story coming from. And as a result, what you then in turn do is that you start selling the destination via your film. This is why people go to Paris, because they saw Emily in Danko. This is why people go to Tokyo, because we saw Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift. Right? Bali, exactly, right? In actual fact, one of the reasons why Thailand has grown in terms of scale of film production is because Thailand did a campaign called Amazing Thailand. And they sold the location, they sold the country, the whole experience to Netflix, and Netflix took a lot of its productions to Thailand. And it's even taking place now. A lot of the shows being done by ABC, HBO, are now also doing destination shoots. I mean, if you look at the shows like The Rookie on Netflix, they went to Budapest. How does Turkey link up with Los Angeles? But okay, I'm going to Budapest. Again, selling your province. The beauty about the Eastern Cape is language has made you guys so distinct in your Black Panther. Language has cemented yourselves as a nation. Yabo. Again, that can sell the province, that can sell the positioning of the province. So as filmmakers, I really want to urge you. We made a concerted effort last year when we merged. I'm a filmmaker, so Tata or Bab Mandla Dobe as an experienced filmmaker. So Tata Mato operators. That's okay. Let's go. We're taking you to Spienkop. We're taking you to the Battle of Isandlwan. When you get there, Mandla went, okay, guys, this is probably what happened. This could have happened. This could have happened. This could have happened. And now you have a set of filmmakers all developing storylines around a prehistoric story that we've never visually seen. All it needs is a collaboration between yourselves as filmmakers and tourism. And it doesn't need to wait for government to get involved. If you know of people who operate in the tourism sector, either as tour operators or tour guides, those are the people in Bamsana Nabo. So on a day where they're hosting visitors from out of province and they're taking them to a certain place, travel with them. Hear how they unpack that area and that destination. That is what leads to authentic storytelling, leads to audience curiosity. Because there's a relational ability. There's my English going, but Nyangizomos, right? Drives tourism interest, drives economic opportunity. Again, as a filmmaker, you're catalyzing tourism. Accommodation, ground travel, catering, security. These all form part of tourism and hospitality. So if there are beautiful locations, I only know Samastrand and Makanda. I'm sure there's more in the Eastern Cape. Now, if you come to me in KZN, I will tell you the best locations for film. Easy. And tell you what you do, what you can do, where's the police station, where's a doctor, where's Inu, who's the traditional leader there, and all the likes. That's the kind of investment as filmmakers you will need to make. You know, we did it last year with our filmmakers, took them to the South Coast. There's a film developing out of the South Coast now. There's a film developing out of a rural area called Engutu as a result, right? Let's go to the next slide. And this is why I want to show you. He was here earlier and then he disappeared. Okay, let's play.
wekubhela gcobeka ihlandla khabazela kamavovo wemamkhize wathatha umoya wami thando lwakho lufikisa izinyembezi yo
ngikhuluma emoyeni ngithi liyadela lelo langa elikhanyisa likubuke nsuku zonke iyadela leyo nyoni endiza ikubuke mihla yonke mina ngilala ngingalele ngiphenduka ngiyophenduka ngiqosa mengiqetha ngiqolosa ngiqosa lamehlo ngiqolosa luba lingqondo lingaqisi iqakala lokho kepha inhliziyo isithi mamkhize khize wena wasembo ngikuthanda thitho ithi mamkhize khize wena wasembo ngikuthanda thukta uma ngikubona inhliziyo ingena kuNovember uma ngikubamba ingena kuDecember uma ngikudedela ihlekela kuSeptember
sami wemamkhize lavi wami dudu wami sweetie wami my baby wemamkhize yo
He was here, Obed was here, and then he had to disappear. And I was going to ask him to tell you, but I was going to ask him to tell you why he chose the locations that he chose. It's a Romeo and Juliet story, but told in isiZulu, with the backdrop of my favorite city being Durban. So all of it factors. And that film has elevated Lilith. I don't know how many times she came to us and said, guys, I need to go to a panel because I was there. They saw me here, and they saw Durban, and they want to understand as black women, Tina, and beach, and water, and, you know, because the narrative is, when we're at the ocean. There she is in the ocean. Again, addressing social stereotypes, but still selling a city, selling the promenade. Like, Itego doesn't have to do a lot to make you want to come, just by that trailer on its own. And that's what we're now doing as destination marketing. We're going, what are the films that make us look beautiful? And we take these films and we screen them, and everyone goes, oh, as you guys did, right? So, in essence, that's how, as a film, you catalyze and you contribute to tourism. Let's go to the next slide. I think, okay, not that one. But yeah, so he submitted to the Simon Sabela Awards and received an award. This was actually a made for TV, if I remember correctly. It is, yes. I get. Manje masungjaha select. And he won the award for 2025 last year. And it's a product that, again, we've driven as a province to say we invest you, we help you get to a level. He's brokering a deal with SABC in terms of screening this on SABC. I don't know what's happening there, but he said it to me now. Ngathi, okay, Elbit, was it chaza wena yourself, yabo? He's a highly in demand chap. He's working on a beautiful story about Mpopomeni, which is a rural area in KZN, and telling the story about some of the horrific history that transpired in that part of the world, but is telling it from a film perspective. Again, he's understood location. For us, Mpopomen is the Midlands. If you think Constantia, the wine route, that is our wine route. And I know he's going to intertwine that one way or the other. Let's move to the next slide. Okay, how film works. Yeah, film, destination awareness, audience interest, travel and tourism, more investment, more productions. We're going to move to the next slide and I'll give context. Let's go to the next slide. So, in 2023, we hosted 8 international American filmmakers in the province, took them on a tour, took them to the Drakensberg, the Midlands, came down, said, hi, gay, you need to go to Northern KZN. Took them to Northern KZN, you need to see Northern KZN. Came back to Durban, they stayed for full month, kwamnandi kwaba hip, abathi siyabuya. Babuya, bafilma, zasebenza ingane. Kwaqashwa ama-interns, kwaqashwa abantu from KZN. As a result of a hosting objective that we did with a KZN filmmaker, I think some of you may know him, Umqondisi Ngubane. This is a result of that. This film premiered on BET. And when you see it, I think you'll appreciate it. So I'm going to ask my select, can you press play? Okay, hover. Can't. On the actual thing, press the actual, yeah. Is it not? Okay. No, it's not showing. Sometimes it shows, sometimes it doesn't. Okay. Anyway, Wesley's Christmas? Where's bottom left? But it's not play. No, that's forward. That goes to the next one. It's okay. It's all good. It's fine. Wesley's Christmas? This was the second edition of it. It's a commission project. We don't put money behind commission projects in terms of actual film fund, but we put money behind investing, making it easier for the filmmakers to film in the province. So if that means we're taking care of the hotel accommodation, ground resource, and the likes, that's the investment we make. We'll even pay for the interns to be placed and working alongside the production. So this was the second edition of Wesley's South African Christmas in KwaZulu-Natal. And it showcases to you how they sold the destination of the province and how it's created appetite within the African-American diaspora and interest, and actually driven interest to travel to KZN. And we're tracking and monitoring that in terms of numbers of travelers coming into the province. So it's a contributor to the economy. It's a pity it doesn't play because, again, my province looks so good in this film. But so next time, let's go to the next slide. We should be at the tail end. Yes. Partners in the marketing and distribution arena. Indigenous distributors, Helen Kun, Tandega Zwane. This is actually benchmark against them. I had a masterclass session with them last year where they capacitated me to understand how marketing and distribution works, because I come from a journalistic background. And so we had a session with them, with the entire team, to understand what are we asking for, how do we support, how do we partner, how do we elevate. And this is why Ketia was able to receive the support she received, because we now understood it's okay. Umethu Sheffield, this is what we're going to do. This is how we elevate. There's now I need to remember, the African Entertainment International Americas platform or group. It's part of the known associates group with Joe Perry and Episochika Perry. That's where they're distributing a lot of the South African content to the American market. I think yesterday they announced that they now have accessed and infiltrated the Spanish market as well. And then Filmfinity. If you're in the film space, you know what Filmfinity is about. As well, again, when you know who they are, when you go to the platforms that are the likes of MIP and DFM, these are the people that you want to say, hi, can I please get your business card? I'd love to talk to you about this. You know, Triple A, I may be out of touch. Mayan Zega, absolute sweetheart of a gentleman. But again, they also know what they do. Again, also understand, what do your distributors focus on? What are their interests? Some of them may not necessarily be aligned to your film. And you can't fault them for that, because it's a business decision as well. Yabo? Because of the lighting. Cinema is run by Kanye Zondi. She's a KZN-based publicist who also is building and working towards marketing and distribution, but she's not limited to being KZN only and stuff. She has also started to access the film festival arena within West Africa. So she supports and elevates filmmakers in that arena. So these are some of the people that you can work with that are in the space. We also from time to time engage them to make sure it's within the industry practice and norms. And of course, our filmmakers also get to access them via our partnerships and MOUs. That is the end of my presentation. Ngiyabonga.
We can perhaps take Q&A.
Oh, okay. We love K. Yes, love KZN. Hello. Any questions? Okay, there's one here, and Corona Baba lap in that corner.
Thank you. I love your passion. Wanda, I just want to understand, I might have missed it. I mean, the Ketue story, or she's a former colleague. Yeah. Because she went through like a cavalcade of film festivals. I just want to understand, are those chosen by her, or is it interest, or you also help in selecting those? Because you might find other people are not even aware of certain film festivals in different countries and different places. So how do you then find yourself in those markets? You know, does your area help in that, or does a producer then look out and see, hey, where are the festivals, and let me try and go and to that market? Thank you.
I deleted that slide. I had the slide with festivals, and I thought, okay, maybe I'm it's a bit of both, right? Ideally, and I'll use this as tiers. Tier 1, Tier 2 filmmakers know the platforms that they want to target. If you have a Tier 1 and they're not clear, then I have concerns, right? Because Tier 1, you should know the business. You should know. And with Katie, when she came to us, she was very clear what she wanted. A lot of the platforms, she was being invited to screen, to showcase, and ours was to go, okay, sharp, share the information, take it to digital. Which journalists do we know in that arena? Journalist Banban, please make sure we'll be there in. If we're doing something at a platform, We then go, Ngobukhona was like MIP, we're an event partner to MIP. We go MIP, we want a panel for our filmmakers. That's how we then elevate. We say to MIP, we'll invite media, we'll do this, we'll do that. Yabo. So tier 1, tier 2 filmmakers generally know the platforms. Where we find that it's a tier 2 and they are unsure, Siangena, for example, God's Work by Ustam Mkhize. Star came, said, Amanda, JR, for those of you that know the entity, you'll know Jacqueline Reyna Satai, who looks after production. We sit down and we go, what do you want to do? She says, it's God's work. So for me, my head thought process was like, God's work could work in Europe because migration is an issue even in Europe, right? So what are the festivals that are suitable for Europe? We're not going to rush for Berlinale. We're going to look for the smaller scale ones. The mistake people make is wanting to run to Berlinale. Berlinale is looking whether you've stepped at all the other ones that they're looking at. Yes. So they will look whether you've screened a diff. Because your country or where you come from or where you got your key source funding, they may have a challenge with checking whether you actually have tested it with the audience before you get to them. Right? So for example, they are maybe pursuing an Oscar run, and it makes sense. The issue is a global issue. We just came from it 2 days ago. Right? But it's a different story. It's a migration story, but it's speaking to the unhoused community. So we said to her, this is a story that can feature at Kalasha, which is in Kenya. We can test it in West Africa through AFRIF. And if you go to America, then we have to look at Toronto, because Toronto is an independent filmmaker platform, if you get what I mean. So every festival has a different type of audience. Tribeca, Sundance, or Robert De Niro labo. Khohlwa lapho uzophathwa ikhanda bazokutshela ukuthi bafuna u5 million USD uqala wena ucabanga ukuthi ngizothatha 1.5 wase South Africa. Yeah, understand? So we tailgate, and this was really a lot of investment made by the former team that developed our approach, and we're just enhancing it. So we'll say to you, TIFF, the reason why we do TIFF, it's independent filmmakers. We have the conversations on your behalf with the high commissions, the relevant partners there to say, let's do a peer-to-peer engagement. So we developed the program for you to start having the conversations. By the time we go to Cannes, we're going to Cannes in partnership with NFEF. As I said, we don't go to platforms that do not have a government backing. Why? Because we need to be able to have a cross-cultural conversation, but a cross-financing conversation. So that, yes, synergy, so that there's co-production opportunity that comes back into the province, because it's in co-production where the employment scale increases. So for that, tier 1, tier 2, usually they know. Where they don't know, then we fill the gap. Tier 3, Anglali, voice been clear, Alaga province. If you have not seconded district film festivals, or and that's why we then fund district film festivals in the province, so that you rotate amongst those festivals. Which is in Jozini. There's Umlazi International Film Fest. There's a number of film festivals within the province. I would encourage the province to explore that route as well, so that you create that circuit. That way, when you run through the circuit, you elevate. So we have a filmmaker that's elevated and applied to screen a diff. And this year, they're screening a diff. Right? So from diff, we say to them, think about MEP, think about Joburg Film Fest, one of the two. And then you move to the next and next and next. Have I answered? I think there's one more.
No more. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry for that question.
I'm going to be quick because of
we
Okay.
literally have 4 minutes.
Not a problem.
We literally have 4 minutes left in the venue. So unfortunately, we cannot take any more questions. But please, let's give Umamate, a round of applause for, for all the contributions, that she has made. Our eyes are are being opened, you know. The light is now starting to, things are starting to crystallize. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and it's so valuable. We really wish that this particular presentation will also, you know, be shared. Colleagues, I would love to acknowledge our Director of Arts and Culture, Mama Funda, in being with us today. She's taken, you know, time for obviously from her busy schedule. We just want to appreciate the presence, ma'am, of you coming to join us. And then the last item that we are going to render today would be from the member of the mayoral committee, rather, the member of the mayoral committee, Councillor Andile Oyi, to come and render and give us closing remarks. Is he present? Yes? Please come through. Please come through, sir. Okay. I was told that the lights are going to be switched off at 5 exactly. So I want to see, we've got 3 minutes. Thanks.
Very much, Program Director. Without wasting time, I am Councillor Zanekaya Andilewe. I am here in my capacity as the member of the Mayoral Committee of Makana Municipality, with powers delegated by the Honorable Executive Mayor Yandiswa Mastatu I'm given two things. One, to thank Wongumdola Pangapagati for your contribution, your participation. I must say, though, I had thought I was only going to be here for an hour, of which in the launching would direct. I was supposed to be somewhere, and then I had to the Kete Uhlala due to the discussions. And then the second one is to talk about the book, which is also a mandate of the council that I must talk about it. The unfortunate part in Doban, the player, I am the author of the book, The Life of a Counselor. Without wasting time, just to briefly, I have written this book, A Life of a Counselor. It was launched 30th of May, up in Makana. We were honored by the Honorable MEC, Utatu. Sure about that. So that's the support we have. So far, the book has eating is over 700 years copies since May. Iyakutxelela ke that people are interested in what in. So move. But what is important that I want to leave, just to give a summary, before I talk about the 18 chapters is lapha encwadini, just quickly, I want to read. Anyway. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, that's not what was said to me. That's why I said I had two mandates. Unfortunately, there might have been a miscommunication between the director and probably yourself, because now I'm caught in the middle. Otherwise, I want to apologize for that. So want to say thank you very much for coming to Makanda. We so wish that the festival will still continue. It can only continue in the Phazanyiso Ilendo less part. It can only continue through the support and your contribution. for all the people that are here. Zikhona ke izinto ezikhoyo that i-festival ingathi nganamagingxigingxi. But it all depends on the people that are here and the contributions that have been made. So kuyabanda ke khini, enjoy yourself. What I know kubhizi pha elokishini. I have seen izinto ezininzi ezenzekayo, ndibona neetente ezimhlophe. So zikhona indawo zoba nize-relieve. You have been sitting here since in the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, you please give yourselves a round of applause. You obviously have been great for the past 3 days. Would like to thank on behalf of the ECTC, on behalf of National Arts Fest, on behalf of ECPAC, on behalf of all the partners, national partners, NFVF, SAPC, come again? And structures, obviously, of the sector. Obviously, the makers, the creators, all of those who have, shared and wisdom, and solutions, perhaps, for the sector. We are leaving this space, enriched. We are leaving this space with new contacts. We are leaving this space with revived hope for our sector. And we certainly will take in the pointers and, go and report to our principals in terms of how we could enhance the space and make it bigger and better. Thank you so much for taking time from your busy schedules. Thank you for contributing. And we hope that you will travel home safely. Please try and enjoy the remainder of your times in Makanda. Otherwise, you've been fantastic. Yabulela, perhaps, unfortunately, we are unable to carry on with this screenings that's planned. But due to time. But the ECTC would then, advise as to how we can ensure that those particular titles are consumed and are screened. But otherwise, siyanbulela kakhulu. Ingosi inkhanyisela indlela ebheka phambili. Inkosi. Thank you.
No, ngabe sokwamkela heuyo aya nongabe sisokwamkela heuyo aya hey yo no aya hey yo no aya hey
Ndinqonda hayi manje ekhaya. Yabona ke. Hlika. Wathi sisinda inkomo uba unwabele ukukhwela esilejini. Hayi kwedini.
Hey yo ndahlupheka mntanami hey yo no aya hey yo ndahlupheka mntanami
Ndithi ke mampondomiseni ndinibizela uba nibe khona apha ekhaya sibonisane. Iyandivuyisa ke loo nto uba nifike kanye ngeli xesha. Pondomsa. Ndithe ndawucinga ndazikisa ukucinga ngenxa lamakhwenkwe ndabona uba noko ngoku afikile kwibakala lokuba adlule apha kweli bakala akulo adlulele ebudodeni. Ngoku bendicinga uba ke ayesuthwini ke la makhwenkwe ukwenzela uba noko kuzawutshintsha ubomi bawo. Ndiqinisekile ke mampondomis uba noko ngoku zonke izinto zoba nomahluko. Ngoku ke eyona nto engamandla ukuba sibonisane uba athini amalungiselelo uba la makhwenkwe ayesuthwini. Funa sibonisane ngaloo nto ke mampondomis.
Hayi masibulele John. Ngusibiza kwakho
John Nkomo.
hlele nto uyibeka. Ebunyanisweni kona madala la makhwenkwe.
Madala.
Afikile nyhani kwinqanaba loba angamelana ngonesiko lokwaluka. Mna ke mampondomse ngokwami ukucinga. Bendicinga uba mna la makhwenkwe mawavele behambe siyokoluka. Sishiyeke ke ngokuthina sibonisana ngosuku ke sawuthi ke sivumelane ngalo ukwenza wonke la malungiselelo wayo yonke le nto. Enye into ke mampondomse ndirhala siyiqaphele. Leliphi iwele elizawufika lisekele elinye xa ifika apha ebhomeni?
My mother was a kitchen day. My father was a prostitute. How to him danami. Nalisuku lokugqibela. How to him danami. How to him danami.
Madoda, ngoku ningamadoda ontangase banishiya bayaphuma, kodwa ke madoda ningaqheleki, nani niyaphuma. Le veki nje izayo niyaphuma. Sike nizishiyeke niziphatha nani ngale ndlela benihleli ngayo, nani kakuhle ngayo, nishiyeke nibambe kanjalo. Bangoku sawubalahla kaJola. Bayahamba namhlanje banishiye. Ningaqheleki izingozi. Nihlale kahle, nonwabe ngale ndlela besijabule ngayo sisonke, kube njalo.
Namhlanje ke nifikile kwelinqanaba lobudoda. Uyabona ke eligama elithi ndoda lithetha ukuthi unoxanduva lokwenza izinto ngendlela efanelekileyo. Inhlonipho, ukuzithoba, zinenje njalo ke ukusigcina nokusikhusela esi sidanga sinithwesa sona namhlanje. Uyabona ke ukuba indoda ke abantu bam akuphelele kolukeni kuphela. Kuthetha ukuthi funeka uzikise ukucinga. Ube nendlela yokwenza izinto. Lingabi kundaba mlonyeni kule lali ngenxa yezenzo zenu ezingalunganga. Singeva ukuthi enti kukhalwa ngani. Nizikise ukucinga. Nenza izinto ukuzakhela nina isidima senu nesithozela senu.
Okokuqala ke zawuqala ndibule lapha kuwe Khangatha. Besisexhaleni njengoba ke buhambe nabantwana ke niyohlala nabelwandle. Ngoku ke nathi sibabonile ke noko babuye bephilile. Sithe Nkosi ke singumzwa kwaJola.
Kodwa into endingayithetha apha kuni ke mawelam kukuba qinisekani into eniyenzayo ukuba ayuba lihlazo, ayurhuqa isidima samampondomise apho nihamba khona. Ze kuthiwe kule lali nangamawele akwajola esenza into embi esenza into ethile. Into ebalulekileyo ke xa uyindoda kukugada indawo kuyo ngexesha okuyo nento yenzayo. Njengoba nisazi ke bafo bam ukuba apha esiXhoseni umzi nomzi uthi ube nenkulu yawo ukuze athi awusilela okanye angabikho utata wawo bengabo abathatha uxanduva. Andikwazi ke apha kuni ukuba ndingakhomba ndithi ngomphi apha kuno ozoba inkulu, ngoba ndingazi ukuba phakathi kwenu ngophi ofumene okanye wabona ilanga kuqala. Ndingabe ndiyaphazama. Kodwa into endifuna okanye ndinqwenela uba ningandenzela yona ke mampondomse kukuba nithi nawufumana umsebenzi ze nizeke, nihlabe nikhangeleke xa nizeka njengenkonjane ethe yenza indlwane yayo phezu kwesiziba. Apha kunothe wanomntana oyinkwenkwe kuqala emfazini, loo mntana lowo ndiyawumenza inkulu, ndiyawumenza indlalifa yamampondomise.
Tatalahonte Jola! Tatalahonte Kengema! Tatalahonte Mpangoma! Zithathile ingwefu zikaJola! Zithathile ingwefu zikaKengema! Ngoko kaloku andinawuhlala nje ndingathethi, ngoba bandivulela umzila, ngoba bandinika isithebe bathi inakwethini yitya ngoba wazinto. Tata wonke ke botata abuyile la mawele kaJola kwelaa khaya lakhe amadoda, babuyile oonyana oKengema kulaa mzi wokuqala. Yonwabani nawo ke nibhiyoze nawo ngoba abuye phephile. Yonwabani nawo ke nibabonise uthando. Mandiniguqele bafana bam ngoba namhlanje singani. Zema kwethini nihloniphe amabandla. Zento zoba nihloniphe abazali. Nibe ngoobhuti ebantwaneni. Nibe ngooyise kwisizukulwana sikaJola. Kanti ke nibe ngabayeni kubafazi benu. Nilihloniphe elinqana balikuyo, nihloniphe elidinga lithweso namhlanje. Zema kwethini nihloniphe ilali. Nisebenze msikiniphe ebafazini. Zento zakuthi nilakhe ikhaya. Ningalijongeli ngemva. Ndinithi nakuphumelela nibone apho nisuka khona. Nikhumbule iingcambu zenu. Nibuyele kowenu. Ninyathele kwiintlanti zoJola. Ngoba ngaphandle kwezintlantsi aniyakuya ndawo nto zobawo. Ze kaloku ngeemini ezinzima niguqe ngedolo lasekunene. Nimcenga uQamatani Phamandla. Niyiqabele iminqantsi iqabela. Niziqabele iintaba makwethini. Niyotshona ze niphumelele.
Ndandimthanda uMashaba mampondomise kakhulu.
Yiyo nalento ndenza isiqiniseko soze ndiphinde ndithathe omnye umfazi. Umfazi wesibini. Ngoku yena ke ngokuba ndithathe abafazi. Loo nto ingamvuyisa ke ngokumadlomo elele kobandayo. Kodwa ibe ngumfazi ozokwazi ukumelana nezinto zalapha ekhaya, akhulise umzi. Kodwa ke John, uyayiqonda kaloku akusabalulekanga uba ngoku umntu makakhethele uba makatshate bani, makathandane nabani. Uyabona John, inhliziyo ayiphakelwa inhliziyo John. Hayi John, hayi, ungandiva kakubi Mpondomise. Into endiyithethayo yeyokuba la makhwenkwe xa ethatha umfazi, athathe umfazi ozokwazi uba amelane nezinto zeli khaya, akwazi ukujongana nabantu beli khaya. Hayi unomtoti nje ozofika azommosha apha kulo mzi kaJohn. Njalo Mpondomise. Izinto zatshintsha ngoku. Akuyikhethele umuntu uba mayithandane nabani ngoku. Ndiyiqonda loo nto John. Nazi inkomo ke endizikhethileyo. Uba silobolele lo mfana uLuzuko. Zinkomo ezisibhozo. Amaduna amabini, amazukumelekazi amabini, kwakunye namathokazi. Ezi nkomo ke Mampondomise izawuba likhazi lethu ngoba ubuhlobo esibenzayo phaya emazizini. Kunjalo Mampondomise. Hayi zinhle. Amakhwenkwe makwazithathe. Mpondomise.
Hayi. Atsho siya Mpondomise.
Mpondomise. Bojola. Sinqundene apha namhlanje. Samkela sifaka sisenzela uTsiki umfazi kaLuzuko ongumolokazana ke kweli khaya. Siyamqaba ke inyongo eluphawu ke loba uzoba ngunkosikazi walapha ekhaya. Lo msebenzi ke ubaluleke kakhulu ke kuthi apha kwaJola. Kuba kaloku ngumsebenzi esedibanisa ngawo bonke abantwana beli khaya nezihlwele zeli khaya. Ngoku sizawuqala sityise ke ngoku lo nkosikazi kaLuzuko. Makoti. Ngale nyongo ndiyakwamkela ngale nyongo apha ekhaya. Ndiyakuqaba. Ndithi ke uzuhloniphe ke lo msi. Nawe ube ngwalapha ekhaya. Thatha le nyongo uyithambisa apha emabeleni kuthi. Kuba kaloku ibele leli siza kuncanca kulo nesizukulwana leli liza kwandisa likhulise lo mzi wakwaJola. Uphinde kuthi qaba apha emathangeni. Amathanga la ke koti intsimi kaLuzuko. Uyihloniphe. Kungadlalelwa emasimini kaLuzuko.
Ntombi yakwaGaba, uLuzuko lo umyeni wakho akanayo utata. Ithi ke loo nto uzawuthiwa ndim igama. Udabawo wakhe ozokuba ngunyokozala kuwe. Uyabona ke makoti, xa ufika emzini sana lwam wenza loo nto yenziwa kuloo mzi. Wandibona ndifaka umnwe emalahleni, ungabugcumi utatazela uthi hayi dadobawo basisikhwenene mntanam. Wenze loo nto ndiyenzayo. Masithi ekuseni okanye ezinzulwini zobusuku undibona ndikhwela umbhako ungabe ukhuza gwencele mntanam apha kum emqolo ubambelele wenze le nto ndiyenzayo. Ulwimi lwalapha elalini uzunqwala intloko mntanam, unqwala intloko nasezizweni uvumalene nam. Phakamisa isandla sakho sasekunene ndikuthiye igama ndisithi unguZenande. Ithi ke loo nto uzuphatha umzi wojola uphakamisele phezulu ngebhongo nangeqhayiya mntanam, usandisele lo mzi. Sunuka myeni wakho webhatyi wakukrazuka, uthatha inaliti, uthatha irhali, uyawuthunga amanyundululu walapha koojola, oqengeba, omphankomo, uwegquma ngala madakhi uwanxibileyo sana lwam. Yenza njalo ke makoti, uphakamise igama lalapha ekhaya. Ndithi wuntshu, tshotsho, siyakwamkela makoti kweli khaya lakwaJola. Camako.
Camako.
Hey, Xhego.
John.
Ubona nje nizawundikhumbula. Kuba ndiyawubuya ngenyanga yesilimela ngoku. Ngoku ndawubuya kudala.
Mfo wam. Kofuneka le nto ungayiqalisi noyiqalisa. Uthi sakukhumbula utshiphu uselapha. Ufuna sikufake ukhumbula ekhaya. Soyifuza le nto yenziwe nguyihlo omncinci. Ungayenzi loo nto lo mfo wam.
Hayi kaloku tata. Imeko yasemgodini inochuka kuwo. Iyaxoxisa. Awukwazi uvela ugoduke nje nakanjani na. Kunyanzelekile ibe imeko enyanzelisayo. Hayi nakanjani. Awuvuke ekuseni uthi hayi ndiyagoduka ngoku. Iyaxoxisa.
John Nkomo, hayi ndiyakuva mfo wam.
Tata.
Kodwa ke uzukhumbule uba ukhutshwe yintoni apha kokwini. Uzikhumbule uba ungubani, usuka phi. Ungalibali ngalo amantombazana anenzipho ezinde phaa kulaa goli kwedini. Wenze le nto yenziwe ngusihlo omncinci ngapha kwelaa Kapa.
Hayi no.
Kodwa ungayenzi loo nto.
Hayi sondiyenze loo nto tata.
Andinodlala ngegusha yam apha ndithi ndikwenzela umphako kanti uyawutshipha kwelaa goli.
Hayi ndiyabulela tata, ndiyabulela kakhulu.
Siyavana?
Ndityeba ngoku apha endleleni. Awundifike egoli bese ndityeba kakhulu.
Kunjalo, kunjalo. Yini Ntombi? Uduqoshe. Come in. Hayi, ayikho loo nto. Cela ke sidibana phandle sithi kuzanyala njengancini. Nawe nyana.
Uzamshiya nalo mntu.
Ngeke sishiwe.
Ayokwa le mbewu sityala ngayo apha ekhaya le. Ayiyo ke le mbewu sityala ngayo le apha ekhaya.
Into endingasoze ndiyivume kulo mzi kabawo
uba kubhinqiswe elaa tyokololo liphakulamzi lenziwe umakoti wam apha kulomzi ngeke unotshe ndifuma mqomo umamam.
Mntakwethu, kodwa John, yintloni yona umntu leya. Kuba loo nto ndawuthi ukuyijonga naye ayilulo olu hlobo lwethu. Hayi.
John, andingeke ndithi ndiyindoda ehlonitshwa kangaka kule bhazi yonke ndiphinde ndibe nomakoti ofana nalo uze nale ntwana. Asoze. Njolo uyibonile kakuhle le nto phaa endlini. Kona.
Ekwethini. Umntu onje awumthatha phi mani? Uthi usiphathele umakoti kanti uza nelaa pityololo liphaa endlini. Wena into ofuna uyenza wena ndiyakubona. Ufuna usihlekisa nosihlebisa kule lala njani?
Ngentlonipho enkulu kuwe tata nawe tamnci.
Itsho mfana.
Lo mntu ndiyamthanda. Yiyo loo nto ndize naye apha ekhaya. Kwaye kandijiki into, ndizawumenza umakoti wam.
Uthini mfondini? Uthi apha kum awujuji kanto uphambene apha entloko zuku.
Ndiyaxolisa ke tata ukuba nezinto ongayithandiyo. Kodwa kaloku sisigqibo sentliziyo yam esi. Kwaye ke nam ndiyacela niyamkele loo nto.
Okay ke John. Kulungile. Uthi ke ngoku xa umbiza ngumamni le ntombi yakho.
Akanaso isiduko.
Hayibo. Hayi
ndaze nakuva.
Ayingomhlola lo utsho uthethayo mfo. John. Ithini le nto ithethwa yile ntwana?
Uthini kwathini?
Kaloku tanci, umama le ntombi likhalade.
Intoni? Hayi suku. Ayisuzosiphambanela apha kwethini. Tyhini.
Yinithixo. Yihla Nkosi uzobona esi simanga ndihlelise naso kulomzi. Thixo. Hayi niyazenza izinto.
Yemntakwethu.
John,
kawuhle kancinci.
Njani kule meko nje?
Uyabona mntakwethu mna bendisithi masimnike lo mfana intsikelelo.
Hayi John.
Uyaqonda? Laa nto ethi simvumele amthathe lo makoti wakhe. Kuba kaloku John uvele ubuthini? Uthi uyamthanda. Uyabona ke mkhulu? Awusoze ukhethele indoda uba mayithande bani. Tu.
Hayi John. Ndiyakuva kule. Hayi ndiyakuva John. Kodwa kha undixelela apha ke John. Uyawazi amalawu kakuhle. Into ezothi isuka nje ibiliqhuqhisa yonke le ndawo ngeokapha.
Ndiwaze lapha kum ke John.
Kona uthi xa umbiza lo mfazi wakho uthi ngumamni. Ngumasekanti?
Hayi tata.
Kubani?
Sothini? Mama kapapa.
Lapho into leyo. Hayi kuthi usuzosiphambanela mama. Simuzumela kazana umama kaBhapha.
Ubhadlile zuku apha entloko.
Hlola singene kuwo namhlanje. Thixo.
Hayi. Ngona mfundi. Ngibizwe isandla esitsha. Isiqhelile nokwesakho.
Uyalibali ke kodwa tata ndibi-favorite.
Uyayibala kanjani le nto kaloku mntana? Kodwa nasifuna isandla sikamakoti omtsha.
Ayikhuleleka tata.
Hayi ke. Ndithanda loo nto ke mntanam. Ndithanda loo nto.
Ayikhuleleka tata.
Nditshisa bethu mntana.
Cela uxolo tata uphumukile.
Hayi sisimanga esi.
Mbonile.
Zinani?
Tata.
Undenze ngokwakho le.
Mbonile.
Ndikhawuleze nangoku kakade.
yini madoda uthule uthule dadewethu Nkosi mntana hayibo kumhlobo wantoni kuyenzani
Cela uxolo tata kakhulu.
Hey, azange ndiyibone ke le nto. Le ndiyifumana namhlanje. Tyhini. Makoti ndini. Luhlobo ofundiswe ngalo lukolu.
Yintoni? Ya, akukho nto izakutyibilikisa apha. Oh, inene. Khawutsho, yonke le mihla nivuka nizokha amanzi apha? Ewe, kuba yeyona ndawo enamanzi le. Amanzi, amatanki omile ayisanethi imvula. Ubomi balapha ezilalini bunzima shem. Yabona ke mna andizilunga tu. Usela amanzi anje? Hayi ke sifundiswa. Uzayiqhela indlela ebuhamba ngayo ubomi apha. Hayi ke ngu-2024. Utheni ningafundi izinto ezintsha? Khawutsho, unexesha elingakanani lapha? Inoba senzawugqiba unyaka wesibini ngoku. 2 years. Somdala nje, uncaba uwehla usenyuka eli qhina. Nebhakete egcwele qhu ngamanzi. Yhu, andizilunga tu. Hayi kaloku ndingatyimlika ndiyowa nelo phele mna. Eserizawuthi laa miphela ndizogcwalisa ke. Iza. Yinto? Izongigcwalisa kaloku. Ndizokwenza loo nto. Oh, hayi ke. Utheni? Ebethuna. Yavuya. Yewena, urayithi? Masahambe, umele ntoni? Simanga santoni na esi? Soze ngabe.
Khawucacisele. Umolo wakho uphuma ekhaleni njani? Nzinqose. Yokuthuma emlanjeni uyokha amanzi. Ubuya nezenyana samanzi. Awuphelelanga apho. Wenzela utatazala wakho iti. Wawugqiba uyayizamisa uyive. Yho, zange ndayiva nasentsomini le nto uyenzayo. Zizinto ezenziwa kokwenezi. Imikhubo ithatha phi le? Amela ke mntana. Uyabona apha kulo mzi. Siphila isiXhosa thina apha ekhaya. Siva? Uzawukwenza le nto yenziwa apha ekhaya. Ungasiphatheli imikhuba yasemakhaladini thina. Ndiyaxolisa sisi. Kodwa ndiyazi yonke le nto yenziwa apha. Ayintsomi. Awukho umlambo apho usuka khona? Akekho sisi. Kokwenu xa wenzela indwendwe uyayozamisela into uyive ngokwakho? Ndiyaxolisa sisi. Ndingudadobawo. Andingusisi kuwe. Uyandini? Dadobaba. Mamela ke. Namhlanje ndizakufundisa yonke into eyenziwa apha ekhaya. Iyakwakha ke into yobana uqinisekise uyifunda yonke into ezakufundisa yona. Ukuba uyawufuna ugcina lo mento. Ewe dadobaba. Thatha nantsi imbiza. Khuphe phaa phandle uyihlambe. Ucande ezankuni ubase. Ndiyeza ngoku. Mayishiye ematshisi. Ngoku uselapha. Khawuleza.
Yeyona mini yakhe yanzima le apha ebomini bam. Andiqondi futhi andizokwazi noyinyamezela le nto. Akandifuni laa sisi.
Baby, uyazi uba bathini ngempilo? Bathi ubunzima odlula kubo awubulawa, kodwa nje unikwa amandla nokomelela. Qina mkam uzode uqhele.
Andinayo vele enye indlela. Kodwa lo hlobo lophatha umntu olu uyandihlukumeza mani laa sisi. Uyabonakala futhi umntu ondifuna ngapha kwegeyithi.
Baby,
Ewe mnyenam.
andithuze ngenxa yam apha.
Ewe mnyenam.
Qina ke sithando sam. Ndiyakuthanda kwaye ndifuna ubabonisa ukuba noba bangakuhlukumeza awuyindawo.
Hey, ndiyadinga kodwa ukhe ndipholise ingqondo. Akhange ndicinge uba kuzoba nzima kangaka mna apha. Ngendiske ndazihlalela qha ndiziphangelela.
Kudade ba wonke lo. Ngoba bekhona umama ngaba ayikho yonke le nto. Kodwa sithando samcela uqine. Ndiyakuthanda.
Hayi ke. For wena ke baby ndizaqina.
For mna ne. Yeah. Khange ndiqinise.
Qinisa.
Ndibona lakho kaloku oko ligaba intsenelelo. Ndibona isikole impawu zomntu because ndiyamqaphela ivile yonke oko ngumntu ongacacelanga kutya ndiyambona uba udyevedye akanamandla.
Kodwa ndiyamvuyela
Uyamvuyela? Uyamvuyela? Fanele uyakhathaza le nto wena zenale. Fanele kuphathi kahle le nto. Andilindela ngibona wena uvuye. Uyayazi bithe ukuthina? Le nto kaloku sandali wam ubona undidlula naziqhiya nje ngenxa yento ithetha lovuyo. Ithetha ukuthi le nto lana ndatshaza nguye ozozala izidlalifa katshoyo. Wena mfazi bekudala ulapha iminyaka ungazaliyo. Isibeka phi isikodla sakho?
Ndithini na dadewethu wam?
Uthini mama uthini?
Umyeni wam xa ngandinika ixesha kamlweni.
Akakunika ixesha njani nangontombazana akakunika amalungelo wakho?
Hayi kanjalo.
Njani?
Lo mntu usoloko ecofana nale khompyutha yakhe kanti wena ndingumfazi wakhe.
Zenanje nifuna ufundiswa yonke into abomakoti bangu. Tshintsha indlela yokwenza ntombazana.
Njani?
Tshintsha indlela yokwenza. Indoda Zenanje mayive ngakuthi Mary ilawule sana wam yihende manincibela wethu ezazinto ziqinile uthi ngokacofa zezinto zakhe umalumbanga bamba umphazamisa loo nto ke izawukwenza uba akucinge noba selingekho uyayiva
Usike wathetha kumntu oyimncutshe sana thetho wakhe.
inyathi buza kwaba phambili sana lwam
Kodwa ndizayizama uyabuya kwizivekisi zakhe.
yizame mntanam ulungise le nto yobana ulungiselela ikliniki uyaqonda mna ndifuna umzukulwana mayojonga le nto yokuba kutheni ungazali iminyaka emingaphi. Mna ndifuna abazukulwana uthathe iingcebiso zabo ukhumbule xa ebuyile uba indoda yathini uyaxinanisa sana uyayifuthisa uyayiva. Ayibo utheni? Kwenzeka ntoni? Sulile kaloku thetha nam sisi kwenzeka ntoni? Hlala phantsi.
Ndekule fertility test ekliniki namhlanje. Ugqirha undixelela uba isibeleko sam asinokwazi ukugcina umntwana kwaye namaqanda wam akaveli.
Intoni? Intoni? Yintoni undixelela nomntwana nje? Sukhala kaloku sisi. Sukhala sana. Izinto ezinje zehlela abantu. Yeah. Ungakhathazeki. Likhona icebo endizawulenza. Okay, bandifuna wena uqinisekise ukuba le nto sawuyenza awuthi vu nasemntwini. Awuxeleli nomyeni wakho imbala. Uyandiva? Uyandiva? Kuba kaloku uzawumka apha emzini. Into ezawukwenzeka uzawumka apha emzini uzothi xa ifika futhi umyeni wakho uthi uphunyelwe sisisu.
Tata Baba, ayikho nkulu into wathi ndiphunyelwe sisisu.
Inkulu phi? Ndenzela wena. Laa nondatshaza wasedolophini nguye ozozala indlalifa. Uyandiva? So wena ufuneka uqinisekisa uba loo nto yenzeke. Phofu thina sobabini funeka siqinisekise uba loo nto yenzeke. Akunophatha lawo emzili kaJola. Not ndisaphila. Notshe impunduzelawo. Futhi into esawuyenza senzelele ke ngxela ntombazana uphume kwesasisi sithweleyo.
Yho Tata Baba.
Uthi emyanini wakho xa kefika apha ikuthakathile laa ntombi.
Ayikho nkulu loo nto.
Ayikho nkulu. Sumatha mani, sumatha. Indlalifa yakwaJola fanele izalwa nguwe. If uyafuna uhlala kulo mzi uzokwenza le nto ndithi yenze. Siyavana? Siyavana? Thula mntanam, kuzawulunga. Khona udabisi wakho. Kuzawulunga. Sizawulungisa le nto.
Apha ekhaya ke xa kukho umntu ufumana umsebenzi simxhelele inkabi yegusha ukwenzela uba ooJola omphankomo abazizinyanya kuthi baze basinikeze amathamsanqa. Futhi ke ngoku bahambe nathi kwindlela yonke esihamba nayo. Yiyo ke ngoku le nto kukhona igusha kufuneka uba siyiwisela wena luzo.
Kodwa ke nehamba idlala. Nehamba idlali kaloku yafuneka singomi kaloku kodwa kukho nonyiwana. Hayi.
Ababenjalo mfo.
Uyabona ke isiXhosa sithi akhona amadabi aliwasithi aningaboniyo nina aliwasithi thina mancila. Futhi ke ngoku le nto ithi uboma konyulwe thina zizihlwele yaqona kuba makuncile thina kusinde nina kuphile nina.
Ewe kona tamnci, hayi ndiyakuva. Kuba ke nathi kumele sizazi ezi zinto kuba lo sesingamadoda ngoku. Kodwa ke Jola bendinombuzo. Kutheni ngathi nje mina lo mcimbi undikhuphela ngaphandle? Kuba ndingasebenzi? Kuba kaloku Jola kwakutsho wena ukuba yonke into eyenziwayo kumele sidityaniswe ingakumbi into engumcimbi.
Utheni na wena? Unomona? Khona uyasebenza le nto ufuna ukuzibala kule nto ithethwayo apha? Mamela apha ke mntakwethu. Andisokuze ndidityaniswe nawe. Tyhini, ufuna undifakela amabhato ongasebenzi?
Luzuku. Hayi man. Akukho sidingo uba uthethe kanje nomntakwenu. Mamelana bafo bam. Lo msebenzi lo uza kwenziwa ndim, not nina. Siyavana?
Ewe tata, kodwa nawe ubize igama lakhe yedwa, elama angalifaki. Kwakutsho nina tata mhlana nisiyala ukuba singumntu omnye, so kumele sidityaniswe kuyo yonke into eyenziwayo.
Yemani, awunanto kodwa ufuna uzimeta nam. Yiyo le nto usiphathele unolokisho mfazi. Uleqa ulinganisa mna nje. Mamela apha ke mntakwethu. Awuzolunga apha empilweni uba uza kwenza i-competition. Soze ulunga apha empilweni. Uthini? Nditsho nangoku.
Yes, man. Funa usihlekisa ngelala.
Ithula tata niyamhleka ndawo.
Uthulula wena. Hlala phansi wena. Hlala phansi.
Benisilwela ntoni?
Nkosikazi, ubona nje kukhona mani ukuqhekeka okuthile okwenzekayo phakathi kwam nomntakwethu. Kwaye iyandikhathaza le nto ngoba umntakwethu kaloku sisakhula zange sakhe saxabana. Iyaqala ukwenzeka into enje.
Hayi kodwa myeni wam, nibadala ngoku. Bezinganovana, bezingenodibana iincoko zenu. Kwaye andiqondi uba nizawuphinde nivane emveni kwale nto ndiyenziwe ngumfazi wakhe.
Wenzeni?
Bendiye ecaweni kwezi veki ezidlulileyo. Umfundisi wathi ucela uthetha nam. Ndaya uthe ndinesimnyama kwaye khona umuntu ondifakele isichitho ukuze ndihlukane nawe. Phinde wathi ukhona umuntu ondifakele ityhefu ukuze yena azoba nendlalifa kuqala kunam.
Intoni?
Njalo ke bhuti.
Hayi kaloku uba kunjalo kuzawufuneka ndazise uJola. Eli gqirha funeka lihambile apha ekhaya.
Hayi myeni wam.
Ha-a.
Masiyiyeke le nto.
Asizohlala negqirha thina.
Izinto ezinje azifuni zizingxamele. Abantu abakhohlakeleyo afunekanga senze ngathi asibaboni. Into engesiyenza thina ngesifokasa ekwenzeni indlalifa.
Oh. Ntsukana. Iza kupapa kaloku.
Nkosi yethu, uthe wena ezweni lakho masize kuwe thina sonke bantu ababulelekayo yimithwalo. Siza kuwe ke nangoku sonini nanini. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you, Lord, for loving us unconditionally. Keep us safe from the evil one. Guide us, Lord. Protect us. Oh Lord, I am praying in Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Hey, baby. Ingasuthanda zingathi uyaqina for nale interview ngomso.
Khululeka mntu wam. Uzawufumana mani umsebenzi. And nam ke bendifuna uba sinivele edolophini so that ndizoba kufutshane nasemsebenzini.
No, akho ngxaki, we can arrange that.
Hey, andiziva kakuhle mani kwezi ntsuku. Ndifuna ukhe ndihambe ndiyobona ugqirha.
Uthoni baby? Ukule nto?
Ndityhafile mani and ndiyagabha oko. Yiyo ke le nto ndifuna uyobona ugqirha ngoba kaloku ezi ziimpawu zomntu ommithiyo.
Hawu. Awu baby. Ingathi kanti uphethe uJola apha.
Hayi sithandwa sam.
Qandema.
Uqala ngovuya kaloku andikayotesta.
Hayi baby, I can feel it here. uJola lo. Baby, mandihambe ndiyohlamba ne. Xa ndibuya siqinise ifokotho.
Okay, let's go, girl. But ndiyayifihla nje le nto yakho one day ndizoyazi.
Ndiyifihla ingcono atsho umnye ufuna ndishere izigqono uba ndifake igolide uzishere.
Kanti kutofa umntu ongubhuti ingase ndifumane.
Hayi, ndifuna umgqibelo.
Ndifuna indoda. Indoda fayana.
Molo sisi. Unjani mntana mlilele ntoni?
Hayi sisi unjani?
Ndiyaphila, utheni? Ukhalelani? Sulile kaloku kwenzeka ntoni thetha?
Benza apha ekliniki sisi ndizodoba. Ngokwinesi zithi ndinebheki ezintathu ndimidi.
But ziindaba ezintle nje ezo.
Sisi ngapha ndiyafunda. Ndikhaya ndihlala nomakhulu. Uyagula siphila ngemali yepeyi sisi. So andikwazi uba nomntana naye ngoku.
Sukhala. Jonga mamela. UThixo akayenzi into yoba akunike umthwalo zokwehlula, uyeva? Ndiqinisekile uba nakule imeko uza kukhupha kuyo.
Yazi intlungu endiphila phantsi kwayo wena. Yazi ngamanye amaxesha sithi ze sitye ekhaya funeka nigcwale lali nicela ukutya for umakhulu ngoba uneswekile.
Oh yini.
And ke nalo mfana ondimithiseleyo siza kasebenzi nakwabo xesokolo.
Buhlungu le nto uthethayo.
So thina andizukwazi uba nomntana sisengoku.
Awuzukwazi ukumkhupha lo mntana. Xa umkhupha lo mntana uzawuba nebhadi elibi kakhulu. Ndithembe xa ndisithi uThixo uzaliveza icebo azame ukunceda nakule imeko kuyo. Jonga into mawuyenze mntanam, ndiyayiva imeko yakho. Thatha inamba yam ndinike inamba yakho. Ndiza kutsalela umnxeba. Uyaqonda? Ndimane ndikujonga uba iphelele phi imeko yakho okanye uhambe njani. Siyavana? Sulile sana nam. Uzoba right sisi. Uzoba right sana.
Ndaba ezimnandi. Itsho John, itsho kwenzekani na John? Intoni? Oh, uThixo mhle kwedini. Mhle uThixo Zuko mfowam. Ngumsebenzi mni lo. Accounting. Kwenziwani ke apho mfowam? Ewe. Ngoku imali yenziwa nguwe Lusuku. Wena Zuku. Hayi. Mhle uThixo gobhoy.
Nestori ndifuna ukubalisela sona ndilithula uphulaphule sona adibana intombi kuthiwa nginolithanda athi ndifike kukwahlukana ukuthanda ufike nathi molo ntombazana uba ngisephi ngubani igama athi ndinolithanda uba ngisengasemfuleni athi ndikuchuma igama uba ngisengasebhenteni ndithe mandithethe ngesihle kobuhle bentyatyambo ndingenzizimbo uvakalela uyakusanda kwaye ndiyakuthanda uye wandiphandla ngamandla ndithe ndihamba ngendlela ndabona indlela obonakala uvakalela
Khawundimele, hayi bo. Bafika fondini. Bendisekliniki namhlanje ndiyotofa. Qha kwafumaniseka uba ndimithi iiveki zintathu and nguwe utata omntana.
Hayibo. Umithi?
Ewe, ndimithi.
Hayibo njani na?
Ungandibuza njani loo nto leyo Namafia?
Hayibo khona umithiswe ngubani?
Ndimithiswe ngubo usiza apha yonke le mihla nje ubetha ipala ulalisa ugogo kakubi ucinga fanuba koothini ungafuni ubasebenzisa i-protection. Hayi mani.
Ayingxaki ngoku. Hayibo ungathi undazi fethu uba ndiyasokolela kwapha mfethu andifuni mntana.
Nama ndimfuni umntana Mafia andimfuni nam umntana. Cabenza mthini?
Hey mandiphosha.
Okay fine ke sendimithi. Sizothini?
Sizawuthini?
Ewe sothini?
Hayibo ufaka nam le nto yakho.
Ndifaka abantu hleli ngathi yazikhupha nje.
Jonga phosha uyimbokodo fondini.
Ndimbokodo ngoku.
Uzobona bawuthini.
Hayi Mafia uyaphi isithethe Mafia.
Ke phosha man.
Hayi bo sisidenge nalo mfana. Sambe simithiswa ngamagezi.
Wethu uyazi ke kuba kukho intombazana ehluphekileyo endibene nayo ekliniki. Endibalisela ibali loba ikhulelwe kwaye akazukwazi ukusigcina lo mntana esisisu ngenxa yentlupheko yakho kwabo. Hlala nomakhulu wakhe okhona ipeyi and kunzima nje. Uyazi ke uze nanto uba bendicinga uba yithweni le nto.
Ucinga uba sithini?
Into bendala into yobana sisebenzise ithuba sithi kulaa mntana makagcine esasisu aze athi asozalanile wena laa mntana uzikhulisele ngokwakhe.
Hayi mani dadabawo, ucinga sizoyenza njani loo nto? Khona uzawuvuma lo mntana?
Funeka simthembise ngemali enintsi kaloku nathi. Soze angavumi uyayidinga laa mntana imali. Kuthiwa funeka siyisebenzise ngobuchwepheshe le kuba ingasibuyela zinande ngemini.
Yho hayi kodwa mna dadabawo ndiyayoyika yonke le nto. Uba ingaze ibhaqwe singasengxakini enkulu.
Sutatazile kuba wena into funeka uyenzile yeyokuba uthethe nomyeni wakho. Uyabona? Umxelele into yoba ukhulelwe futhi. Ecaweni ukuthetha into yobana kufuneka lo mntana ungamkhulisela apho kukho umoya omdaka ekhaya. Into enokwenzeka singaphinde siphume isisu sakho. Kufuneke wena ugoduke uyomkhulisela kokunye umntana. Ubuye mhla wabeleka.
Uyayiqonda nje tata. Into endizawuyenza ke mna ke sisi ngoku.
Ndizawufowunela le ntombi ndizame uba sidibane naye.
Okay.
Mntanam, sinengxaki wethu apha. Uyambona lo? Ngumakoti olapha ekhaya. Unengxaki yongafumani bantwana. Wena ke yona ithamsanqa lokuba uThixo akubabale ukwazi umitha. Ukhumbule kaloku ntombi endala uba ndanditshilo into yobana Thixo soza kunika umthwalo ungasoza kunceda.
Kodwa nasisi.
Hayi, yima ndikagqibi. Ndifuna sincedisane.
Sincedisane.
Ewe. Thina sinceda wena, wena unceda thina. uyayiva ke hlala ke njalo kho into endifuna ukubonisa yona. Hayi izawulunga wena le nto. Kanene ubuthe uhlala nomakhulu wakho?
Sesihlala nomakhulu. Ndiyapha.
Kwaye niphila ngemali yepeyi? Hayi, but ke uyayibona le nto ndiza kubonisa yona. Uyayibona le mali ungayifumana inyanga nenyanga xa unothi nje wena ugcine lo mntana uthi usokumzala usinike yena azikhulisele lo mntana. Wena uzoqala ubomi obhetele apha uncede nomakhulu ngale mali engaka.
Imali engaka fana. Kona yena sisi ndiyayidinga le mali kuba asinanto yotya namhlanje sathi masotya ntoni. Qha ndizothi umakhulu luphusana and ke imali engaka ndizothi ndiyithatha.
Hayi ungabi nangxaki nomakhulu. Umakhulu ndizamvala umlomo ngohlobo lwam. Wena uyavuma nje le nto sithethayo ungahamba nale mali namhlanje ngoku. Sulila kaloku sisi. Sulila. Ndifuna wazi into enye yobana uyayibona ke le nto siyithetha apha funeka kube yimfihlelo yethu yangaphakade. Uvala umlomo uthi shiqi. Inamntanam thatha le mali yokuqala ubomi bakho obutsha ufane nabanye abantwana. Zoba right. Hamba nale mali uyoqala ubomi obutsha. Uyayiva? Ewe imali uhambe kakuhle mntana.
Sihlupekile silala singajanga umakhelwana kasanga. Sete plaka sihlupekile silala singajanga umakhelwana kasanga. Sete plaka sihlupekile silala singajanga umakhelwana kasanga.
Inkosini le.
Sete plaka
Buye edolophini noma ndizawumani khe siphucule le mpilo esiyiphilayo. Khe siphile kamnandi nathi siyeke le nto uba siyobasa ngamalongwe phaa phandle besinukiselwa ngumsi. Yho yayibona ke le imbizi tude kakhulu ke le. Once ukutya kuvuthe hayi ke sana kuyazicima. Yebo
abanemali ngothanza izinto ezingamsebenzi usifumana ngamalini
ndisithathe ngetyala yi-10,000. Ingathi unomona nje iwesiba ndinceda mna nawe ke apha basingabe siyonukiselwa ngumsipha. Ndithenge nomona 500 wethu ukuze sipheke ngayo rhoqo.
Umona mna ndinomona futhi ithetha inyani uzithengele wena ezimbizi uzivila wena unqona uba saphandle.
Jonga apha ke sisi into endiyithandayo ezimbiza ndisithenge ngemali yam ethi mna endiziphangelelayo. Kudala ndikubona uba unomona ke futhi wena and unento eciba fanisa shem yozufane nam. Soze ke sisi nangemini eyi-1 idika gqithi nina. Ngubani owathi sanufunda? Ngubani owathi sanufunda? Nidibene ngento eyi-1 manala dadabawo wakho. Ingqondo yobuqaba.
Iqaba awuyidinga le nto uyithethayo.
Ingqondo yobuqaba uzonenzani?
Le ntombazana ndakushwabanisa
ndeva ingxolo ndisuka phaa kude. Nilwela ntoni? Nilwela ntoni? Nizibone oko kwafika wena apha ekhaya sithethile. Ingxaki yakho yintoni? Yintoni ingxaki yakho? Ufuna siphile uhlobo olufuna wena kodwa ufike siziphilela kamnandi apha? Yintoni ungayiboni besidika nje? Nika amanzi okungirhalela nawe.
Yena, unjani? Ndiyaphila nam. Ndikuphathele iindaba ezimnandi kitani. Mvanje bendingaziva rayithi ndaya ekliniki. Ugqirha uye wafumanisa uba kukhona into esesiswini.
Sukani madoda. Magama wam man. Uthini nangokapha kum?
Injalo ke bhuti, siza kuba ngabazali.
Sukani madoda. Tsi! Yenzeke ngesaquphe kodwa le nto nkosikazi. Kuba andikagqibi neeveki ezintathu kaloku ndihambile apha.
Oh, hayi Jola. Awunozazi zonke izinto zabafazi. Usakhumbula mos ndikuxela ngomfazi kabhuti wakho? Akalunganga la sisi. Ndiyoyika ukuphinde ndihlala apha ndikhulelwe. Angandifakela idliso. Bendicela ke Jola ukuba ndiyosikhulisela ekhaya esi sisu. Ndicela undicelele nakutata torho ukuba umxelele uba kwenzeka ntoni.
Akungxaki nkosikazi. Ndizawudlala indlela noJola.
Okay, kulungile ke myeni wam. Ndiyakuthanda Eva.
Ndiyakuthanda naye.
Okay, bye-bye. Myeni wam unjani? Hayi, ndiyaphila nam. Uyakhula noko umntana. Zintlanu ngokwenyanga. Hayi kaloku myeni wam. Masingawuphula umthetho. Umfundisi wayethe singadibani ndide ndibeleke. Hayi, ndizawubuya mna xa sele ndibelekile ndiinyanga ezimbini. Nam ndiyanqwena kuthi kanti yinkwenkwe sizozalela uJola indlalifa. Okay ke myeni wam. Bye-bye.
Ngale ndiyakubopha. Ndiyakubopha ndifuna ungaze umithe okanye uzale. Wathi wanethamsanqa lokuba umithe siphume neso sisu. Sibone sisehla ngemilenze. Hamba makotindini. Andikufuni apha ekhaya. Ndifuna siphume eso sisu sakho. Ungaze umithe ndiyasibopha isibeleko sakho namhlanje. Ya. Usibukele sisehla ngemilenze silandelwe naseso sibeleko nakakade. Ya. Yabona ngale? Ndiyakuphephetha. Ndiyakuphephetha ndifuna uhambe umyeni wakho angaze akufune. Athi xa ekujonga akonyanya ube nezothe unuka umsuzo. Unuka umsuzo.
Dadewethu, wangabikho intsasa yonke le, ubukade uphi kanti?
Hayi babhuti bendikhona apha ekhaya. Hayibo, yintoni le? Uyithatha phi le nto?
Dadewethu, le bhotile ndiyifumana kulaa ndlu yalo mfana. Utheni, unolwazi lwayo?
Hayi. Jola, ndifuna uqinga uba bephelele. Uyayibona le intombazana seza nayo apha ekhaya? Ayilunganga tu.
Hayibo.
Ke loo nto ndithi xa ndiyijonga ngamanye amaxesha vele ukuthi ixhipha umbili. Udyevezela amadolo. Ndibe nabona ubadizi maxa wambi. Inohili laa ntombazana, qengebe. Inohili. Khumbule ndikujola inkomo. Andithethi into engekhoyo. Uyayibona le into ibhalwe yena nje ndawo yonke. Uyawuthi ndanditshilo. Ufuna ukusivurvaya lo apha ekhaya sive ngayo. Ndiyakuxelela.
Uyabona dadewethu? Inye nje into endizayenza. Kodwa ndifuna uqale ndazi uba sawuze sonwabe nini na kanye apha kulo mzi wethu.
Not kusekolweni nazibona soze sonwabe.
Ngoku ndifuna ukusuka apha ndiqabe lapha ndiyofuna igqirha elizoza straight apha kulo mzi kabawo ukwenzela uba lizawukhomba umhlola litsho uba ngubani kanye lo wenza into eziphambeneyo apha. Acacise into endiyifunayo futhi okwesibini uba eli gqirha likhupha ugqajolo lomsila kuloo mntu wenza into ezingacacanga kulo mzi. Hayi, ndidikiwe ngoku. Finish. Hayi, ndidikiwe.
Ziyenzeka nyhani nezo zinto nabhuti.
Izakwenzeka. Yabo kule game izakwenzeka dadewethu.
Hayi, Jola, hlisa umoya qengeva yini imphankomo. Siyayazi le nto ibisuka phi. Ungakulingi umoshe ngemali yakho emagqirheni. Anolwimi ukufa amagqirha. Le nto sayazi ibhalwe nizibona. Isuka kuye le nto.
Dadewethu, ngawuvele nto.
To inuka yena, nguye lo. Nguye kanye.
Hayi ke, xa usitsho ke dadewethu, make ndijonge ezinkomo apha esapha. Kodwa ndishike le bhotini.
Uhamba naye?
Hayi, ndihamba naye. Ndijonge uba ezintwana ziyenzile nale nto ndizithumeyo.
Shini. Ufuna ukuba banegqajolo lo? Yazi siphole kamnandi ngokusilapha.
Yo, nami ndingatsho babe basoze siphole kamnandi kangaka. After ubuhlungu bungaka odlule kubo.
Ndicela siyeke manje le nto. Thina nje masifocus uba siqhubeleke phambili nobomi bethu. Oh, mina ndakhe ngaxela kodwa ndikuthanda kangakanani.
Yo. Hayi ke ndikuthanda njengomntu odlalayo ke kuba zange wandixela waloo nto lokho.
Hayi bo, inoba ndivuke ndonwabile ke namhlanje. Ngubani owaziyo?
Ewe.
Masihambe manje, ixesha lishiyile.
Uthanga umsebenzi wamayizo.
Udani bahlobo bamza ndibatsela ngesithandwa sam inkosazana yam yatyambo yam intokazi ethu yaqhama kuhlobo kumhlaba kushokomentaba kuncwaba imvaba.
Usaqala ukupheka ntombi? Ubona umntana ngidala ngibhilisi. Okay, manje ngathi ngikhawulezise. Mntana, le mali ithatha apha imali yothenga ngayo impahla negrosari. Kaloku makhulu nenza ibanga leshumi ngoku. Yabo ikhona imali esiyifumanayo singabafundi bebanga leshumi esithatha ku-NSFAS. Yiyo ke le ndincedisa ngayo apha endlini. NSFAS untona NSFAS. Sisibonelelo sikarhulumente gogo esinika abantwana abafundi ibanga leshumi. Ndiyayifuna le mntanam le mali kaNecklace mama. Yongeze le mali le pemba incinci.
Hayi kaloku gogo, u-NSFAS akanikwa abantu abadala, unika abafundi bebanga leshumi. Nina abantu abadala nifumana ipeyile nawe uyifumanayo. Ngawuzokwazi uba nayo le.
Ndibulela nangalo Necklace imane unika igrosane nempahla. Siyatya ngokha.
Okanye
xa ngekapeyi sandipeyi. Hayi mntana mbhetele Necklace.
Imali kuyasibekela gogo apha phandle mandithule ezi mpahla. Ndizobuya ndikhawulezisa.
Nigqibele mntana kwabantu ufuna upheka.
Ndizobuya ngogogo.
Impahla ngengathi iweda yakho.
Uyazi dadobawo, ndinexhala apha.
Elantoni?
Umyeni wam uyabuya. Uthi kukho istrayiki emsebenzini wakhe. Kwaye sizawuthatha isithuba seenyanga ezintandathu.
Uthi kwenzeka nini?
Heyi, andiyazi. Ingathi kukhona imali ebekufanele uba bayayifumana. Yaze yatyiwa ngumphathi wakho.
Hayi, kodwa ke Johanna, xa sinoyijonga le nto ngobuhleli elilungileyo, ingasebenza. Makathi uyena kocandela imali isebenza ngokonyula. Le nto yoba makathathe noyise ujonga kwenzele imbeleko yomntana wakhona. Kufuneka lo kwisikhundla salo mntana singasifokoli sikhululele into ngokwasemini.
Dadobawo, akamncancanga na uba angatyisa ukutya. Ndonqena uba baske bamkhawula ingqithi mani.
Hayi, azena. Le nto kufuneka siyisonge ngoku sisenangexesha. Uyaqaphela nto? Singasiyeli kuthi.
Jodi loo Mphankomo Qengeba uzukulwana amampondomise. Nantsi igusha yakho esikukhethela yona. Izoba ingubo yakho ndiyafuna. Uyazibona zonke izinto ezikhoyo apha. Ezi gusha zonke zisemagxeni akho. Njengendoda inkulu yalapha. Zonke ezi zibaya, yonke into endinayo apha, nguwe ke mpondomise ozojongana nazo njengendlala. Siyavana? Ndawuthi mhlawumbi awube ndingekho ke ibe ngothatha uxanduva. Masihambe ndiyokhombisa ezinye ke. Uzibonile? Igusha yakho yembeleko leya. Yes. Yonke into elapha ngoku iyalunga ngoba wena ufikile uzolunga zonke izinto.
Ubona nje tata, ikho into ebendiyicinga. Ndileqa isithuba seenyanga ezimbini ndilapha ekhaya kwaye ndizode ndiyimoshe le mali. Ngoku ke ngoku Jona, bendicinga ukuba kunganjani senzele lo mntana umcimbi wokumtyisa ukutya ze ndisebenzise le seyishiyekile imali.
Ngosuku ilungile le nto uyicingayo mfowam. Nam bendike ndayicinga loo nto leyo ukuba ube khona umsebenzi onje. Kodwa nango kubalulekileyo ke mfowam, xa kukhona umsebenzi ofana nalo kufuneka thathe igusha apha ebuhlanti ukwenzela uba ungabikho nto izawusiphazamisa. Futhi izawukhethwa ndim lo eyona yakhe yatyeka.
Hayi ke tata, kuzawufuneka ndibaqokelele ke ndibaxelele ukuba uyabacela apha ekhaya. Kwaye izinto kaloku tata funeka sizifunde sizazi. Ngoku ke ndiyimamele le nto uyithethayo.
Sokhona mfowam,
ukuze kaloku nathi xa sele ningekho sele kushiyeke thina siyazi uba masiqhube kanjani, sibe nolwazi oluphangaleleyo.
Yabona ke mfowam, uthetha kakuhle. Utata uhlomkhulu ubesithi xa ethetha nathi kulungile ukukhupha into apha ebuhlanti ukwenzela uba izawuba yiyo ezawunikhokhela. Ngoba le nto yokuthenga igusha okanye inkomo ungayazi noba yinkomo ebiweyo okanye ethathwe phi, kanti into enyembezi ifike imoshe yonke loo nto beniyenza. Kulungile ke nyani uba ibe iphuma apha kobuhlanti bakokwenu. Kunjalo nyani?
Hayi, ndiyakuva ke tata. Yile nto ndithi funeka sizifunde izinto, sizazi, sibe nolwazi ngazo.
Yewethu, uyambona uba unexesha nomyeni wakho?
Heyi, dadobawo, ngaze ufunge uncokola nomntu okwazi uthetha. Yazi dadobawo, andiyazi ndingakubulela njani ngento ndenzele yona. Zange ndiyicinga into yoba ndingaze ndifike kwesi sigaba sobomi.
Hayi, uhlobo londibulela ngalo wena lunyezi mnandi ukuqinisekisa ukuba le imfihlo yethu iyanaphakade. Kuba kaloku uba ingazivele le nto, singabafileyo thina.
Ndiyakuva mani dadobawo. Kodwa eyona indikhathazayo yile yale ntombazana. Uyazi uba ibike yanditsayela umnxeba isithi icela sinyuse imali ithi xaxa.
Intoni? Iyaqhunya le ntombazana. Asizobenza bobhanxa. Savumelana ngento enye. Angalingafundi imboniso nina.
Ke ngoku sizawuthini? Ngoba uthe uba asimniki le mali uzozoyifuna phi?
Makangiqale. Makanizame mntanam. Ndinogolide kayi-1. Ntombi eyangena ecaweni kuculwa amagugu. Uyandiva? Ndokhupha umtshotsho intombi seyi-1. Anditshaywa mna nto nzango. Ndakumbonisa amabhilikiti namayakayaka. Kwawusathane sana lwam. Wancinga kweli lami ibele. Tata lingandixheli kakubi. Rha.
Tata.
Nyange kwenzeka ntoni kwelikhaya? Ujola omkhulu befanele ufikile kwelikhaya. Nifaka iphela emasini.
Tata, uthetha ukuthini umtsokothile? Phuhla mntu omdala andikuva uba uthetha ukuthini.
Impazamo zenu buya zibe zinyembezi. Khuphani eli phela kulo mvubo kungekamoshakali. Sifuna ukutya silikhaya.
Ndivuke nephupha apha ebusuku. Thetha nomadala utata. Ewe John. Nto nje ndibangazama andide ndimfumane uba uthini kanye kweli phupha.
Uthini? John, uthini uxhego?
Uthi uJola the Great ifama sefikile.
Ewe.
Ufuna ukudla nto nje sifake iphela emasini. Ngakwazi ukudla ke ngoku.
Pheke emasini.
Njalo John.
Yho. Iphupha lisokothe kangaka?
Uyabona John? Indibhidile nawe.
Uyabona ke John?
Indibhidile.
Mna ngokokwam ukwazi. Uyabona iphela? Iphela liyakungcolisa ukutya. Icacile into yoba ikho le nto ingalunganga elapha phakathi kweli khaya. Ibifana into yoba ayikho phakathi kweli khaya.
John,
kuzawufuneka siphathelele ke mkhulu. Sikhawulezise siye koosiyazi basixazululele le nyewe ingekasixaki kodwa sikhona singamadoda singakwazi uyilungisa.
Jola iingxaki ziyazisanda. Ziyazisanda iingxaki zalo mzi. Phela John.
Mamela ke mpondoms. Yabona into yamaphupha. Into yamaphupha kayithethwe ebafazini. Ngoba kaloku mpondoms kungenzeka into yoba eli phela lifakwe ngabo kulaa masi. Uyabona ke mpondoms, mna umoya wam nje wona nje. Hayi Jola awoneli. Awoneli Jola umoya wam. Inintsi nje into engalunganga nje. Hayi eyenzekayo mani phakathi kweli khaya mani.
John, uthi umoya wakho aweneli. Zizinto eziqhubeka apha kweli khaya.
Ngeke ndithethe ubuxoki. Awoneli mkhulu.
Hamba John.
Ndiyaphi ngoku?
Hamba John.
Ndithi kaloku mkhulu masicinga
ndithe hamba kahle. Ndithe hamba.
Hayi ndibhidekile mpela ngoba kaloku ubajola utata ubethethile. Atsho uba yintoni kanye kanye le angayithandiyo esiyenzayo okanye eyenzakayo apha ekhaya. Ungcono. Kodwa yima mntakwethu, ingaba yonke into omkhulu ihamba kakuhle? Hayi John, hayi. Hayi tu yonke into imoshakele kweli khaya. Yho, ezi ntwana zilwa mhla nezolo futhi azisathethisani nokuthethisana ngenxa yaba makoti bazo. Umfazi kaLuzuko John utshola lo kaZuko uba uyamthakatha uba yena waphunyelwa sisisu. Ngoku izolo uthi lo kaLuzuko okanye Zuko uba ubangela uba aphunyelwe sisisu. Mfazi bandibhida kabafana. Uvele wagula ke John. Wagula kwanzima kwaba butyididi kuphuma negazi lihlanga imilenze. Hayi John, konakele ngoku. Mkhulu, ndiyayibona mna le nto. Uyabona kubangwa ukuzala indlalifa kuqala. Apha mkhulu. Uyabona le nto yenzeka apha kwakho? Kubangwa ukuzala indlalifa. Uyabona ke uba ngesasiyazile le nto mntakwethu, ngesasivele sathi laa mawele mawavele aphume ayozakhela imizi yawo ngaphandle. Siyibhude apho mntakwethu le nto. Ntsumantsumane ngoku esikuyo. John, uZuko akafani nomfazi kaLuzuko, umfazi kaZuko akafani nomfazi kaLuzuko, uLuzuko akathethisani. We, mamalatile le. Hayi konakele John. Into esayithina lena madoda.
Asiye John. Asiye. Ufunela kwathini?
Wow.
Hayibo.
Sathi sifika nje kwaJola. Hayibo John, kwabe kuphunywa. Kuyiwaphi na? Hey. Yabona? Ay! Boy, jolly komo. Oh John, hayi masingeneni.
Hayi impumulo kodwa ikatata.
Ikatata.
Hayi yo.
Hayi. Hey.
Vukani madoda kufa. Solile. Vukani mhlaba kaXhosa.
Hey, vukani makwathini. Vukani. Vukani silungise siyenzelwe ngumuntu omkhulu. Vuka John. John. Kondomse.
Oh.
Jola inkomo. Kangeba. Inkomo. Ewe. Sichulumancileke phankomo. Kuba siyayazi uba ngokufika kwakho kweli khaya uzisa intsikelelo yodwa. Nasi ke isipho esipha sona John. Kuba siyazi uba ubumnyama buzawudeda uvele ukukhanya. Camakho John. Siyabulela Mphankomo. Siyabulela Qengeba. Tholelo mthwakazi. Vuka uzombethe. Ngoba usihambele apha kweli khaya. Siyazi ba ngokufika kwakho apha kuzawulunga izinto. Kuzaba kuhle ngoba
namaphupha esivuka nawo Jola ngamaphupha asifaka engxakini esingawazi uba athetha ukuthini kodwa sinethemba ngokufika kwakho Mpondomse zonke into zizawulunga. Enkosi ke Jola, enkosi Mphankomo, ukufika kwakho kuzawukhanyisa indlela zethu nosapho lwakho makuvele ukukhanya udede bumnyama. Enkosi Jola.
Camako.
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 Hayi. Into kwethu.
Hayibo madoda. Ayona gusha ibilahlekile le? Hayibo. Hayi ngumhlola lo ke ngoku.
Hayi ndikhona imiqondiso iyenzeka. Kwamna namhlanje ndivuke ndinephupha. Hayi izinto zenzeka ngoku. Isithunyo sakwaJola sihamba nawe.
Ndakwethu besendisifa ngumvandodwa. Kodwa ke xa sele ibuyile legusha maziqhubeke nalembeleko.
Kanti sithini ngohambo oluka lokulethu besoluthabatha?
Mampondomse. Uhamba sezotshintsha.
Ungalokho.
Qhubeka nohamba.
Masiqe.
Kodwa ke ngoku make siqale siqoshelise lento legusha.
Nkule Mampondomse. uJola umphankomo uqengeba somahwahwa tholele umthwakazi. Wow! Hayi sinenkulu ngoku. Jola. Hayi. Elele ngoku.
Ken? Bola wena. Yakungakhulu.
uJola uqengeba umphankomo.
Ewe momci.
Inkulu yamampondomise inkulu wonke. Kankhulu. Uzoyazi kaloku. Ke ndayicaba le nto ndimdala. Komkhulu
Lalapha wena. Hayi kodwa umbhono lo. Lo right. Umbona njani mama?
Hayi. Umpondomise ihle. Yijola umphozo mama.
Hayi, bandumzi. Hayi.
Ukuthatha umpondomise esibaweni, sesivena umphathele umgqobho.
Eke momci.
Hayi makhulu. Umntana uzaphuma irash.
Hayi makoti. Luhlobo esenza ngalo apha eMampondomiseni.
Hayi kodwa tata.
Make silungiselelane. Masilungiselelane Jola. Yabona ngo? Sifikile. Ewe. Bonakala nje uba ufikile. Jolkobo. Mphakomo. Somahwahwa. Hayi, uqengeba. Hayi, Jola. Hayi. Baba, uvumile. Ubona nami? Wafikile ekhaya. Hayi, kuphelele ngoku.
Ngoku kufuneka uba ke xa sekufika iinyanga ezili-12 xa kuphela nje unyaka funeka simtyise ukutya simenzele imbeleko. Uca ukuba ufikile ngoku koJola Mpondomise. Njalo Mpondomise.
Njengoba nisazi ke Mampondomise uba uke wangafuni ukuqhubeka lo msebenzi ngenxa yeengxaki esinazo apha ekhaya. Kodwa ke sithe masiwuqabelise ke ngoku ngoba kufuneka uqabele. Nantsi ke igusha esiyikhombayo singamampondomise uba senze le mbeleko yalo mzukulwana esinethemba loba uzawukwazi uba yonke into yakhe ihambe kakuhle, amampondomise asoloko emphahlile.
Hey, umnandi apha. Qhutywa imicimbi. Asimenywa thina. Kodwa inyama le kaThixo wena, tyapha emqaleni. Uthula wena mncane.
Umntwana ophoba lethi yabawenza.
Uthakatha le mntu. Igqirha eli
Ngonijawe man. Mamnathi ndisenza umsebenzi wabona ububulala abantu.
Thatha le nto. Khuphani le nto.
Mntakwethu, ma. Uthole ingcanga. Yembe yami. Ungowaphi?
Imali yami, ufuna ubulala unganginiki imali yami. Ufuna imali yami. Muzanipha kuyayazi. Angikolota nala mntu. Angikolota lo mntu. Anamali angikolota ngokurhandini. Anazi nokubaphani lo mntu bethanda umuntu aphuma apha. Ufuna imali yami nabhuti.
Imali yantoni?
Besetha bephethe imithwalo bo, phethe imithwalo bo. Singisele wanandonga siyadu. Kwanyama ipheli. Ekhangela igolide emgodini omnyama bo. Igolide.